Namaste, Kalimera. Hello, good morning and welcome to another big day on the European Cricket Network. Match day 5 happening here in Cyprus. And it's not just the temperatures that are hotting up here at the moment. It's getting pretty spicy in the field of play as well. We've seen over 5,000 runs and approaching over 500 sixes as well. The action is coming thick and fast as the teams try to finish as high as they can in Group A. I'm Rico Full. You're watching the European Cricket Series in Cyprus. It's the Encore and it starts right here, right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
We welcome back two teams that have had a bit of a break this morning, and that is Everest taking on the British forces of Cyprus. Two teams that have found form lately. Everest, they won their first match the other day, and what a big win it was against the Warriors when it was Arjun Sahi who scored a century. He's going to be pretty key for them, and so is the likes of their captain. I think Bhupan Khatri is about time he showed what his potentials are. But other players that will be quite key will be Ashish Bam. This guy certainly is showing his true colours with the bat as well. But they know they're going to have to be at their best against the British forces of Cyprus. You can't mention this team and not talk about Scott Burdekin. What a performer he is. He's had 3 knocks so far. Every one of them have been over 50 runs, so half centuries galore. The last time we saw him, he scored 95 runs. But he's not alone with the batting. They've got some good introductions into the side. Somebody like Tom Gregory has been very good as well. Anthony has been superb. That's Anthony Wahlberg. They will be hoping, though, that Gavin Isidore can find his form as well. And with the ball, Matty Hone has been superb. I can tell you that the news from the coin toss is that the British forces of Cyprus have won the toss. And yep, they are going to have a bat first. So I think they're looking to go out there and really put the pressure on Everest. Everest, fair play to them. I do believe that outside of their key batters, the likes of Bam and also Sahi, that their strength is probably with their bowling. So I'm expecting them to perform well with the ball. And I'm also hoping that we're going to start to see some of the good performances from them in the field that we're used to seeing. Going to be a classic start though here, but I do think that the British forces of Cyprus are going to look to put a load of runs on the board. Speaking of runs, what a day we had yesterday. We saw another century. Well done to Akila Kalugala. He was there scoring a century, and also Qasim Mohammed scored his second century in the series as well. It was a run feast, and the Sri Lankan Lions, don't forget, they posted a score in the top 10 on the European Cricket Network, 228. That was when Kalugala went on and scored 144. So today I think is going to be very much the same. It's nice to have Nishay Bhatt back in the comms pack. Nishay, welcome back. Hope you had a nice day off. The news here from the middle is that the British forces of Cyprus are going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Indeed, it was a nice day off, a good relaxing day, but it's great to be back at the cricket. And before we proceed with this day, let's have a look at what happened yesterday. As Rico just mentioned, it was a really exciting day. We saw a lot of runs. It's been a real run feast to start off here in Cyprus. This Encore series has been a real joy to watch. We started off our opening match between a terrific game between Royal Cricket Club and the Limassol Qalandars. The Qalandars winning this one in the final over, and Qasim Mohammed made the 400 we have seen in this ECS. Great innings as well by Lovepreet and Sanoj for the Royal Cricket Club. Unfortunately, those innings were just not quite enough to pick up the victory. Our second match of the day was between Royal Cricket Club and the Nicosia Fighters. Nicosia Fighters managed to notch a victory. Keep in mind, this side went winless in the previous ECS we had here in Cyprus, and this time around they picked up their second victory of the ECS. Great innings by Mohamed Tanvir. Muna Rahman came back to this Fighters side. He was unavailable during the weekend, and in the end the Fighters beat Royal Cricket Club by 25 runs. Very impressive victory against the Royal CC side, who kind of lost their way since that impressive win against the Phillips Warriors to start off. Our third match of the day is between the Qalandars and the Fighters, and the Qalandars are really putting on a great show during this series. They made it back-to-back wins by defeating the Nicosia Fighters by 25 runs. We then see the Qalandars make it 3 wins on the bounce yesterday by picking up a win against the Phillips Warriors. They headed into that match as massive favorites. Full credit to the Phillips Warriors for a terrific bowling performance where they restricted the Qalandars to just 94 runs, but unfortunately they fell short by 15 and weren't quite able to make the upset. Our final match of the day, though, was an absolute run feast. Akila Kalugala was so close to that 150, and the Sri Lankan Lions posted one of the highest ever scores on the European Cricket Network. That was the 5th 100 we have seen this ECS, an extremely dominant showing, 228 runs scored without losing a wicket, and in the end, the Phillips Warriors fell 165 runs short. Here's a look at our standings for Group A. Of course, we're starting off with the British Forces of Cyprus against Everest. The Napa Kings currently sitting pretty at the top, but the Sri Lankan Lions, well, as we just mentioned, they have 3 games in hand, so you'd still look at them as the class of Group A. Here's a look at the beautiful drone shot you just saw of Ipsanas. Gorgeous part of the world. We're really privileged to be bringing you some of this incredible cricketing action from here. Here's a look at our fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Everest, well, they did manage to pick up their first victory day before yesterday, but now they'll try to get a few victories on the bounce here just to get back in the swing of things. Meanwhile, for the British Forces of Cyprus, it's 3 wins on the bounce to start off their campaign. They've been really impressive and are emerging as a bit of a dark horse in this group. Scott Burdick, of course, has been in terrific form, scored a half-century in all 3 of his outings so far this series. They'll be looking to make it 4 during this match. As you can see, British Forces Cyprus fancied as 65% favorites. A very good morning to Jules Outerbridge and Rob Thompson. No, Rob didn't have the chance to get on a camel because, unfortunately, the iconic camel park here in Cyprus was shut down a few years ago. And, well, all those memories of birthday parties and a number of other things during childhood were gone with them. But they're still in our minds. And we're ready for the first ball of the day. Starts off with a massive wide there. Shahi, that would have been wide to a left-hander as well. Big edge over there, but smart captaincy to have that fielder out at deep third. We often talk about how important that position is in T10 cricket. Batters looking to slash hard outside the off stump, and those edges go flying in that direction. So, yeah, I like this actually by Everest. They've got a deep backward point, a deep third. Actually, Shahi going around the wicket to the right-hander. Always have a few edges flying in those directions. This is a lowish full toss. It's really nicely paid by Shahi. Can't really afford to be bowling there. Doesn't have any protection straight down the ground. And Heaven Isidore with a good shot. He needs to get it into some form. He's had a few starts throughout this series, but hasn't quite been able to convert those starts into big 30-plus or 50-plus scores just yet. But the quality is obviously there. You've seen plenty of it, not just with the bat in hand, but also with the gloves. And he's behind the stumps. Much better ball. That's where Shahi needs to be. Good comeback. just a bit of bat on that. And it's going to go away for a 4. He's trying to go for that leg stump Yorker. Doesn't get it right. And in the end, a little bit of good fortune. Actually looks like it's only come off pad. You could hear a little bit of a sound over there. We'll just wait for confirmation. That couldn't quite catch the umpire's signal. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, there was a sound for sure, but it's giving leg buys in the end, and this is going to be crunched away for another boundary. Make that back-to-back 4s for Isidore, who's started this morning looking really menacing. Another great shot, makes some room, and smacks it through extra cover for 4. Yeah, a little frustration earlier for Shahi, main strike bowler for this Everest side. They needed to come here, pick up some wickets, particularly these are dangerous hitters for the British forces. The score, by the way, right now is a 14 for no loss. Haven't quite had the update come in just yet. Last ball of the over coming up. There we go, the updates just come in. That's much better. Yeah, Shai, you really think he should be bowling around that line and length a bit more often. The first over comes to an end, 14 for nothing. And we'll have a look at some of the stats from this ECS Encore here in Cyprus. He's played 21 games so far. And the main story is that it's been an absolute run feast. More than 5,000 runs scored, an average run rate of 13 per over. And look at the amount of maximos. 465, 8.26 in innings. It's been absolutely amazing to watch some really enthralling cricket. So far, it's really been a series for the batters, but we've had a lot of thrilling, low-scoring chases sprinkled in between as well. So it's been a little bit of everything for everyone. You see the captain, Khatri, coming into bowl over here, inserts himself into the attack as he so often does at this stage of the innings. And a bit of an inside edge. Is that going to go away for 4? Nope. Fielder out. Deep fine leg is going to cut that one out. Another hot day on the cards here in Cyprus. Temperatures expected to go up to 37 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. About 35% humidity, according to the weather forecast. Another very, very hot day on the cards. This one is rather wide, just struggling a little bit. The extras to start off. Everest, normally a very disciplined team. They just let a few slip away. Oh, it's another wide. Well, what do you make of that call? Yeah, the umpire there just informing the bowler that his vision's been obscured by his follow through. This one's smashed down the ground for a 6, slightly over pitching that one, Khatri. And he's blasts it down the ground for a 6. Incredible power in that shot. And it's gone the distance. Really, really well struck. Oh, it's another low full toss. But fortunately for him, he won't quite be punished. Oh, it's a little bit of an error by Shahid, but it's not going to harm his side in the end. No damage done. Yeah, usually he just takes it so cleanly, but that time around, Just popped out of his hands, but just a single there for the British forces. Burdekin on 2 of 2. Oh, this one could be a no-8, and it's going to be a no-8. It's given a no ball by the square leg umpire. Khatri just gets another one wrong here, slips out of his hands. Let's take another look at this. Yeah, easy decision for the umpire. That one is well above waist height. And a free hit's going to be coming up here. Scott Burdekin has only faced 3 balls to start off his innings. He's not going to get a chance to have a nice free swing at one. And he has absolutely walloped that one. It's going to go the distance. It's gone for a 6. Well, the batter who's just scored 3 consecutive 50s to start off the series doesn't exactly need any free hits to find his groove, so he'll be thinking Christmas come early. Oh, struck hard, struck firmly, struck away for 6. Great shot by Burdekin. It's taken him a couple of balls. But now we're seeing the Scott Burdekin we've become so accustomed to seeing throughout this ECS. Blast this one away as well. And this is the kind of start we've been accustomed to seeing from the British forces. Isidore and Burdekin coming out during the power play, looking to just blast the opposition out of the game. A lot of pressure here on the captain. And it's been signaled to 6 there by the umpire. Confirms what we just saw. Oh, this is struck straight towards mid-off. That's a good bit of fielding there by Ramesh Bogadi. We're seeing him for the first time in this ECS. Was unavailable for the previous games, and he's just indicating to them that he's just used the top of his shoulder to prevent that one from getting away from him. That's another one that's wide. Khatri just struggling with extras. Got 3 wides this over, a couple of no balls. Oh, the skipper just needs to find his groove here. This one is gonna beat the batter. End of the second over. British forces are 37 for no loss. A great start once again for BF Cyprus. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. As you can see, the Napa Kings sitting pretty at the top of the table. The Sri Lankan Lions, they got 3 games in hand, and no, honestly, they've been the class of Group A. The Kalundars quietly having a really good series, winning 4 out of 5 to start off. And the British forces as well, 3-3 wins to kick off their series. Of course, we got a long day of cricket ahead of us, and joining you for this match is me, Nishjay Bhatt, alongside Rico Full. Great to have you here on Commentary Box.
Kalimara, good to be back. Great to have you back as well. And we'll talk a little bit more about your day off as Arjun Shahi comes to bowl his second. It's a swing and a miss. But his first over wasn't bad, but that second one there from the captain goes for 23. That obviously hurts you. And you know that the forces, well, they're on a mission. And their mission is to score big runs and try and bat Everest out of this equation. How are you anyway? You well?
Wide down the leg side. Yeah, doing well. It was a nice day off, really relaxing. The first time in a long time I didn't wake up with an alarm or someone screaming at me to get up, so that certainly felt nice.
Yeah. Or do you have that? Come on, wake up. Any of that?
Not
or
at
just
home.
somebody screaming at you normally?
It's usually the screaming that I became so accustomed to over the last few months. This is an inside edge. Goes straight to the fielder. That fine leg.
Yeah, hello and good morning to everybody. It's a big day, look, for all of us, really, for the human race. World Environment Day. It urges us all to protect our natural surroundings. So come on, we can all do our bit. Think of our future generation, that's what I say. World Environmental Day. We've seen this clipped away. Now this could be a goal. Something new could come up here. Look, goal in the back of the net. Yeah, Martins is on the ball this morning. It's the first one, and it is Isidore Evin who is starting to find his form here. Remember, he sort of has got into the 20s before, but then he gives this wicket away. I just get the feeling here, Nish, this time he's determined to make it count. And I think they're just checking the height on that one. They said it's okay. It was there or thereabout. He's a powerful hitter of the ball, isn't he? This time around, look, it's just a gentle nudge, but it goes all the way to the boundary. 4 more.
Really good shot here by Isidore. We've seen him demonstrate that he's got both that deft touch as well as the power to muscle away big sixes. A really, really good cricketer now. Yeah, as you mentioned, let's see if he can convert one of these starts into a really big score.
Namaste, Assalamu alaikum, Sasri Akal, Aibo1, Welcome to everybody watching via fan code. Lovely to have you with us, and a very good morning to everybody that's watching via YouTube. My YouTube channel that's been clipped away. It will just be a single, so I can see that Shahag and Jules and Rob Thompson are tuning in. Good morning to you, gentlemen. I hope you're all well. Good morning, world, on World Environment Day, and we can all do a bit to save our planet and make a difference. And we can start from today if you haven't been doing so. Shahi. Good delivery, but well played. Fielder has to get down and does well. Nicely fielded. Everest. Shahan Pandit doing the work there. A team that we've known in the past for good fielding. They've sort of let us down, haven't they, Nish, in the first few times we've seen them. But this is more like it. I like the buzz about them here today. They look lively. They've got a couple of matches here today. They'll play the Forces, and a bit later on they'll take on the Nicosia Fighters as well. The Fighters will be next up against the BFC as well. That's your power play complete. Handy one, 50 off the first 3.
Very good power play for the British forces. Become accustomed to them getting off to these flying starts thanks to Isidore and Burdekin. Here's a look at some of the stats from our Encore series here in Cyprus. It's been a battered series so far, in all honesty. As you can see, the average score is 143. We saw the highest score posted yesterday. An incredible batting performance by the Sri Lankan Lions against the Phillips Warriors, topped off by that undefeated 146 by Akila Kalugala.
Interesting day though, wasn't it? We saw the highest score posted, and then we also saw the lowest score defended so far, batting first as well, the 94, when we really thought, or I certainly thought, that the Warriors were going to get their first victory. But fair play to Limassol Columbus. They bowled and fielded beautifully well. Well, it's time for a little bit of Candy in the morning. Reminds me of that great song, Candy Girl. Come on, Candy. Show us what you got. And of course, Candy on the back of his shirt. But that is Kishore Busnet, who's going to come on to have a ball.
This is struck firmly down the ground towards wide long off, and it's going to beat Shahi, who's really fleet of foot, but can't quite get there to cut this one out.
Yeah, I've seen enough of Scott Workin to know if I'm setting a field to him, I know exactly where I want my fielders. I want a wide, long off, and I want an extra cover there. They sort of have got the players in that department, but I think long off is too straight. And Scotty, he likes to hit pretty wide. He gives himself a little bit of room, and he crashes that away. And this time it crashes into Russ. Russ, slap on some cream on that head and put that cap on. And Russ is here today. His twin, Andy O, is having a well-earned day off. And I think Andy will be sitting there in the terrace at the hotel by the pool and probably be doing a bit of work on his laptop and at the same time having a dunk in and out of that pool. Why not indeed? Have a good day off, Andy O.
Push that one towards mid-wicket and get the single over here. It's been great work by Burdekin and his story. You really love the communication between them there. Completely in sync when they're running in between the wickets. This is struck out towards deep extra cover. It's going to be another single.
Yeah, one thing we noticed between the difference between perhaps the BFC side and some of the others, the running in between the wickets. I think even in these temperatures, they will be going high. They've got 3 matches here today, so a big day for them. They will want to pace themselves.
Struck out towards deep extra cover, and the catch is taken. So Burdekin dismissed for the first time this series without scoring a half century. Really well held on to in the deep. He's going to be absolutely delighted with that. Terrific catch. Let's take another look at this one. It's a little bit short, it's a little bit wide. He'll be dismissed. He hasn't pummeled this 10 feet clear of the boundary rope, but he does find the fielder, who holds on to a very important catch. That's going to be the end for Burdekin. Everest pick up their first wicket.
Well done to Bikash Khatri, who holds on to the catch. And it's like I said though, Nish, Burdekin, that's the way you set your field. Extra cover and wide long off. He does go over that area. If he doesn't get it right, you get in there and take the wicket. And you saw there that the bowler, it was Kishore Basant, who went down as he bowled that delivery to Scott. Well, he went down, but the wicket went down as well. Well done to him. That's a good over. Only the 10 from it. 1 for 10. And the BF Cyprus are 60 for 1 after 4.
A much needed wicket for them. Well, let's just see if they can stem the run flow here a little bit. Runs are becoming very freely for the British forces early in this innings.
Matty Hone has come in at 3. What's your thoughts on that? Because the last 2 innings that he's had, he hasn't really clicked at 3. Then he's put himself lower down the order. And he could have gone with someone like Tom Gregory or even Anthony Wallbridge, but he backs himself this time round. First thing in the morning, that one bobbles away. But once again, good technique in the field from Candyman. Well, the Candyman was bringing the sweets, and he was rewarded with a wicket there. And a big wicket there of Scott Burdekin. And you're right, the first time that Scotty doesn't get past the half-century mark. 2 lots of 57 and a 95 for him before that 24 he fell for here this morning.
This is played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be another single. Now, I don't mind this move by Matty Hone. He's had we know he's a quality batter, has a career average of 33, highest score of 62 undefeated, and a very good career strike rate as well, 178. He's a quality player, just hasn't quite clicked for him these first 3 games. So he's the captain. He has a luxury of giving himself another opportunity at the top of the order, and he's taking it with both hands. Yeah, I don't really mind this. I think it'd be good for BF Cyprus as well if he can just bat himself into some form. This one is gonna pierce the gap. It beats deep extra cover and long off, and it goes away for a 4. Great strike.
Powerful hit from a powerful man, we know that. And maybe this could be probably a good thing for Gavin Isidore, because now, where sometimes before he's probably thinking, yeah, look, Scotty's going really well, I'll just play second fiddle. Now he knows that he's the main man. He's the set better. He's the one who's got to get them to that big score. Expected score over 150 at the moment. So that might work in his favour, not having Scotty there.
Edged and gone. You could hear that edge from a mile away. And Isidore, well, he gets to 30 this time, but can't quite go any further than that. Another important wicket for Everest. They've got rid of both the dangerous openers.
Bam Bam is the man. Ashish Bam takes the cash. The commentator's curse there as we see a good delivery from Sehan Akhtar. Just keeping it in the right areas. A big, thick edge from Gavin Isidore. And there's Ashish Bam, who holds on to the catch. A little bit of joy from him. So both the openers back in the shed.
And out comes Tom Gregory at number 4. Batted really well to start out the series against Phillips Warriors. Oh, he's been cleaned up. That one stays a little bit too low. And unfortunately, we're not going to see much more from Gregory here. He's going to be greeted by a golden derrick. Well, it's 2 and 2 to start off for Sahil Akhtar. He's going to be on a hat trick in his final ball of the over. This one, well, it just stays incredibly low. It just doesn't bounce anywhere near as much as Gregory expected. And oh, you got to feel for him. That's a little bit unlucky.
Well, it isn't lucky, but it's a golden duck. There is Golden Derek. He's on his way, and it is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fireball that shatters the stumps. You see it here again. You're right, Nish. Doesn't really come up as much as you expect, but I will also say he is playing this down the wrong line. Look, there's a little shuffle to give himself a little bit of space. It's not as wide as he thinks, so stumps get knocked over. A new batter comes in as left-hander, but there is a hat-trick ball.
It's a really nice ball there by Encore, and it's blocked out by Wallbridge. Doesn't take any risks over there. And we're halfway through the innings. The British forces are 66 for 3. And of course, the players will have a drinks break, and this is a great opportunity to welcome you into our commentary position. This Jay Putt alongside Rico Full. It's been a very interesting first 5 overs to start off. We saw the British forces get off to a flying start, but since then, they've lost 3 wickets in quick succession.
Yeah, I mean, that really just turned things around, doesn't it? I was just in the process of talking about Gavin Isidore's thinking that, you know, maybe he can go big this time with Scott not there. He goes, and then, of course, you see the wicket straight away there of Tom Gregory. So under a bit of pressure, maybe that 150 now, perhaps not on. But you still, as you said, got good batters out there, and maybe an opportunity for the captain, Matty Hone, to put a big innings in here. That one bobbles away.
That win predictor now is just at 50-50, of course. Just around the 3 over mark, it was British forces were fancy at just under 70%, and you know these 3 wickets have really turned the complexion of this match. Wallbridge strikes it out towards the fielder at deep backward square leg. Of course, in that previous ECS we had back in January, of course, we saw how great the top 3 for this British forces side is, but we had a few question marks about whether this middle order was up to the task, and they're going to be tested here by an Everest side who are very underrated in the field and with the ball in hand. Another single here. I really do feel, though, that Matty Hone is going to shoulder most of the responsibility for the remainder of this innings. A big knock from the skipper.
Basnet seeing if he can do it again. He's wielding the candies, isn't he? But can he lure the batters to make a mistake? Almost. Big swing. I like the fact that you got the keeper here, Ashish Bam, also standing up, just putting and creating just a little bit more pressure on the BFC side and the left-hander there, Anthony Wallbridge.
This one is struck down towards Shahi. It's going to be a single. You typically see Wallbridge, though, wall up that kind of a delivery over the boundary rope. It was a little bit over pitch, but you can just sense there's a bit of anxiety right now amongst this BFC side after those 3 wickets. They might need just a couple of overs to reconstruct, but just don't have that kind of time in T10 cricket. This one is struck down towards long on. It's another single.
Yeah, I think it's also, I think Matty Hone, who's out there at the moment, will also have the confidence of knowing that not only are they a side that bat deep and they can still from here go on and score a relatively decent score, 71 for 3 at the moment after 6, but also he'll have the confidence knowing that they have been able to defend low scores. Remember that classic defense from them, 110 against the Napa Kings, winning that one by 1 run. So, you know, he's going to still be pretty confident that whatever they end up with here, you know, expected at the moment now drop to around about that 120 plus score. But he'll still be happy that his team and the number of bowlers he's got and them in the field can defend that.
And what an absolute wallop. He has crunched that down long on for a 6. Khatri goes a little bit too short, provides him the width as well to free his arms, and Hone has just forehanded this away for a 6. He remains nice and still, waits for it, and bang, wallops it down the ground.
Yeah, it's too short though, isn't it? It's far too short. Now, this is the other Khatri that is coming on to bowl, and yeah, it's too short. You just don't want to take the pressure off here now. This is Bikesh with the ball.
It was a little bit wide over there as well, but fortunately for him, batters found the fielder in the deep. That's Iswar Thapa, who we're going to be seeing for the first time this series, who's done a bit of good fielding there.
Yeah, that was, you're right, that would have been called a wide, but spoils it. It's a bit of false economy there from Matty Hone. All right, can Anthony Wallbridge get going? He's got to pitch up, though. He's too short. Yeah,
And you could just hear a no from Arjun Shahi as that one was released from his hands. He knew where that was going to end up. Wallbridge will take those runs.
Yeah, he's too short, and that's what I said. He can't be short because left-handers, they're not going to miss out on this. And Anthony Wallbridge, I've seen him play a good innings already in this series, and if you're going to feed him those, his confidence is going to go sky high, and he's going to start finding the middle of his bat. So this is an interesting change here for me. I mean, game with Bishnesh Khatri here, he could just once again allow the batters to get moving once more. One is worn, but he's lucky because I think this also was going down the leg side, you know.
Yeah, he gets lucky. He's actually very lucky to get away with a couple of wides here. Skipper Bhuvan Khatri, yeah, just spoiling this one. Anthony Wallbridge.
Yeah, this is Bikesh actually with the ball here. Yes, that one is gonna get away. They need defence there, otherwise you're going into the area where the horses are, and well, where there's horses, there's a lot of other stuff as well. And that's going to be a wide and a minimal.
Struggling here, Khatri. Struggling mightily. Oh, that's another one. That's just going to get away from him and the keeper as well. And this is just the over the British forces needed to rebuild after that flurry of wickets.
Yeah, it's a risky bowling change for me. It hasn't worked well. The only thing that's in favour of Khatri here now, in terms of the wides he's been bowling, he's now bowling back to the right-hander, but Matty Hone is probably also the more aggressive hitter.
Goes with a much wider line over here, Khatri, and he's going to play this one into the ground. Hone and take the single. Wallbridge will face the last ball of the over.
Yeah, I think this is where Wallbridge would just like to get a boundary here and leave the captain on strike, make this a magical over. And he plays this well, and it will go a boundary. So it's not been a good over at all from Khatri. I don't think he's bowled a single ball that would not have been a wide to either the left-hander or the right-hander, the captain Matty Hone. This one again, I suppose the only thing about it that was okay was the length, but the direction no good. And Wallbridge gets another boundary. That over goes for 23, and just like that, the forces are 94 for 3.
Dinks one out really well there, Wallbridge. Full credit to him. Here's a look at, of course, the graphics, and well, the main story from this is the more sixes you hit, the more games you win.
Yeah,
it's honestly that simple.
We've had a look at this so many times when we've done events, and you're right. If you look at the way that is looking, and look at the standings at the moment, that runs absolutely true. The Warriors not hitting too many sixes along the bottom, along with the fighters, and yet the Sri Lankan Lions, Limsa Kalandars, and BF Cyprus, they're smashing them, and they're in the top 3.
One thing I have to say that does surprise me is that the Napa Kings are down at 6.9 in third last. We know they've got a lot of powerful hitters. They've got some really talented players in that side, and you'd really expect them to be further up that list.
Yeah, they have struggled, haven't they, with the bat, it's fair to say. Remember, they were the team that weren't able to chase the 110 that was posted by the British forces. I just think with the heat here, I'm just noticing that the bowler, it's not the bowler, I think it's the captain, Bhuvan Khatri, is having a few issues there. He's gone into the shade. I can see him arched over. He's taking some fluid. That's why you'll see the players here, they're having drinks after 3 and 7 because of the heat. Already around 33 degrees this morning. It will get to around 38, and I believe those temperatures, Nish, are in the shade. So in there, out there in the sun, it's baking. I can tell you that it's baking. So players are going to struggle, and that's why the tournament referee here today, that's Ian Rummage, and I think it will be the same for the rest of this tournament. There'll be drinks taken and every innings after 3 and 7.
Yeah, it's just that kind of a day. It's, as you mentioned, temperatures expected to go all the way up to 37 degrees Celsius by this afternoon. It's a real furnace out there. We see Sham Pundit bowling this over, so you'd probably expect him to bowl this one and the final over. Oh, well, just misread that one, Matty Hone. Thought it was going to be a wide, but in the end, he just lets one get past him.
Good delivery, good areas. If you can get it in that area all the time, it's good. Matty will be swinging at the next one. They haven't got the third back on the boundary, so you might as well have a good swing at it. Oh, that one would have taken the hands with him if the bowler got anything on that. Pandit can't stop it, but who does? Oh man, Arjun Sahi seems to be back to his best.
Certainly does. This one is struck hard, and as you can see, not too far away from Sham Pundit. Probably good for him they didn't get a hand on that. Would have been a real clobbering, but Shahi comes across, saves his side 3 runs with a terrific bit of fielding. This one is absolutely crunched. It goes all the way. A huge hit here by Wallbridge. Just digs this one in a little bit. Wallbridge gets underneath it. Not enough pace to bother him. And it goes for 6.
Shaba. What a big hit. The biggest of the day so far from Anthony Wallbridge. Well, he was fed, wasn't he, pretty well in that last over by Bikesh Khatri. And now he's into the groove. And you've just got to pitch the ball right up to him. Otherwise, he's going to punish you.
This is another one. It could be a chance for Shahi. No, it isn't. Just evades him. One bounce inside the rope, and it's going to be a 4.
Yeah, he clubs it. It's all about the length here at the moment. And, of course, coming towards the end of the innings, BFC Cyprus will know that they've still got those 7 wickets in hand. So now's the time to really open up and go for it. Pandit started well, didn't he, with a good delivery of dot ball. But then after that, he's just been a little bit too short. He's got to try and pitch it up. Wouldn't mind him even trying to go around the wicket to somebody like Anthony Wallbridge to try and keep the ball outside the off, so he's not able to get the swivel on these shots. He wants to stick with over the wicket for now.
Should be full and straight with this field setting. He's got long off, deep cover, long on, deep mid wicket. Get it right up there. Is this a slight miscue? It is. Could be a catching chance. Oh, it's just gone past that fielder in the deep. That was Sahil Akhtar, the man who took a couple of wickets earlier this innings. For a moment, he was interested, as you can just see right here on this very replay. He's trying to get into position, and it's just gone past him. Maybe if he was a few inches taller, he might have had a chance.
Yeah, that was the only thing that he could have had, because I think even if he's catching that, he's going over the rope. Well, the bowler, Pandit, just pulls out, doesn't feel right. It's good hitting here from the left-hander, Anthony Wallbridge. Certainly is helping his team hugely. Look at his strike rate compared to the 10 balls that Matty Hone has had.
And this one is just going to be a single. Good bit of fielding there by Sahil Akhtar. The ball seems to be following him a little bit this over. End of the 8th, the British forces are 112 for 3.
Acceleration coming at the right time. Remember, at one point, just before Isidore got out, they were looking at that 150 mark, about 154. But you can see when Isidore was there and what happened after he fell. But they're just trying to pick that momentum up again here now. And if they keep going at their current rate, they will get close to that 150, expected score around about 140. But that does mean that these next 2 overs have to be pretty productive ones. But one good over, a couple of wickets can spoil everything. And the man who's been tasked to do it, he gets the ball in his hand, is Sahil Akhtar. He bowled very well, remember, picked up those 2 wickets. He was on a hat-trick. 2 for 6 so far.
Sahil Akhtar, can he find another couple of breakthroughs here? This partnership looking really nice between Wallbridge and Matty Hone. Of course, Wallbridge has been the key aggressor in this partnership. And this is another outstanding hit. It goes all the way, not too far away from that parking lot. That's how big it was.
He's so quick on the short ball, isn't he? So quick. He picks the length early. He knows where it's going to be. He waits for it and he dispatches it. All about the length. It's got the line pretty much right, but the length is wrong, just a little bit fuller. And you can see that Anthony Wallbridge is just giving himself a little bit of room and carting it over the leg side. I was surprised to see that a fielder from short mid wicket went over to the offside. Surely you'd want him on the leg side to Anthony.
Down the ground towards Shai. Of course, that big six also brought up the 50 partnership for Hone and Wallbridge. So it's been great batting by the two of them just to help their side recover after they lost 3 wickets in the space of a couple of overs.
Be interesting, Matty Hone, what he does here. I mean, he plays a lot of smart cricket. He's an intelligent cricketer. Be interesting whether he's swinging hard at this or just quite happy to take the single and hand the strike back over to Anthony Wallbridge.
And, well, that answers our question, doesn't it? He's not interested in handing over the strike. He says, well, I'll have a bit of this bowling as well. Matty Hone clubs it down the ground for a 6.
Yeah, well, that's his biggest hit so far. Probably the biggest one that we've had straight down the ground as well. It's a great shot. He's a powerful unit, isn't he? And that has gone the distance as well. So Sahil Akhtar started this over with 2 for 6. He's under attack. But does he have the firepower to remove the captain of the British forces here, Matty Hone? Honing on that 150 score, expected now about 149.
British forces have really excelled throughout this series at defending their targets in the second innings. This one is struck firmly down the ground. We've seen them pull out a few wins from situations where they had some rather below par totals. This time around, though, they look like they're going to post something massive around that 150 region. So it's going to take some chasing regardless from Everest in this second innings. Oh, and it's just gone back onto his stumps. That is incredible. Well, how many times are you going to see something like that? He's probably spoiled to wide. But not only has he spoiled it, it's somehow rolled back onto his stumps. This is absolutely incredible. Take another look at this.
Well, the worst thing about this is that Anthony Wallbridge can see it. He knows it's going to happen, but he just can't react quick enough. He needs the brain to process what's about to happen. He just needs to get something on there, kick it away, hit it away with the bat to protect his wicket. He can't do so. He's going to be gone. I suppose in the end, you'd have to say, well bowled to Sahil Akhtar. He now picks up his 3rd wicket. But a good, powerful knock there from Wallbridge. But yeah, look at this. He can see. He says, oh, no, you don't. Oh, yeah, you do. And then afterwards, he just gives the ball back to the bowler. Says, yeah, all right, well bowled. You got me. 34, though, 14. Good knock.
Sanderson comes out to face the final ball of the penultimate over. This is struck hard towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a couple. I think they're going to run hard for this one. Can he make it in time? And, oh, the keeper just isn't quite able to collect it cleanly. Ashish Baum, who's normally so proficient with the gloves. He had a chance here. Really should have run him out, but that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that again, you probably think the batter probably makes it back, but Ashish Baum, I think, because the throw didn't quite have the power in it, he was trying to reach, fetch it, and sort of swing it back onto the stumps. Wasn't able to do so. 3 wickets though for Sahil Akhtar, 128 for 4. So will they get to that 145 plus score here, or will Everest be able to contain them? The reason they go for that second is so Matty Hone can be on strike, and he's looking to go big here.
Captain does stick with Shyam Pandit for this final over, despite that 18-run over. This is not quite timed perfectly. Bit of a top edge, but looks like it's gone for 4. Just a bounce in front of the rope. He did hit it to a vacant area of the field. And it's 4 more runs for the skipper.
Yeah, nice knock this for Matty Hone. We've mentioned before that he sort of got in and got out. It's the first time that he's got past into the 20s this time round. And he's hoping to try and send every ball to the boundary here. He's after a big over here. Pandit, can he get one right in the block hole?
Low full toss. He's gonna be a little bit disappointed. He's missed out on an opportunity. Oh, well, that misfield just gonna allow him to get back on strike. it's not just the extra run he's given up there. He's just allowed the dangerous hitter to get back on strike.
Yeah, very poor fielding this is for a number of reasons. Number one, he's not attacking the ball at all. And so if you're not attacking the ball, you can't let it get past you like that. Matty Hone was just watching. He knew as soon as it's a mistake, he's going to take another. And that is what that cost you. That is what that misfield cost you. You allow the batters to take two. Hone gets back on strike, and he smashes the next ball for 4.
Yeah, great shot there by Hone. And these are the sort of fine margins that determine the outcomes of matches. That misfield might have cost his side about 5 runs.
More than that, you know, because if Hone stays on strike and keeps hitting boundaries, just think, Sanderson could be there. He's only just got out there. So let's just count up what happens. So the 1 and the 4, that's 5. So whatever else happens here from the bat of Matty Hone is all down to that little bit of, got to say, shabby fielding there from Thapa.
Oh, this one's a no-e. This one's a definite no-e. It's a 7-up as well. He's just forehanded this one away into that big footballing pitch. Sees the ball. It looks like it's just under shoulder height. That's how much of a no ball it is. And bang, smashes it away. 6 more runs. And the pummeling continues.
Yeah, well, that's your 150 now, isn't it? That one ball, 7 up. It's a Gundy ball. And once again, though, you've got to turn your focus on that misfield. So count them up, everybody. You can add that 7 to the 5. That's what it's costing you so far. So Matty Hone, he just waits as a new ball will have to come back because that one has gone a long, long way. And I think that's gone beyond that football pitch over there. Smashed away. New ball does come out from Ian Ramage, the tournament referee. So Pandit, he's gone for a few here, 35. He's still got 3 balls to bowl, 145 for 4.
And this is another incredible hit. Takes full advantage of the free hit and smashes this over square leg for a 6. Goes a little bit too short here. Pandit can't afford to bowl there with his pace. Hone gets underneath it, gets the elevation, and it goes all the way.
They'll be disappointed here, Everest. That's that 150. Now does come up with 2 balls to go. They did claw themselves back in this because it was a good start. It was 50 off the power play. But then we saw 3 or 4 overs, good overs, just contain BFC. Of course, those wickets from Basnet came at the right time. But, well, now Matty Hone is honing in on a half century of his own. That's a Gundy ball down the leg side. They won't be thinking of running. They don't want to rotate the strike just there. Matty wants to face all of these deliveries that come his way.
It's been an incredible innings by Matty Hone, hasn't it? He was pretty content to take the singles earlier when Anthony Walbridge was batting terrifically, but since his partner got dismissed, he just shifted up the gears, and now he's turned into the primary aggressor. This is straight down the ground. What an incredible shot. That goes for 6. Matty Hone now just a couple of runs away from a half century.
Oh, that is an exceptional hit because this ball is out. Look how he adjusts. So he's coming down straight. He sees that the ball, watch this again, coming down straight, makes the adjustment and clobbers it. That's an amazing shot. It really is. That already, early this morning, could be the shot of the day.
That shot is just all power. It's all muscle. I mean, the cricketing textbook says you need to be nice and still at the point of contact. None of that there for Matty Hone. He was all over the place. And, well, he's going to be out off the last ball, so a little bit of disappointment for him. Can't quite get to his half century. He's going to miss out on his first half century of this ECS, but it's another terrific captain's knock for the skipper of the British forces. Matty Hone ends up with 48. Terrific batting by him right at the end. And the British forces will post a very healthy total on the board, 158. So it's been a really good recovery for them after just losing their way a little bit in those middle overs. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. We saw something we've become so accustomed to seeing throughout this series. Burdikin and Isidore once again got the British forces off to a great start on the power play, going at a rate over 15 and over during those first 3. We saw Isidore smack 5 boundaries and hit a 6 as well. Burdikin, well, he's struck a 50 in every match he's been involved in so far. I wouldn't quite get to the half century this time around, but he would still make plenty of runs. We can just see his dismissal right there. A great catch by Bikash Khatri out in the deep. Isidore would depart shortly afterwards. A little nick through to the keeper. Well taken by Ashish Baum. And then this one would be the dismissal of Tom Gregory. An incredible bit of bowling by Sai Lukhter. Stayed a little bit low and be on a hat-trick. Wouldn't quite get the hat-trick though, as Anthony Walbridge would stride out. He put together a great 50-run partnership alongside Matty Hone that would just steady the ship for the British forces.
Yeah, it was a really good partnership as well, wasn't it? It was nice to see Anthony Walbridge open up and play some nice shots. They didn't bowl so well to him, but then what a way to get out. And this ball just spins back onto the stumps. He's there watching it happen as well. Just couldn't react quick enough to either bat it or kick it away. But that then brought the best out of Matty Hone, because he then said, all right, Anthony was doing all the clubbing, it's my turn, and he did club well. That shot was quite amazing, and we did think that maybe he was going to go on and get a half century here, but the last ball gets a bit of an edge on it, takes a snick behind, well caught by Bam behind the stumps. Pandit picks up a wicket. So it's one of those matches, isn't it? We saw the batting team on top. We saw Everest come back into it. Then Everest just lost their way slightly when they couldn't bowl well to the left-hander, Walbridge. And you saw BFC Cyprus make the most of that. So interesting. But I will say this, Nish, as we have a look at that score. 150. And when 150, they leave the door slightly open. If Arjun Sahi can bat the way that we saw him against the Warriors and score big runs, that is definitely achievable.
Certainly, it's going to come down to Baum and Shahi in that second innings. Just look at the bowling card for Everest. Pick of the bowlers, obviously Kishore Basnet figures a 115 overs, 2 overs. Sai Lukhter as well, picking up those 2 wickets in the middle of the innings that just put British forces in a spot of bother. Here's the mid-match summary. We're halfway through this game. The British forces have posted a total of 158. Join us again in a few moments where we'll bring you the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings of our opening match and on this wonderful Wednesday. We just saw the British forces get off to a terrific start, making 158 runs. They've posted a pretty formidable target here for Everest, largely led by their skipper, Matty Hone, with a terrific 48 runs of just 19 deliveries. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. As you can see, if Everest can achieve this target in just under 7 overs, they'll achieve the bonus point. And if the British forces can somehow restrict Everest to under 110, they'll be the ones leaving here with a bonus point. I think this could be a really close one, especially if these two, Baum and Shahi, start to get going. They're both quality batters. And anything is possible if they can put together a great partnership. The first ball of the second innings is coming up shortly. Scott Burdekin is going to bowl this first over, as he so often does. And this is a nice bit of fielding, you have to say. Really good work at fine leg. Puts the slide in, prevents him from going to the boundary rope, and Shahi gets off the mark with a single.
Yeah, gets a nice swivel on that, doesn't he, as he gets that played away. But yeah, I've mentioned before, maybe the difference in some of the teams we'll see is the standards in the field. I know that British forces, Cyprus, they sometimes do put a few catches down, but they'll throw themselves around and make those kind of stops.
Just nudged towards that fielder, a third man. Of course, both Baum and Shahi are incredible players, but very different styles of playing. Baum likes to open up the offside, loves his straight-batted strokes, a really classy player. Shahi, he's more of your typical T10 cricketer. Make some room over here, and there we go. Just as I mentioned, it's a beautiful shot through cover, and it's 4 runs to open his account.
Yeah, Ashif goes bang, and that's the Baum effect when he does get going. And you're right, they do. They're very contrasting, but even though you can see that BFC have got that offside tightly pat, he manages to get through the first boundary then in the innings. Remember the last time we did see Everest, they got that win, a big win against Phillips Warrior, 213 for 1. Ajahn Shahi, 112 of 35. And they had Jeevan Lumsel in the side as well, and we didn't see him bowl here today, so they're really saving him for the batting, and it was good that he found his form as well. He scored 44. So I think these two and Jeevan become your key batters in this run chase.
It's like they've just been able to locate that ball, and should be ready to get underway now with this 4th delivery. There we go. Let's see what how Burdekin reacts to that 4. And once again, looking to make some room, and it's a pretty similar outcome. Goes in a fairly similar direction. You can just see Jared from European Cricket Network there trying to do a bit of fielding. Another terrific shot by Baum.
Yeah, trying's the word. It was hit pretty well, and Gerard, he couldn't catch up with the Grizzly, could he? As it goes into the European Cricket Network banner there in partnership with the Federation of Cricket in Cyprus. You can see the logo from Cyprus has the mufflon on it.
Doesn't get a single here after striking a couple of boundaries. Ashish Baum. Shahi will face the final ball of this over. Struck towards mid on, and it just beats the fielder. Oh, he'll be a little bit disappointed there. That's young Ben Mortimer, who has just let one slip past him. Don't know if the skipper goes any easier on fines the younger you are.
Yeah, no, I think you can see that Matty's got that smile on his face that says, yeah, I won't forget that one. That's going in the book. I wonder how much. That's the question. It is the end of that first over. They get 14 from it, so a little bit behind, but key thing is wickets intact. And there were a couple of good shots there from both Arjun and from Baum as well. Time for Windy Miller now. This guy can be useful because he's pretty deceptive with his pace, but because he's pretty tall, that short of a length delivery, he does get a fair bit of bounce from it.
It's been really good throughout the series, Windy Miller. Picking up wickets, regular intervals. It's been quite economical as well. He bowled that a dramatic penultimate over when British forces pulled off a remarkable one-run victory a couple of days ago. This time he just goes for a shorter one and Bomb ducks underneath it.
Wow, he doesn't want the short stuff, does he? Ashes Balm. And, well, there's the short stuff. Have a sniff of this. But that was straight at him. And he ducks underneath it. And there's Evan Isidore standing up as he always does.
This time around, he goes a little bit wider, just mixing up his line a little bit.
Yeah, nice start from Miller. So there's that uncertainty you see for the batter. So the short one to soften him up, then the wider one outside the off. So now all of a sudden, Ashes Balm thinking he's got to get something on this one. He misses it. Now, the two umpires looking at each other with a height. I'd like to see this side on maybe. Just see this side on and see the height he does get on it. Yeah, I think that's okay. I mean, if he's, I think he's off the air there. So if that was called one for the over, I can understand it because batter is off the air. But that's 3 dot balls.
We're going to take a risky single here. Well, this is thrown straight to the keeper. Was there a chance at the non-strikers end instead? Well, I need to take another look at this.
I think it's actually the better play from the fielder because I think if you look at it, the striker's gone straight away. It's a non-striker that hasn't. It's a big, strong arm throw, but just has a little bit of work to do there. Does Gavin Isidore. What a great shot that is from Spring Media. Just have a look at that. I always said you can always tell the bat is down or not on this surface. And you can see he slides the bat in well there. Good technique, good running from Arjun Shahi.
And this one is going to be launched. It will take a bounce before going over the rope. A much needed boundary for Everest. They just need to keep up with this rate and make sure they don't chew up too many dot balls.
Yeah, nice shot. Just a little bit too short this time for Miller. And not short enough to trouble the batter. He's able to rock back and hit it on the up. They're the sort of shots you've got to be looking to play here in the power play. So Windy Miller, I wonder if he will still stick to this shorter line or go a bit fuller here to Shahi.
Good ball there by Windy Miller on the stumps. Just 5 runs off that over. Everest 19 for no loss at the end of 2.
Yeah, worth pointing out what the bonus point equation was there. Restrict to 111 or less, and that would be all the points to BF Cyprus. And they would like those points because if they pick up 4, you'll see, well, 4 or a win will take them into 3rd spot. And then with 2 more matches in the day, they could be right up there behind the Napa Kings as well. That is their mission. And Everest themselves have to get to that 112 to get anything from this match.
So they're not going to go with Burdekin here for this 3rd over. We often see him get bowled out during the power play. Instead, they're going to go with Walbridge, who batted terrifically in that 1st innings. Shouts to catch it. This could be a chance. Oh, it's just going to evade. Windy Miller was out in the deep. It's a good, strong throw towards the keeper. Is this a direct hit? It is, and this could be really, really interesting. This could be one of the throws of the series.
I'm saying he's out. Direct hit. I'm saying he's out. I think you'll see a good shot of this. If it doesn't hit direct, no chance, but it's a direct hit. Watch this. This is a goner. It's gone, is it? Oh, when does that ball take that? Oh, it's going to be one of those, isn't it? It's going to be one of those. The next frame shows that. And I think when you look at this closely, you're probably going to have to go with, if I'm looking at that, I'm going to say, I don't get the frame in between. Nish, I'm going to have to go with not out.
He's going to be saved by the frame over here. Ashish Balm. He got a feel for Windy Miller. I think a throw that good deserves a run out. But that's not how things work in cricket. Let's take another look at this. Great pickup. Incredibly strong throw. A fireball of a throw. But Ashish Balm, full credit to him, runs really well between the wickets, slides his bat in, and survives basically by a single frame.
Needed to dive though, didn't he? If it wasn't for that dive, both batters Shahi and now Bam have, well, they've had to dive for survival and they've made it. But what a throw that was. I think that was French who's out there on the boundary. Sprays onto the pads, and that gets whipped away, and that will go all the way. Bullet, bullet, bullet. Just goes to show just how important these two are. They're fighting and they're hustling, and they really are digging deep to stay out there. Both have had little scares, but can they stay together and get something out of this contest for their side?
Just gets past the keeper, Isidore. You can see just trying to run that one behind point. Well, it's going to be buys in the end.
Yeah, let's have I wonder if you can see this one more time. Probably got time now. I just thought it was very close to the line, I thought. Let's see. No, it's actually close to the batter that I thought. Good delivery in the block hole, good length, just a single. Yeah. Miller is in the deep. Nisha just told me, so it was Miller. Or Windy Miller that got that throw in. Oh, well, there's another one he's going to have to dive for, maybe. And this is great fielding. Well, there was a Tortuga, but he recovers and gets a good throw in. The batter has to scramble back. And once again, he only just makes it. But a brilliant bit of fielding here. It's just sensational stuff. That was Scott. And watch this.
Tortuga.
But the Tortuga doesn't get the better of Scott Woodkin. They've got a ball to come in the over. They gain at around 10s, but of course that's putting them behind the rate there. It's going to be around 18 if they don't get going pretty quickly. They would love a boundary here.
So struck once again towards Burdick. He's been a really busy man at mid-on. And he really needs to commend their fielding effort here for a side that typically plays in probably the nicest cricketing field in Cyprus out at Happy Valley, to come over here, to adapt so well, to field terrifically the way they have, has been an incredible transition, incredible adjustment. And that's one of the reasons why this British Forces side have emerged as a real dark horse contender for this ECS. End of the power play, 30 for no loss. Probably going a little bit slower than they would have liked here, Everest. Let's have a look at our upcoming events on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're here in Cyprus through to the 19th of June. From the 16th, I believe, or the 15th, we'll be shifting over to another ground over at Happy Valley. And then after that, we've got cricket coming up from Czechia, Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Croatia. It's a summer full of action. The cricket doesn't slow down on the European Cricket Network.
No, it doesn't slow down at all. And I'm looking at the places that we're going to be venturing to, you know, Nish, and I think we're going to have to get used to this heat as well, because I reckon the sun is going to follow us around. We're going to have a cracking summer, and we're going to see plenty of action as well. Speaking of action, it's all happening out there in the middle at the moment, and as I suspected, they don't get the boundary of that last ball, so 18 or plus 18 it is from here on in. So these two Everest batters do need to start clicking here now, and I wonder if they're going to, who they're going to target. But Matty Hone, it's a difficult guy to contend with when he comes. He's been bowling so well for them the last two times we've seen him. It was his great over that prevented the Napa Kings from getting 8 of the last to get a win against them. He just bowls a very intelligent line. He doesn't often give the batter that pitched up delivery to hit down the ground. He bangs it in, and he, short of a length, outside the off, and with the wicket keeper there as well, makes it very difficult.
I'll do you, Matty.
Towards long off for another single. Matty Hone has been really, really economical throughout this ECS with his bowling. His most famous over, of course, being that match-clinching over where he defended 8 runs in the final over to seal his side of victory. Another great bit of work out in the deep by Tom Gregory. Low full toss, he's going to get away with that. He can just sense the frustration from Ashish Bam starting to creep into him, just thoughts his bat in anger. He knows he's missed out on one.
Yeah, it always gets harder when you know you've got to be trying to hit boundaries and you're just not getting one. And it means you try harder. Well, they'll get one here, though. That's been absolutely crunched. Well, bam! goes bam. That's a biggie. And they need a few of these though. They need to get some back-to-back boundaries in here. They're getting a boundary, maybe one boundary every over. It doesn't help them. You need to really, you want a trio of boundaries per over for the next few overs to get them back in this contest.
That was their first boundary in 7 deliveries. They've had to wait quite a bit for one. And just the second maximum of this innings. They're going to need to string together a few more over here just to bring themselves back into this game. You can see that required run rate is just under 20. That's pretty much implies that every over needs to be magical from here on out. Goes big again. Well, beg your pardon, he actually doesn't go big. He's hit that one straight to the fielder. It covers a real loud sound off his bat, but I think Shahi's just examining his bat, wondering how he's not struck that one away for a boundary. End of the 4th, Everest still going in exactly 10 and over.
Where's the acceleration going to come from? So once again, we saw that one big hit, but one's not enough. They need to go more than that. And you can see at the moment what that graph shows you. But the blue line is where you got to be just to pick up a point from this contest. But at the red line, that seems a long, long way away. That's what you need to win. So you can see from that the British Forces Cyprus are certainly looking to keep this to below the blue line and take all the points away. That would be a great start to their day. A day that sees them playing 3 matches.
That's Anderson coming into bowl this 5th. Oh, starts off with a really, really wayward delivery. Bomb will get a few runs over there as well. A free hit's coming up. That one just slips out of his hand. Sanderson, though, he's always prone to the odd no ball, isn't he? We saw him bowl numerous no balls the last time he featured for the British Forces. And this might just be the over they target.
Sanderson is back. Now, you mentioned that he does sometimes have trouble. I think there was one match last time where he had to actually get taken off for too many of those. So let's see if he can get it right. Well, this time there's going to be another wide, so the free hit stays in place. I think it was a wide, that one. Could be off a number of occasions. One, it's the width, and the other is the shortness of it. I reckon he has stage fright. He just doesn't like the stage. I saw them out there practicing before the start of the match, and he was bowling a beauty after a beauty. When the cameras are on, he just can't perform. He's just a nervy character, is Sanderson. There he is. You see, I put him off already. All right, Sanderson, we've turned the cameras off, buddy. Nobody's watching. Nobody's watching. Let's see if it works. Well, not really. That's going to go all the way. There's going to be 6 runs. Bully, bully, bully. And that means that, off that one ball, they've scored 12 runs.
That one just sat up really nicely for Ashish Baum. He just waited on it and hammered that one away. Yeah. That could be the second for the over.
I reckon, yeah, when you watch that side on, I reckon that could have been the second. So this one also could be a no-y. Because if you look at this, he's in the air playing it. I mean, it's a close one. It's there or thereabout. But just the umpires are just having a look at this again, I think. And it's coming through now. Let's see what the call is going to be from the umpire. So the third umpire, Tracy, having a look. Probably will be discussing it probably with Ian Rummage. Haven't seen any signal from the umpire. But there it is. There's the call. It will be called a no ball. The second one over the shoulder. Remember, the one before was the wide. But it still counts as over the shoulder because it was short and over the head. So it's this ball, a legal delivery, still yet to be bowled then. Because that is a no ball, so that's a 7-up.
That's it.
And this is hit past the fielder. Fielder coming across, and excellent from Matty Hone. Absolutely brilliant. And, well, and Kevin Isidore does well as well. Probably doesn't know too much about this. Doesn't really bounce, but look at this fielding. Sensational.
Oh, look at that spin and that throw right back to the keeper. That was sensational stuff. Top bit of fielding. And he saved his side 3 runs, fires in the throw as well. Captain with an electric bit of fielding, just trying to inspire his side again when they're in a spot of bother. That's a full toss. And you can just see the frustration in Shahi. He knows he's missed out on one as well. Sanderson's really struggling.
Yeah, all right, he's missed out, but I suppose what he has done, he's got the single, and maybe there's Ashish Baum that is liking the look of Sanderson more. So far the over's pretty good. I mean, that's 15 just off 2 balls. 14 came off just the first ball because of the wide, the no balls, etc. So this is the over that could change things. Sanderson, once again under pressure.
Yep.
Better ball, better ball.
Much better delivery there by Sanderson. That's where he needs to be.
Applause now for Sanderson and, of course, for the fielder. And that's one thing that the British forces of Cyprus will always do. No matter what, they will always support each other. And a bit like we saw from the Warriors yesterday. That's hit pretty well, and that one, oh, that's incredible. That is the best save you'll ever see where you don't use your hands. That's the best bit of foot fielding in the world for Anthony Wallbridge. Best bit of foot fielding in the world. That is just outrageous. It is outrageous.
Absolutely outrageous. That's like a goal line clearance. He just slide tackles to somehow prevent that ball from going over a boundary. Back to the live action. We just seen another full toss that Bomb has managed to smash away for a 4. But that was incredible. That bit of fielding was truly outstanding. Somehow slides across, uses his feet to prevent that from going for a boundary. And my word, that might be one of the highlights of the day. Has this got enough to go away for a 4 as well? It doesn't. Goes into the goal as well. So a big over here for Everest. 25 runs coming off it. That's just the over they needed to bring them back into this game. Halfway through the innings, Everest are 65 for no loss, and this is a good chance to welcome you back into our commentary position. Nishchev Hutt here alongside Rico Full. Everest, they started a little bit quietly. They were going at about 10 and over, but this Sanderson over just brought them back into it.
It brought them back into it. If you look at like for like, they're 1 run behind. Yeah, so they're back in this match. Look, I want to say, and just let the people know about this, on this day back on 2009, I know the World Cup is on at the moment. The first match in that World Cup, remember what happened?
What happened?
Netherlands beat England. Netherlands beat England on this day back in 2009 in the World Cup. And the reason I want to mention it is because the World Cup is on at the moment, and also to give a big shout out to Sir Rob Kemming, because he was there. He was part of the big setup of the Netherlands side there. So, Rob, I hope you're celebrating. I know that the Netherlands will be celebrating because, remember, yesterday they got a good win in the current World Cup over Nepal. So, well done to the Netherlands. But, yeah, back in 2009, Netherlands beat England in the T20 World Cup. So, that was a huge surprise. And I know the Dutch were painting the town orange on that day.
That was a really special performance. Now that you remind me about it, I believe Stuart Broad was captaining that England side. If I recall correctly, Shahi smashes that one away for a 6 as well. Burdikin inserted into the attack just to stem this flow of runs, but he gets hammered away over mid-wicket by Shahi. And we were just talking about how if these two can really get going, then anything is possible for Everest. And now, well, there'll be a few nerves in that British forces camp.
There will be. And Shahi, it'll be a good time for him to find his form. And he's finding it as he goes for another biggie. Boom. Shaka lagya. Que guay. Que genial. Que grandes. Seis más. Es una nexi.
That's an enormous hit. Smacks it really, really far away towards that cow corner boundary. Back-to-back sixes to start off. Burdikin under an immense amount of pressure to start off this over. Goes big again. This one's gone big. This is a huge hit. It's absolutely massive. It's been deposited into those olive groves. Just over pitching this one, Burdikin, and Shahi gets to the pitch of the ball and hammers it away.
Good, clean hitting. 3 balls, 3 sixes. Shahi has woken up, and this match has also got pretty lively all of a sudden. They never looked in it. They looked a long way out of it. That rate was reaching the 20 per over mark. Then that last over just going for 25 has given them belief. And now 3 balls, 3 sixes. Match, game, back on.
Where's this one going to end up? And oh, there was a chance for the fielder, but it looks like it's gone past him. That's Gareth Richardson out in the deep. We've commented a lot on his foot fielding and his footballing ability, but this time around, well, does this take a bounce before the rope? Either way, it goes for a boundary. And yeah, looks like it has indeed been given a 4.
Six, 6, 6, and 4. They've got 22 of the over already.
Get to the pitch of this one as well. There's half a chance. And in the end, he's just stuck a hand out there, hasn't he, Anthony Walbridge? It was always going to be a very difficult catch considering he went at it one-handed. In the end, he saved the side 3 runs. 6 runs Walbridge has saved. Out on the deep, we saw some great foot fielding earlier, and now, well, sticks his mid out and prevents that from going for 4. Out towards fielder at mid-wicket. It's another single.
Over now comes to an end, but it's another magical one. So the one before went for 25. This one goes for 24. They're back in this game, and now they're just taking the rate down, not by notch, aren't they? It gets to about 17. Remember, not too long ago, it was around about 20. All right, they've got a couple of those big overs in. Remember I said 2 big overs. They're back in this. Now, though, it's about maintaining this. Can they do it? Well, 2 batters, both in the 40s. You'd expect that they can, and it looks like they're going back to Windy Miller straight away. Windy, it was a great first over, but this is where you just got to go for it. Look, you should get to the 111. You've got to target Windy Miller here as well. 89 without loss. We've seen some really good partnerships in this series already, most of them being those opening partnerships. Here's another one, and could it be a match-winning one though? They just feel one more good over, another magical over, and then they take that rate down to around about that 15 mark and go at 15s all the way down to the last. If you still got these 2 in, you'd fancy them to do it.
Has this got enough to go the distance? It does. It's another 6. Windy Miller gets smacked for a 6 here. Well, you can just sense there's so much confidence in these 2 batters right now. Managed to get 49 runs of the previous 2 overs. And this was a good move to bring Windy Miller in during this very important stage in the match. But he gets smashed for 6 off the first ball. And now, well, one goes down the leg side for a wide. It's going to be a minimo. And you can just sense that tension is starting to seep into Windy Miller as well.
Oh, that one. Yeah, he holds his head. He knows it's a Gundy ball. It gets missed by Kevin Isidore as well. That's going to be a minimo. So we've seen 6 and 5. And, oh, dear. That's just off this over. That's 11 off the over.
That 5th over has been such an enormous momentum swing. Is there something there? There is! And that's what Miller's capable of doing. He can turn a game on its head with just 1 delivery. Finally, pulls out a terrific one there. And there's a little edge through to the keeper. Ashish Baum falls 3 runs short of a half century. And that is a massive, massive partnership-breaking wicket.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's going to be so disappointed because he plays the wrong shot. He's been pretty aggressive all the way through. He should have been looking to play this on the leg side. He plays the wrong shot. But that is the advantage of having that wicketkeeper standing up, because he doesn't allow the batter to move around in his crease. He probably would have ideally wanted to go down and smash that down leg side. He doesn't. He tries to guide it away. And with the score on 100, the big breakthrough that the British forces of Cyprus needed, they get the wicket. Sahil Akhtar comes in at 3.
Akhtar isn't quite sure where that one is. Well, he'll get a single. Yeah, this is a very interesting move. You typically see Jeevan Lumsel coming in at number 3 to decide to experiment a little bit and send Sahil Akhtar, who, well, in all honesty, hasn't distinguished himself too much throughout his career with the bat in hand, a strike rate of under 100. But, well, maybe the captain just thinks if he can connect on a few here, he might be able to launch them like that. That one is launched into that training field. Oh, and it's a good thing it's a school morning right now, so no one's playing there.
What a hit. I mean, it's a full toss, but it needs putting away. That's been absolutely clobbered. Now, Arjun Sahi needs to stay there. They don't. If they lose him, I don't think they win the match. They're going to get to the 111. They've got to focus on the match. That is massive. I'll give you my thoughts about Akhtar in a moment. As this one is going to go all the way as well. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Brrrr. Well, they have got the big wicket of Bam. Bam goes but the Centurion, Arjun Sahi, is still there, and he's on a half century already, 55 of 18. Is he going to get them the famous victory here? This over has gone for 24. The rate is down below 15. Oh, he gets a little bit lucky here, but he will take himself back on strike. So that's worked a treat. 25 come off that over from Windy Miller. Obviously, that was assisted because of those 5 wides as well. It's 114 for 1. They have got a point, but they're searching for the win here. They need another 45 in 18 deliveries. And if Arjun Shahi takes out there, they should probably do this. Right, my thinking on Actor as we look at the next match coming up here, and Nicosia fighters against the British forces of Cyprus. So I think Anwar Hussain, Mohammed Tanvir, and maybe somebody like, well, perhaps Munirul Islam could be the keys there. One thing I noticed there, though, no, he is there. Ali Raza is there as well. He'll be big with the bat as well. But with Actor, my thoughts, I think Jeevan Lamsal is a good batter, but he takes time to get going. He's not aggressive. And I think they've decided here, look, we want to go for this because we're going to get a point. If Jeevan goes out there, he's going to slow things down. We'd rather have batters go out that can connect, that can get a boundary, and just go for the win. Jeevan would have been the ideal guy to go out if they were struggling. If BFC Cyprus was on top, then he could just steady the ship and get them to the point. But they've got the point already, so it's a good move, I think.
So 74 runs of the last 3 overs have really just turned this match on its head. And the skipper has now turned to Tom Gregory, so he's introducing a new bowler into the attack. I think that's pretty much an indication that he's not going to give Sanderson a second over. We could probably expect Walbridge and the captain himself, Matty Hone, come out and bowl the last couple of overs. This is another terrific hit by Shahi. It's short and wide, and he just baseballs this away to the cow corner.
Well, Arjun Shahi took a while to get going. There's no doubt about it. But once he started, I mean, especially when he laid into that over there off early on of Sanderson, there's no stopping him now. And he's hitting it big. And another big over here, and that could be the match. It really could be. We've seen 3 magical on the spin.
Catch it!
Shouts to catch it, but it's not going to be anywhere near the fielder. It's well clear of the boundary rope. Back-to-back 6s to start off.
He's just not holding back, and I'm liking this move. Arjun Shahi's decided it's all or nothing. I mean, any one of these shots he could miscue and could be gone. They know that as well, BFC. Doesn't quite get this right, so now this is where they'll put the pressure on. Oh, they take, well, he wants to. Now, he's not going to run himself out, surely. Wow, he wanted to, did Akhtar. He would say, look, you can get back on strike, and this is where Shahi is saying, you're kidding me. It's coming up to 35 degrees. I've been out here from the start. I'm not running back there. I'll have a breather. You can hit one out of the park. And Akhtar has a go, and he will hit one out of the park. He gets 6 here as well. Double teapots all around from the British forces of Cyprus. We could see an incredible run chase here. I said at the time, 150s always leave the door open. It's that sort of pit. If a batter gets going, anything can happen. Now Akhtar is helping his team. 133 for 1. Oh, that's a very good thump, but it gets past the fielder. It's a great effort. But Ed Sanderson can't stop it. It's going to be 4 more. Akhtar, you wonder why he wanted to run at the other end and try and run out the likes of Arjun Sahi. It's a good job he stayed there. He cracks another one away. Just have a look at what they need here now. 22 of 13.
This has just been an incredible turnaround by Everest these last 4 overs. Oh, they're just batting so freely. And I think, well, it wouldn't be a bad idea to just settle for the dot ball and bring Shahi back on strike for the penultimate over. Well, the captain decides to experiment a little bit. Let's just have a look at the keeper here. Was there a chance? Oh, there might have been.
Yeah, I think there was. I mean, it would have been a risky one, but there was an opportunity to remove Akhtar, who scored 11 of 4 deliveries, so 137. I still think, though, Nish, I still think there is a twist in this match. It's one of those matches, the same way we saw that innings from the BFC, the way it went up, down, I still think there's a twist here. Let's see if I'm right. Shahi. Oh, it gets the toe end of the bat, and he's going to go for 4. Would have been pushing for a wide here, but he just decided, Arjun Shahi, whatever comes his way, he's having a smash. Let's just talk about Arjun Shahi at the moment. Remember, he scored that century. It was a blistering knock, and that was the last time we saw him out the middle. Well, he's still retaining that form in the 140s here now. 18 required for victory.
Struck out towards long on. It's a good bit of fielding. He's been terrific out in the deep. And I gotta say, Matty Hone coming in to bowl this penultimate over. I wouldn't have minded seeing him bowl that 8th over, just try to settle things down a little bit. Has he come in just an over too late? We'll wait and see. This one goes away for a single as well. Shouts to hold it, but
he's not
Skipper
listening.
Does have a bit of a shot at the stumps.
He's not listening, is he? Everybody's saying, hold it, but he still has a go. All right, Shahi gets back on strike. Oh, these next 3 balls could be so crucial.
Where's this one going to land? Well clear of the boundary rope. That's another huge 6 for Shahi. And this has come down to slightly above a run and ball for Everest. And it's just been an absolute assault these last 4.5 overs. Just an incredible display of power hitting by Shahi. And this one is going to be another 6. Everest are now just 1 shot away from what would be an absolutely remarkable chase.
This is just exceptional. It is exceptional. Shahi moves to 86. The last time we saw him, he scored that century of 112 of 35, 86 of 26. 4 runs to win it. Any boundary would do it. And where's this one gone? They are running. They will take probably a bye here. Let's see what the signal is from the umpire. And there's a bit of, yeah, they're calling this a wide. Calling it a wide. They're saying it's over the head. Let's have a look at this again. Well, it does. I think it strikes him on the top. Does it hit him on the helmet? They're calling it a wide. So that's going to be 2 runs there. 2 required then. Well, stumps are knocked over. But will it make a difference? There is a wicket. Akhtar will go. It happens at the end of the over as well. So 157. 157 for 2. Arjun Shahi will be on strike. What a run chase. And the way that they've done it has been quite amazing.
It really has been amazing. 117 runs of these last 5 overs. Everest, keep in mind, got off to a really slow start. They were going at 10 and over those first 4 overs, but that Sanderson over turns out to be a huge turning point. The skipper then, he's tried numerous different things, but whoever he's brought on has been taken to the cleaners, and it looks like Everest are about to pull off an absolutely remarkable chase here and take this one and hand the BFC their first ever loss. Well, their first loss of this ECS.
Yeah, first one of the. You know what? We've seen 2 centuries from Kasim. We saw a century from Arjun. We saw a century from Kalagala yesterday as well. But I will say this. So that's it. That's the match. Well, that's tied. That's the score's tied. Scores are tied. So we've seen so many centuries. We've seen some amazing things. Don't forget Karan Singh's first century. Of all the knocks, this one is the best. I tell you why, as that is in the air and it does get held. So he is going to lose his wicket. Arjun Shahi on 86 with the scores tied. But, I say but, I mean, we got 5 balls to go. He still should have won the match for his side. And I'm still going to maintain, out of all of those centuries that we've seen and all the innings we've seen, this knock is by far the best. Not that I've just seen in this series so far, but probably in a while. Because if it wasn't for that knock, they're not winning this match. It's incredible. And it's unfortunate that he's going to depart before he gets them what should be a win. But it's been an amazing knock. It really has. We've seen something special there from Arjun Shahi.
It's been absolutely incredible if you consider the kind of pressure his side was under, going up against a quality bowling attack as well in the BFC. And looks like even Lumsell's going to come out. Can he knock the winning runs away over here? Well, he's going to let one go past that. That's really odd.
Well, Lumsell, what are you doing? What are you doing? Right. His scores are tied here. Golden ball, anybody? We did have one yesterday, didn't we? Oh, that's it. And that's done and dusted. They've got to run. They will run. They get the one run they needed. It is going to be a victory. It was a wide anyway, so that's it. It's done. It's done and dusted. Everest have pulled off quite a sensational run chase. Remember, at the end of 3 overs, or at the end of 4 overs, they're only going at 10s. They were way behind. It got to a point where they needed to go magical. But you know what? They needed to go magical. They went magical. It was quite incredible amount of hitting. Let me just talk you through over number 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. 25, 26, 25, 23, and 20. They needed to go magical niche. They went magical. They've won the match. But once again, I've got to say, the first partnership between Bam and Shahi, 100, they put them together, was great. But the knock from Arjun Shahi, that 86, is probably one of the best under pressure knocks that I've seen.
It was absolutely incredible. 117 runs of those 5 overs you just mentioned. After that Sanderson over, they just looked a completely different team out there, Everest. And the BFC, well, they'll feel like this one has an opportunity to slip through their fingers. I'd say it's been snatched by them by some absolutely incredible hitting by Arjun Shahi, one of the finest innings we have seen in a while here on the European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Well, we said that Shahi and Baum would need to have a big performance for Everest to have a chance, and boy did they. That was a great throw by Windy Miller. You have to say the running between the wickets was absolutely sensational. How many close run-out calls were there where they just about made it back in time because they slid their bat in. Right now, you are watching the over that absolutely turned this game on its head. Sanderson was a little bit all over the place, and he got punished for 25 runs. And after that over, things just turned on its head for Everest. They make 117 runs, as we've mentioned a number of times, off the next 5 overs. It was just one over and after other. It was worth 20-plus runs.
Yeah, it was just awesome. It really was quite an incredible run chase. I'm actually quite surprised of the lack of celebrations there from Everest. They seem to have just taken it in their stride. It's like, yeah, nothing special. That was special. That was a special chase. There's no doubt about it. And it was special because they did it outside of the power play. Now, that was the wicket there of Ashish Bam, when I think he will be disappointed the way he gets out, but he may have went. But then it was time for Arjun Shahi to go as well, but he went ballistic, just thumping balls all over the place. I mean, all right, that over from Sanderson. I know Sanderson does have overs like that, but then Scott came on straight afterwards. They expected him to get and slow things down and get the breakthrough. He went for 25. Miller, even though he picked up that wicket, went for 25. Tom Gregory came on. He went for 23. And even Matty Hone, they came in and did pick up a wicket off the last ball of his spell on that 9th over. He went for 20. And then it was, by then, all done and dusted. The only sad thing for me is there that the guy that made it all possible, my player of the match there, Arjun Shahi, had to go with the score drawn tied.
Incredible, just incredible at the end there. Jeevan Lumsell just lets one go through for wide, and those were the winning runs. Handshakes all around. Great day for Everest, and this will really taste sweet for them, knocking off a really, really serious side in the BFC, a team more undefeated prior to this match. This will fill them with confidence and just make them feel that they still have a chance of making it to the knockout stages. Here's a look at the scorecard. Of course, the star performer was Arjun Shahi with that spectacular 86. Some incredible hitting on display by Everest talisman. Ashish Baum supported him incredibly well too, making 47 of 24. And of course, Encore, that great move over there to just push him to number 3. He got in a couple of good hits, which was really important down the stretch.
It was very important. I think that was such a smart move, because I think they would have been tempted to go with Jeevan Lumsell. But yeah, Encore coming out. And I remember he wanted to take a 2 to get Shahi back on strike. Shahi said, no, I'm not doing it. And then he hit the next ball for 6 and a 4. And that made a big difference to that match. What a match. What a start to the day. Well, wherever you're tuning in from, you've seen another cracker here in Cyprus. As you just have a look at the bowling figures there. I think, some disappointing figures there. Sanderson just not able to get it right. Even Gregory couldn't make it happen. But that's the thing that we've seen here, that batting has been so hard, it's been cruel for the bowlers, and if they don't get that little bit of luck that they need, then that hurts you. Just remember though, a couple of things to remember. Shahi dropped by Gareth, and also when he was on, so that was 36, and on 42 he was dropped also by Wallbridge as well. So those little chances, some of those, especially that one from Wallbridge, was half a chance. If you hold on to those, you go on to win the match. What a start it has been here. We've got about 20 minutes before the start of the next match. The Nicosia Fighters take it on the British Forces of Cyprus. The Cyprus, they'll be hurt by that loss, but they're the sort of team that'll use that hurt to come back even stronger in the next one. So maybe we need to say, watch out, the Fighters. Join us back in about 80 minutes time. Rico Full here with Lishay Part and the rest of the ECN crew. Volvemos en 18 minutos.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back to the heat here in Cyprus as we prepare for match number 23. The British forces of Cyprus are going to stay on the field. They are taking on the Nicosia fighters. The fighters hoping that they can get some good performances in here today to help them move up the standings in Group A. Ian Rummage has the captains with him, and the news that comes through here is that the British forces of Cyprus will be once again having a bat first. Of course they will. They batted very well in that last match against Everest. Though we did see some highlights, but there were some negatives there as well. I suppose one of those ones was Tom Gregory, him going out first ball, but I'm pretty sure that he will come back stronger this time, as well as somebody like Scott Burdekin. Scott Burdekin, after an amazing start, well, sooner or later, he was going to have a blip, so he doesn't go on to a big score, but they have the squad and the depth in their squad, don't they? When they need somebody to step up, somebody like Anthony Wallbridge did, he's batted beautifully, did the left-hander, and Matty Hone, the captain, credit to him, almost bringing up a half-century, and didn't he hit the ball well as well? And, of course, they'll be happy to see someone like Kevin Isidore finding his form with the bat as well. So we know that they're going to be strong. We know that once again they're going to be eyeing up a 150 plus score. The Nicosia fighters, they're going to have a fight on their hands. Their captain Anwar Hossain knows that. Hossain has to be at his best here today. I think he needs to up the tempo with his own batting. We know he has the ability, but he just needs to be a little bit quicker. Someone like Ali Raza becomes very key. But one man that I believe can make a huge difference for them, and maybe he's going to be the star of this match, is going to be Mohamed Tanvir. This guy bowls with pace, he's electrifyingly quick, but he relies on his teammates to take those catches as well, and with the bat he's a little bit of a pocket rocket as well. Looking forward to this one. Nish, over to you for the start of this one. Nish will give you a little bit more about the two squads here. Nish, the news from the middle is that once again the British forces of Cyprus are going to have a bat first.
Thank you very much for that update. British forces once again are going to look to post a total on the board and try to defend it. They came up short last time, didn't they? We just witnessed a thrilling match to start out this wonderful Wednesday when Everest pulled off an absolutely remarkable chase, chasing down a total north of 150 to take a rather unlikely win thanks to some real heroics from Arjun Shah. You can just take a look at that beautiful drone shot of our Ipsinos Cricket Ground. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for these two teams. Of course, Rico just introduced you to some of the terrific players in this fighters team. Anwar Hossain, the captain, leading the way in that fantasy dashboard. Mohamed Tanvir, you know he's capable of smacking a few long, but his bowling, that's what we're really going to be looking at. Munir Rahman, big addition. He was unavailable during the weekend, but he's come back to this Nicosia fighters side. He's going to be such an important addition. Meanwhile, for the British forces, well, we had a chance to watch them earlier this morning, and we know that it all starts from their top three: Burdekin, Isidore, Gregory. All three of them have batted terrifically. Here's a look at who will win. That win predictor having it at 55-45, so you might as well call it a coin flip. I mean, it's pretty close to 50-50. Hard to separate these two teams. Should be another thrilling match. Yeah, let's see how the BFC respond after getting punched in the mouth. Their first defeat of this ECS coming at the hands of an Everest side who struggled a little bit for much of this series, so it was an upset victory for Everest. Just their second victory of this ECS. Burdekin on strike. This man scored 350s so far this ECS in just 4 innings. Lowish full toss. He's not going to look to overhit this. Just gets the boundary. Pretty poor delivery, in all honesty, to start off for Anwar Hossain. Has absolutely no protection there. Doesn't look to overhit it. Just leans into it. And off it goes for a 4. Great stroke. little bit of width on offer, but there's a fielder out in the deep to cut it out. It's a single. Heaven Isidore gets back on strike. Of course, we've seen some real flashes of brilliance from Isidore throughout this series with his wicket keeping, with his batting. He's got some great starts throughout this series, but I think this time we're looking to be much more ruthless and look to play that long innings. Really look to bat the opposition out of the game. There's a wide. Anwar Hussain does typically struggle a little bit with extras. Let's see how he'll do in that department during this match. Just keeping extras to a minimum is just such an important factor in these games that we probably don't talk about enough. And what separates the good sides and the great so often is the number of wides they bowl. Big, absolutely massive. That is an enormous hit. Goes all the way into the olive groves. That's a 6. Heaven Isidore starts out with a bang. It was right in the slot. And you can see that just such a good stroke. And they're just they're completely changing the field here. The Nicosia fighters in response to that shot. They previously had a deep point and a long off in position. They're now completely readjusting this field in response to that shot. They're second guessing themselves a little bit here as well. Captain's currently got 3 fielders outside the ring. I hope he realizes that. He needs to tell one man to come in, and boy, okay, this is a little bit of a mess, to be honest with you. They sent out a long off and long on, only to call them back in. Yeah, complete change in their plan over here. That's actually rather funny because the net result is they've only moved the fielder who was previously at deep backward point to a sort of more traditional deep third man position, and in the end half the teams moved and most of them were just called back to their original position. Very interesting stuff. Straight down the ground, goes for a 6. You can't set a field to that because it's gone well clear of the boundary rope. Great shot. Takes a little bit of pace off of Anwar Hussain, and Isidore just waits for it and muscles it down the ground. It's another 6 for this incredibly talented cricketer. An outstanding start here for the BFC. We did expect a big response to them after that rough loss. Can't fault their batting, though, in that previous game. They posted a pretty good total. Maybe could have had a few more runs. This is struck out towards mid-wicket. Oh, it's a direct hit. But Burdekin was well inside his crease, so he's going to be safe. The first over comes to an end, 18 runs off. Let's just take another look at this direct hit. As you can see, he's grounded his bat. He's perfectly safe. No problem there whatsoever. 18 off the first over. Great start for the BFC. And here's a look at our ECS calendar for this year. Well, we've had the great pleasure of joining you from here in Cyprus for the next couple of weeks. And then the cricketing carnival continues on the European Cricket Network. After we conclude here in Cyprus, we head over to Czechia. And then we'll go further east over to Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria before trips to Rome and Austria in August. What an incredible summer of cricket. The temperatures heat up, and so does the intensity of the cricket on ECN. Of course, this is our second trip to Cyprus this year. We kicked off the European cricket calendar back here in the middle of January. So here's going to be Sarab Ahmed coming into bowl the second over. Of course, I mentioned this man before the fighter's very first game, and interestingly enough, he wasn't given the ball in that match, but typically he's a very important bowler for this fighter's team. One of the few bowlers in this country who can actually swing the ball both ways. He can just be a little bit erratic with his line and length at times, but when he gets it right, such a joy to watch. It's a nice one to start off. There's not much that Burdikin can do about that. You can just see what he's rehearsing. Probably a horizontal bat stroke would serve him right. But he really should be pitching this up. Get it right up there in the channel. Look at that movement, incredible. Just getting it to move back into the right-hander. This is what Ahmed can do when he's at his best. He's the kind of bowler, though, when he's really, really bowling at his best. Just makes you want to put a slip in place. So could be a chance over here. Wasn't perfectly played, but he's going to get a boundary. Wasn't in total control of that shot there, Scott. It's a little bit back of a length. I think should be pitching it a touch fuller, in my opinion, here. Sarab Ahmed. But it goes away for a boundary. Down the ground, one bounce over the rope for 4. Comes off the bottom end of the bat. This one takes a bounce, goes over the rope for 4. Slightly over pitch, he's going to get punished. So Ahmed, after starting this over off quite well, has been struck for 3 consecutive boundaries. You're just starting to see Burdikin's class kick in. He's just starting to get this slightly wrong here with his length, Sarab Ahmed. It's a good idea to pitch up a little bit, but you can't over pitch it, can you? Out towards long on. That's going to be a single. Burdikin will keep strike for the final over of the power play. Another fairly productive over for the BFC. 31 for no loss at the end of 2. British forces once again off to a great start. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, the British forces suffered their first defeat in that previous match at the hands of Everest, to pick up just their second victory of this ECS. And Nicosia fighters, keep in mind, they went winless in the ECS we had here in January, so a couple of wins for them will certainly fill them with confidence. Royal Cricket Club, though, 2-5. That's a bit of a disappointing start for them. I think we expected a little bit better from them this ECS. Mohamed Tanvir, here we go. He's going to bowl this final over the power play, of course. Plenty of talk about Mohamed Tanvir heading into this game. You heard Rico sharing quite a bit about him during that introduction. Let's see if he can make a real impact in this game. Here we go. Final over the power play. He loves to bowl at a rapid pace, and he's got what looks like a leg slip in place over here as well. I don't know if it's just because they're concerned about some of the wides he bowls, but you know, the old saying goes that he can't set a field to bad bowling. I think he just got to back Tanvir. I don't know if there might be just a plan here where they're wondering if Naj just might go through to that leg slip fielder. Just a single over there. Could have let that one go through, in all honesty, Burdikin. He's probably spoiled to wide. Let's take another look at that. Yeah, I should be leaving that one alone. Should be leaving it alone and allowing it to go through for a wide. Tanvir's pace just bothering the batters a touch. A lot of this fighters lineup is medium pace bowlers, and then Tanvir comes in, bowls at an express pace, just gives them something a little bit different. Goes short. And just a bang one in. The umpire gives it the one for the over. Yeah, this is very exciting stuff by Tanvir. It's a nice battle between him and the batters. Ooh, well, was that a wide? That's a question which some people might be asking. Given the one for the over there by the umpire. Edge taken. Oh, it's not. It's actually been spilled. Oh, for a moment it looked like the keeper was going to take that one. But he's put down the opportunity. And Tanvir does produce the chance. And oh, the wicketkeeper putting that one down. Zakir Hossain. You can see the edge go through for a second. You thought he might just take it. But he spilt that one. It's just gone through to him at such a rapid pace that he's not been able to hold on to it. Oh, well, he's a lucky boy, Osador. Dropped on 12. That's another one that just beats the batter for pace. This has been a very entertaining over to watch. Just enjoying his battle with these two batters. You know, I wouldn't have minded seeing him bowl that opening over. Bowl overs 1 and 3. Get him bowling as many balls as possible to the top of this BFC order. Here we go, final ball of this power play. That's another quick ball that's gonna go past the batter. Terrific stuff by Tanvir. Unlucky to not get a wicket in that over. Had a chance dropped. And that was an over which the fighters desperately needed after a couple of expensive overs to start things off. 34 for nothing at the end of the power play. The BFC, of course, got a long day of cricket ahead of us. 5 big matches coming up here in Cyprus. We're only at the start of our second game. I'm Nishjay Bhatt, and joining me throughout the day is Rico Full. Here's a look at some of the stats from this ECS we've had so far in Cyprus.
Yeah, good to be back, and yet what we are seeing there, you can see the daily run rates starting to creep upwards, aren't they? You'd expect that. I think your batters get in. We saw that in the first game here today when the British forces scored 158, but Everest got that win. And I'm just talking to some of the Everest guys, and they were just sharing a little joke with them, saying, well, you know, maybe they might get a call up to maybe go to the Caribbean, or perhaps there to play for Nepal, because of course Everest are made up mainly of Nepalese players, and they certainly put a stunning performance in this morning to get that win against Everest, especially Arjun Shahi, who was the man of the match, and of course he was after that 86 from him. Wonderful performance, and that means that British forces in Cyprus only had to pick up a point, so they're out to get all the points in this one. But I heard you talking about Mohamed Tanvir. He is a class act. He bowls with pace. I love watching him bowl. Yeah, you're right. For me, he's your opening bowler. There's no doubt about it. Your opening bowler, give him the new ball, give him the new seed, and see what he can do with it. Ali Raza is probably going to have to be pretty key with the bat as well as the ball. Looking to bowl his first.
Of course, the power play has come to an end, so fielding restrictions have been lifted. Currently got a long on, a long off, a deep third, and a deep backward point in place.
Mixed day was yesterday for the fighters. They held on to a win against Royal CC after putting 129 on the board, winning by 25 runs. And then they had a good chase, a good go at trying to get to the 176 required against the Columbus. This one is smashed away. Adios Bolota is a little bit too short from Raza, and that gets whacked. So once again, Evan Isidore is trying to find his form. Remember, he got to 30 in the last one, but he did then get out to a beautiful delivery And let's see where he can end up here. He's got Scott Woodkin there with him as well. So these two looking to get a big score on the board. So yeah, Nicosie Fighters then against the Columbus, chasing 176, got to 142.
He's trying to just chokes him up for room over there. Raza just following Isidore as he looks to make some room.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed with that because it would have been a wide if he had lost it. Got him. Full, straight, beautiful delivery. That's clever from Ali Raza. You'll find that he's probably rolled the fingers around this one as well. As soon as this has come out of the hand, you knew it was, the radar was right. It was homing in on middle stick. And Evan Isidore will go again, and it's that full-length delivery. He knows he's going to go across the stump. He's got that trigger movement, hasn't he, where he jumps across his stumps. Then he tries to adjust to this, not able to do so. The stumps get knocked over, and Kevin Isidore will go for 19 of the 10 balls that he faces, which brings Matty Hone out to the middle.
Terrific ball, absolutely top bowling here by Ali Raza. And he said just rolled his fingers across it, took some pace off the ball, and deceived the batter. Once again, Isidore, a victim of some great bowling. Quick comment about the fielding right after this ball. For the big shot over there, Matty Hone. Let's get off the mark. Interestingly, they have just the 4 fielders outside the ring, opting to keep 5 men inside the inner circle.
We saw a lot of that even yesterday, and I think it was probably the Nicosie Fighters that did that yesterday. It was a deliberate ploy, because at one point I was tempted to ask the question at the end of one of their matches. That's been timed beautifully. That's going to go for 4. It's so long. Well, it was the old Lee Majors chase there from the fielder. A little bit of the bionic man here. But he doesn't get there. Siraj Ahmed, he's chasing that for nothing. Beautifully timed. Yeah, I asked him the question yesterday, and they said, no, it's our tactics. We know we can. And even in the inside the power play, they only opted to have 1 out, not 2. So it's something that they do deliberate. Let's see if it does work for them. Okay, he's to try and go in the same area, but this time the fielder will make the stop. And Birdkin now hands over to Matty Home, and he batted superbly in that last match, the captain. He'd be very disappointed that he doesn't get his team to a win, though. 48 he made before he snicked behind at the very last ball of the innings. He won't be on strike here, though. It's the end of the over, so Scott Birdkin will go back on strike. 45 for 1 after 4.
Interesting start here. Game hanging finally in the balance in these first overs. I just find that really odd in T10 cricket. You generally want that extra fielder on the boundary. Anytime you prevent a boundary in T10 cricket, it's basically a win for the bowler. And in my opinion, not quite sure though why they've kept that fielder at leg slip. I'd rather have him out at the boundary.
Right, it's a lot of talk here. Let's see what they do here. They are moving. The square leg goes back. They've got a mid wicket and got a very, very straight long off that's looking to cover long on and long off, and the sweeper in a third. So they've got the 5 out now into the pads, and not sure why. Almost like the bowler is asking, is giving the appeal, asking the appeal to the square leg umpire here. This is Rahman who comes on to bowl, but not out, says the other Rahman, Abdul Rahman. Sujith are the 2 umpires out in the middle. Yeah, that's always going down a leg side. Little dab, and they'll take the single. The running in between the wickets is always to be admired from BFC.
Yeah, they've got great chemistry, all these BFC players, generally on the same wavelength, and running between the wickets. Bottom edge, and well, there we go. And a fielder at leg slip does come good in the end, prevents a boundary.
He does well, little inside edge. If he doesn't stop this, once he gets past the keeper, it's 4 runs. Good stop, good save.
Tucked away, and this is going to be quite a chase for the aforementioned fielder, and it's going to go away for a 4.
Yeah, just a little tickle away. A little nurdle, if you like, and helps that along the way. Matty Hone gets 4 runs for his side. He'd be, once again, pretty key to get the acceleration in. 137 they're on for at the moment. Remember, last time round, a score of 158 wasn't enough against Everest, so they will again be looking to get to a 150 plus score. Maybe this time they feel that maybe you need to be looking at about the 165, 170 just to make sure the match is safe. Good delivery, well bowled.
Nice comeback here by Wunda Rahman. I hope that's not a base layer he's wearing underneath his shirt in this heat.
In the air. Oh, what's he done here? That's a cardinal sin, isn't it? Oh dear, he's got the chase, he's got the cap, he comes running in and he overruns it. That's a big chance to remove Matty, and the fielder Usman Mohammed gets it all wrong. Matty Hone gets a chance, and at the end of 5 overs, we're 55 for 1. Welcome, thank you for joining us. Rika Full here with Nish, and we're of course bringing you all the action from Cyprus. 5 matches today, and the British forces of Cyprus will be playing 3 of those. We know it's extremely hot. Temperatures already around about that 33 degrees. How do you pace yourself in this heat?
No, you just have to be, I think, quite smart out in the field. Maybe rotate certain fielders out in the deep as well. Make sure they're not putting in the toughest shifts throughout the day. And you also need a really deep squad. You need to be willing to dive into those reserves and substitutes and give them opportunities to play as well. Yeah,
but you would guess British forces of Cyprus, you would guess that the fitness from these guys and their stamina would be good, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they've certainly been through a much tougher training regimens than this.
So, thank you for joining us wherever you're around the world. Remember, not just the 5 from here, but we have matches from Portugal tonight as well. Yesterday, it was Awaris that had a good win there in Portugal, and also a bit of a surprise in one of those matches as well, when we saw the Punjab CC Amadora be bowled out for 72 by the Lisbon Capitals, and the Capitals went on and won that match, won it by 11 runs in the end. So that was a real surprise after scoring just 83. Punjab CC Amadora struggled. Well, no struggling here, as this is turned into a full toss by Scott Burdekin. That's going to be 6 runs to start this second over from Ali Raza.
Raza struggled a little bit with his length. We saw him at times bowl a bit too short in that first over. This time, tries to pitch it up. Gets it wrong, though. Turns into a full toss. And he's punished by the informed batter.
And going nowhere. So a good comeback from Raza. Raza, remember, he's a clever little bowler. Maybe he's got a little bit of the old Bombay mix about him. You never know what's coming out next. And certainly that full slower ball was good enough to get Gavin Isidore earlier.
Out to catch it. Is this fielder going to be interested? He's actually done a terrific job in the end. Out in the deep and cover to prevent that from going for a 4. That's Munir Islami. He understood there was no way he was going to get down there to catch it, but in the end, puts his body on the line.
It's a really good save. It really is, because I like the fact that he's going for the catch initially, and when he sees the catch isn't on, he still has to do a lot of work to stop the ball getting past him. So good save. Saves 2 runs. Oh, well, this is just bobbling away. Well, we're going to have a good look at where that ends up. It'll be come back pretty soon. Gujar will get it, but look, bobble, and this last bounce here is just too spicy for the fielder. Hits him hard, crunches him on the arm, and then flies over the fence to the other side of the field. But Gujar will, yeah, there you go. Gujar just gets that back nicely. Good job to Gujar. Doing a fantastic job finding the majority of these grizzlies that end up going that side of the ground, where the grapevines are and the olive trees and the snakes. Yes, folks, you heard me, the snakes. Shouts to catch it, but he will do well to stop it, and he does well to stop it. Watches the bounce pretty well. ball to go in this one. Moving and going quite nicely. 68 for 1, but still staying just under that 140 score. So still looking for that really big over that can get them past the one. They'll be looking to get past that 150 mark. Well dug in again by Ryan. Oh, no. That's Usman Mohammed, who has now cost them. You would have to say he's cost them 9 runs because the 6 that went over his, the ball that went over his head, which he should have caught, he came running in. That one there as well. There was one early in the innings. Got to have your best fielders in those key places. Usman Mohammed is not one of them. I think I've said this every time that the Nicosia Fighters have played, and that was just horrible looking. He tries to stop the ball doing the old crocodile approach, and the Grizzly breaks the teeth, gets through it, and they get 4 runs. 72 for 1 at the end of 6.
It has to be Anwar Hussain out there, the captain himself at long on. He's a pretty accomplished fielder, and it's also quite a nice vantage point for the captain as well when you're out at long on. I'm a little bit baffled by some of the fielders where they've been placed, the field placement in general. End of the 6th over, the BFC are 72 for 1. You can see that expected score is currently at 136, a little bit lower than where they ended up in their last game against Everest.
Calls for 2, and they might get there because a slight hesitation. Probably would have if they backed themselves, made it. Because the fielder, even though he puts a hand on it and stops it, is not able to get the throw in straight away. Jules in the chat is saying good morning to everybody. Hello to Stephen Kelk as well. Nice to see so many of you joining in the action here on this Wednesday. Ooh, tough chance. This time no mistakes though in the field from the safe hands of Mohammed Tanvir. What do you think they're saving him for? Is it worth saving him? I don't think it is. You've got 2 batters that are putting good partnership together. You need to break that partnership. You've got a bowler of the depth of Mohammed Tanvir, who only gave 3 away from his over. Should have had a wicket in it as well. And they're just holding him back. And meanwhile, the 2 batters are blasting the ball to the boundaries.
That's another huge 6, absolutely. Tanvir, for me, he's the kind of bowler who should be opening your attack. He's a strike bowler by nature. I don't really look at him as a death over, especially somebody you want at the top of the order, trying to get rid of some of the best batters in the opposition. And I think, you know, he's just missed a couple of tricks here on Anwar Hussain. I think you might want to question some of his fielding tactics, and I think maybe he could have used his bowlers a little bit better.
Yeah, I think Anwar seems to be one of those captains who he writes down on a bit of paper or the back of his hand how he's going to use his bowlers and where, and he sticks to it. He will probably bowl probably the 9th or the 10th. He'll probably ask Tanvir also to bowl there towards the end. But when you need wickets, you know, when you're up against a team like the BF Cyprus here, as you see another one gets placed away beautifully to the boundary as Scott Burdekin looks like he's going back to what we know he does best, and that's scoring big runs and getting those half centuries. He just lost out in the last match, remember, when he was out in the 20s. But other than that, he's been in great form. But yeah, I mean, you've got a guy like Tanvir, you're playing a team like the British Forces Cyprus, you should be saying to yourself, if we can get 3 wickets, then we can really slow them down. If we don't do that, they keep going in a good pace, and you can see that acceleration coming out here. So Tanvir, you've got to use him early to try and knock over those big wickets. Gets played out. The fielder really chases this, and you can hear the Nicosia Fighters saying to him, easy, easy, it's just one, but he still charges into it, and he's quite lucky really because it does bobble, but because it catches him high up on the body, he's managed to keep the ball in front of him. Only will take the 1.
Yeah, there's just a bit of debate out in the field between some of these Nicosia Fighters about their field placement. You could see, I think you believe it was Ali Raza out in the deep having quite a heated discussion with the captain. This one is just going to evade Anwar Hussain mid-off, but it's cut out quite well at long off by Tanvir to ensure it's just a single.
Not the worst of overs. That's what we see. Well, maybe one of the mates of the British Forces Cyprus flying overhead and just giving them a wave. This is what's happening in December. It will be, of course, the Euros of women's cricket. And just showing you that now so you can get that in your diary, happening from the 9th to the 20th of December. Have the Challenger Division and also the Premier Division involved.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see some real quality teams involved over there. That Premier Division in particular, it's absolutely loaded. And the likes of England 11, Ireland 11, Scotland 11, Netherlands, and Italy. But plenty of talent in the Challenger Division as well, of course. You know what all the accomplishments Spanish cricket has had over the years.
86 then. At the end of the 7th, you should have one good over to come from Tanvir as well. The other thing, you know, remember the players just taking some drinks here now. So another thing for me to mention and just touch on, the other thing about keeping Tanvir back is, in the meantime, the partnership between the batters develops. So Scott Burdekin now is seeing the ball pretty well. Matty Hone is seeing it well. But whereas when he was bowling before, I mean, look at the troubles he caused Isidore, and Isidore was dropped behind there by Hussain as well. So he would have been bowling when the batters wouldn't have been in. So they might bring him back, and he might still bowl well, but he bowls with pace, and if batters are seeing it, they're timing it, you know, they'll be able to use that pace against him. So use him when he is a weapon. Bringing him back when it's too late, that weapon doesn't work so well. Well, let's wait and see, because they are going back to him at the start of the 8th over. So Tanvir, probably myself and Nisha Green, coming back on to bowl far too late, but he could make a difference here, and he's going to be starting off charging in, bowling to Matty Hone. They have got the 3rd man back, and they're still sticking with that fly leg slip, I think. I wouldn't call him a fine leg. Oh, there's that pace straight away, and well, it gets past the keeper, rotates the strike. That's disappointing, because I think Tanvir would much rather be bowling to Hone.
Absolutely, and I think Tanvir, you're less able to exploit his strengths at this stage of innings. He comes in with express pace. Batters don't really value their wicket. They'll be flashing at everything.
Yeah.
And this is where, you know, those top edges can go flying for boundaries. And he's the sort of bowler I'd like to see bowling right at the start of the innings. This is still going to be a fun battle. I think Tanvir's been the only bowler who's bothered Burdekin throughout the course of his innings.
That's a really good shot. Very good shot. That goes for 6 runs over that extra cover area. But I will say this, and I've said this all the way through, when Scott is batting, you know where you set your field. That's where they got the wicket last time at Everest. Everest did their homework. They had 2 men, very wide, long off, and an extra cover. You've got to have guys in that area too. That was 6, but it was hit flat. If they had a field in that area, there's a chance. But this links back to what you're saying, and it's a very good point. This point with, well, it was less than 18 balls to go. The batters are going to be swinging, so Tanvir, his pace can be used against him. All right, here we go, and puts it down. Oh, it just, I feel so much for Tanvir, because the guy is bowling beautifully. He's causing troubles, and the fielder, this is straight in, straight out. Where does it bounce? Oh, does that hit the rope or not? Looks like it might be 4, but you've got to take these catches. You've got to have your right man in the right place, and that's another one that gets shelled, and that is Jahid Huq that puts down Scott Burdekin. And he gets to 50, by the way. That drop catch takes him to 50, so he's got 3 50s and a 95 to his name now. Just the one, well, if you call 20 a failure. So he's on his way, and I think that's been called 6. It has. He's been given a 6. And that's 4. Nobody stopping that. It's a powerful shot. Yeah, look at the dejection there from Tanvir. You can understand it, really. You can understand it, because he's been hit. Well, 6 has gone to his name, and now 4, when really the man who's hitting these should have been gone. He should have been out.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Tanvir. It's the 2nd catch that's been dropped off his bowling. And if you really think about this, he could have had the wicket of both the openers in this BFC lineup. How different could things have been for the Nicosia Fighters if maybe they just bowled him out earlier in this innings? This one goes out towards long on for a single, and in the end, they're not going to run on the misfield.
Yeah, it does
Probably
well.
a wise idea.
Does well. They have made a change. It looks like that part of the field as well. They've removed Usman from it, and that's nicely done. The other thing that we haven't seen so much of, I remember we saw in one of the innings yesterday when Scott was getting the short ball into his body, angled in, he was struggling. So that's something that Tanvir can do with his pace. That's been clubbed a little bit too short, and Matty Hone, he likes it there, doesn't he? He's clobbered this for 6 more. Boom! Shakalagia, Kinnasona, Shaba Shaba.
Such a powerful cricketer, Matty Hone. Digs the length in here. He reads it perfectly. He goes bang! Picks out that boundary out at mid-wicket. 6 more runs. And it's a good over in the end for the British forces. That one goes magical. 24 runs off it. And going to be a little bit of a dilemma here for the captain. Who's going to bowl this final over?
2 to come, isn't it? 2 overs to come. So he's got himself as well. I think Hussain will probably definitely bowl one of them. Now, whether he wants to bowl this one or going to bowl the last, it looks like they'll go to Rahman. He didn't bowl the worst of overs. He does get that ball if he puts it in the right areas to come up. But you got 2 batters now that are just in. Scott is sailing away. Matty Hone is hitting the ball well. It's another one that's in the air, gets his over the infield. It just keeps going, going, and going. That will go all the way as well. And I think we're in for a magical finish here as well, Nish.
This looks like it's going to be another big finish. That great bit of camera work there. That looks like it's a 6. It's just landed on the other side of the rope beyond the playing field. So Munir Rahman bowls us over. This captain does have 3 options for the final over. We'll just discuss that after this ball. It goes out to the fielder at deep third. He could go with Ahmed or Sajan. Those would probably be the 2 better options. Or he could decide to have a bowl himself.
Yeah, I've just noticed they haven't bowled Sakil Hussain in this match either. He didn't bowl badly yesterday. I know he was a pretty decent all-rounder. Scored some good runs as well. That's going to be 4 runs. The placement of this from Matty Hone is so good. He plays his shot really well, doesn't he, Matty? And I think if it's anywhere near him, he's pretty good. And even though that one's pretty wide, he's pretty good hitting those. We saw him play one tremendous shot in the last match. Straight down the ground. This one should be cut off. And, well, that's really well fielded. Well, I like the aggression shown there. Well, the fielder that attacks that ball, attacks it, and gets the throw in. That's Ali Raza. But it was good backing up also from Mohamed Tanvir.
Yeah, it's nice to see some good fielding from them, particularly at those straight boundaries where they've struggled quite a bit. They've been a little bit leaky. Nice to see them show how it's really done. Is this going to be a 4? Oh, no, that's another terrific bit of fielding. Comes in from deep extra cover to cut that off. So a couple of good displays of fielding here. That was Usman Muhammad. We know he had a few of his struggles out at long on. This time around, moved to deep extra cover. Spats that one down.
Yeah, it fields well, but they still ain't got the field right. Nothing, think about it, in all of this power play, that one gets clipped away fine, but all of this outside of the power play when they've had the 5 men, how many balls have been hit directly to square leg? 0. How many have gone over the top of the short cover and gone into that extra cover area? A lot, especially from Scott. You've got to have, to Scott Birdking, where he hits the ball, you've got to have 2 men out there. Seeing that some of the players just struggling with a bit of cramp. See, you might just get a shot of Mohamed Tanvir just getting some stretching in there. So he's certainly feeling that he's getting a few cramps in his legs. That's always going to be an issue. You've got to drink plenty of fluids and maybe pop some of those special tablets in your water as well to keep your energy levels and your stamina up and get salt in your body. Tanvir just doing some stretching there. 128 with an over to go. And who's going to be bowling it? It looks like they're going to go with Sijan. He'll miss. No, he won't. He'll hit. Well, how many times have we seen this? Sijan says, no, I don't miss from here, Rico. We've seen it so many times. I thought he just could have walked and knocked the stumps over, but he wants to batter them over, and that's going to be the end of Scott. It's well bowled, well fielded, and he decides I'm going to smash the stumps down rather than try and run back. And there's the throw. Knocks him over. Well done to Sijan.
How often have we said that if you're going to miss a Yorker, you'd rather miss it by going a little too full. That was a low full toss that the BFC skipper wasn't quite able to get away. Goes straight to Sijan. Nice bit of accuracy. Knocked the stumps over. Maybe I'd like to have him on my 10-pin bowling team.
Yeah, he does well. Well, I don't think you go 10-pin bowling with an overarm throw, but still, that's a nice looking flick. And this one does go one of few that's gone into that square leg area, but then I suppose we're not watching Scott bat because he's gone. He's on his way back thanks to that good bit of fielding of his own bowling from Sijan. But nice shot there from Matty Hone. While he's there, they're still going to get a big score on the board.
Bowler just going a touch too straight over there. And Hone with a smart bit of batting picks out the vacant boundary.
What's a bounce? And yeah, can't stop it. That's Mohammed Tanvir who's going across. There's a few shots to catch it. I don't think the catch is on. You've just got to get lucky here with the bounce. Hopefully it bounces up and you can get a hand or something on it. But you see here, this one hits the deck and just, oh, look at that. It just skids through. No chance really for Tanvir to stop it. 3 balls to go. 136 for 2. And Namari is the shout there. Namari, don't have a go, just hold on to it. And intelligent, because you don't want to miss. And give the strike back to Matty. But Anthony Wallbridge, not a bad guy to have in at this point, because also he's a left-hander, and he's in good form as well. Hit, hard, powerful. And gets a swivel on this, a little bit of the, as this one goes all the way. And I think that's Munir Islam who's off the field at the moment. I think here's somebody else that was struggling with the heat and just taking a bit of medical attention while he's out there. But then the Grizzly comes right at him. Good shot, good start from Wallbridge.
Wallbridge has really embraced this role in the middle of the order, coming right at the end of the innings, giving his side some quick fire runs. Once again, starts off with a bang. Final ball of the innings.
And gets the dot ball through, so not the worst of overs, I suppose, there, right at the end. 15 will come out of it, and the British forces of Cyprus, they will be well aware, even though they've got runs on the board to defend, that these sort of scores have been chased. So the Nicosia fighters, if they can get off to a good start, will feel that they can, well, perhaps cause another upset, a more heartache for the British forces of Cyprus. They've already seen one score that they posted chased, and that was 158. That was by Everest. Well, is this one going to be enough or not as they get to 143 for 2?
We're just taking a look at some of the highlights of this innings. It was Isidore and Burdikin opening the batting once again for the BFC, as they so often do. They got their side off to a great start, 40 runs in that power play, until this incredible ball by Ali Raza just rolled his fingers across that one and got rid of Isidore, who, mind you, has been a little bit unlucky throughout the series with some of the dismissals. He's been the victim of some real jaffers. You just had a chance there to see the opportunity that was put down to get rid of Matty Hone out at long on. Hone would, of course, punish the Nicosia fighters for that mistake, making 39 runs of just 19 deliveries. So once again, the star act for the BFC was Scott Burdikin, making 74 runs of 29 deliveries, smacked 8 boundaries, 5 sixes, notched his 4th half-century of this series. He's been in electric form, making runs for fun, one of the top 5 run getters this ECS. Here's a look at how he was dismissed. This one was hit straight back to the bowler, so John, who had a shy at the stumps and knocked them over. These are the last few deliveries of this inning. A nice shot there by the skipper, Matty Hone, and then, of course, Anthony Wallbridge came out to face a couple of deliveries, smacked his first one for a 6. And in the end, the British forces of Cyprus ended up with 143 runs at the end of their first inning. Very respectable total, but of course, we saw them fail to defend a total north of 150 in that previous match against Everest. Are we going to see more of the same here in this second inning? We'll have to wait and find out. Before we move on to the bowling card, let's have a quick look at the scorecard here. Of course, it's Scott Burdikin, top scorer with wonderful runs, as we mentioned. A great innings. Matty Hone as well at number 39. That's just 9 deliveries. Looking at the bowling card, well, they used 6 different bowlers, the Nicosia Fighters. The captain did not come back for his second over. Soral Ahmed on the left with just 1 over. So he was a little bit unlucky considering he created a chance or 2 during that sole over. And Ali Raza picking up the only wicket in this innings for the Nicosia Fighters. So in the end, we're at the halfway stage of this match. The first inning has come to an end. The British force of Cyprus posts 143 runs on the board. Join us again in a few moments' time. We'll bring you the chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings of our second game of the day. The BFC posted a target of 144 for the Nicosia Fighters. Let's see if they do a better job of defending this target. Of course, we saw them pick up their first loss of this series earlier today. And they were handed a defeat by Everest thanks to an absolutely remarkable innings by Arjun Shai. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. So if the British forces can restrict them to 100 runs or less, they'll pick up a bonus point. Whereas if the Nicosia Fighters can chase this target down in 7 overs or less, they'll be the ones leaving here with a bonus point. Slight change here in the bowling attack. You typically see Scott Burdekin bowling the first over, but instead the captain's gone for Tom Gregory to bowl this first over. Let's see how this works out. Just about to get underway. Slight delay here. Yeah, big performance needed here for this BFC bowling attack. Inside edge, but it goes straight to the fielder at fine leg. So it's a dot ball to start off. Raza and Hossein opening the batting for the Nicosia Fighters. Interesting decision. I'll comment more on that after this delivery. That's another dot ball. This one is going to go straight to the fielder at third. A fairly simple catch, and Raza will depart for a duck. Derek's going to come strolling out for the first time today. Now, we've seen Raza score some handy runs throughout this series, but not the case here. He'll probably be a little bit disappointed that he's been dismissed to a ball that was a little bit short and probably should have been thrashed away. That'll be the end for him. 0 for 1. Out comes Derek, waddling out to greet Raza. Now let's take another look at that ball. Just trying to make some room to just hit it over the offside. Doesn't quite get a hold of it, and it pops up for a fairly simple catch for the fielder at third man. It's Munir Rahman out with his bright red Bob the Builder helmet in at number 3. Oh, and it goes right through the fielder. There at square leg. That was Windy Miller. Beg your pardon, that's actually Gareth Richardson. Yeah, he's known for his footballing skills, but yeah, just gets nutmegged by the ball over here. Goes right past him. And that's the first boundary of this innings. Good start here for Rahman. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. I think Gregory just maybe straying a little bit down the leg side these last couple of deliveries. See if he can get this one right. Oh, it's a really, really good stroke there by Munir Rahman. Just see Gregory trying to correct the fact that he's gone down the leg side a couple of times. Bowls this one outside the off stump. He just gets enough batter. Look at that late adjustment. I mean, Munir Rahman, he's always got that big swing. He's looking to swipe across the line. Makes that adjustment. Gets that little bit of bat on it and runs it down extremely fine for a 4. Good shot there by Rahman. Oh, down the leg side again. It's going to be another wide. Good call there by Rahman to reject the single.
Ben! In the goalpost!
Full toss This is battered away. Goes for a boundary. It's a rather poor delivery, in all honesty, by Gregory. One just slips out of his hands. And Rahman gladly takes advantage of that. Goes away for a 4. 14 runs off that over. It was going really well for Gregory. I think he just kind of lost his way those last 3 deliveries, which got punished by Munna Rahman. Here's a quick reminder that it's been 12 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network.
Windy, come back in the circle. Left-hander. Morty here. Tom. Out on Carl corner. Frenchy, come across. Frenchy, come across to the left-hander.
So Ramjan Hussain, who was originally listed to bat at number 7, is going to be opening the batting. A little bit surprised it's not the other left-hander, the captain himself, Anwar Hussain, who is opening the batting. We tend to see him right at the top of the order, and you'd expect with a big chase required, he'd step up to the plate and take on the challenge. This one beats batter, keeper, everyone involved, and goes away for a 4. Yeah, rare mistake by Heaven Isidore, who's up there as one of the finest keepers in the country.
All right, come on, Windy. Let's get those lines.
Maybe just step inside here, Hussain, and take these wides. That'd probably be the wiser decision. Goes for the big shot. And where's it going to land? It's going to go straight to the fielder. You can just hear those shouts to catch it. And it's going to be taken. So a little gamble to push Ramjan Hussain up the order hasn't quite paid off in the end for the Nicosia Fighters. He pops one up. It's a very simple catch. Let's take another look at this. It was high up in the air. And there is Anthony Walbridge to snaffle that one. That's the end of Ramjan Hussain's innings. And another wicket falls for the Nicosia Fighters. Just a little bit of a difficult start here. And this surprises me as well. I'm really, really stunned that Anwar Hussain, the captain, hasn't come out to bat yet. Why is he holding himself back? Really fail to understand that. He's one of the top run getters for this Nicosia Fighters team. I really should have been opening the batting, in my opinion. It's not a day to be experimenting with your batting lineup, although the new batter comes out, strikes a 4 off the very first ball he faces. It's a very nice shot. Goes a touch too straight. And you can see Mohammad Tanvir just helps that one towards fine leg for a 4. Now Tanvir, certainly don't mind seeing him in at number 4. We know that he's capable of hitting a few. But I'd be absolutely stunned if Anwar Hussain doesn't at least come in at 5. In my opinion, should have been opening the batting rather than Ramjan.
Come on, Windy. Come on, boys. Go, Windy. Go, Windy. Go, Windy.
This is played out towards fine leg. And he's going to come back here for a second run. Some good running between the wickets. And they'll get a couple of runs over here. Let's just take another look at this. A good bit of fielding out in the deep there by Ben Dyson, who's been inserted into the lineup for this match. Didn't feature in the previous game, so introduces himself to the European cricket audience with a nice bit of fielding. Towards mid-wicket for a single. That's Burdekin on the deep. And I think they should stick to just a single here. The second run isn't on. And we come to the end of the second over, and the Nicosia Fighters are 25 for 2. Yeah, not going too badly in terms of their current run rate. Maybe a touch too slow, but the big concern here for them is the amount of wickets they've lost. Lost 2 key players, particularly Ali Raza. That wicket will hurt. Still got Anwar Hussain to come. Also the wicketkeeper, Sakir Hussain, and we know can give it a good strike every now and then. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. The British forces were handed their first defeat of this series right at the start of this morning. Meanwhile, the Nicosia Fighters picking up a couple of wins so far this tournament after going winless in January. So both sides will be relatively pleased with their start to the series.
Did it hurt? Yeah. Really did hurt.
I can just hear Matty Hone puts the slide in and then he tells the fielder mid-on, that really did hurt. Gotta say, Matty, this isn't Happy Valley. It's a lot harder to field over here. This one goes away for another boundary. It's a bit too wide. He just tries his best to get to it, Isidore, but it's always going to be quite a challenge. That's a minimo, and the Fighters will happily take all of these runs. And this one is going to be smacked away. That goes a distance. It goes all the way for a 6. That is a huge, huge hit. Let's take another look at this. It goes a little bit too short. I don't think Walbridge can afford to bowl that kind of a length. And Winner Rahman gets off to a great start. It's another 6 for him. Smacks that one behind square leg. You just see now Matty Hone having a word with Walbridge. Just made a few errors to start off his spell, hasn't he? Obviously gives up the minimo. Goes a bit too short there and gets hammered away. This is a great comeback by Walbridge. I mean, whatever Matty Hone told him, clearly stuck. These last couple of deliveries have been much, much better. He's really cramping Winner Rahman for room. Look at the amount of movement. He's just getting back into the batter. We all know the way Winner Rahman likes to play. Likes to swipe at the ball, hit it across the line. A great ball there. Much better length. And it's a nice end to his over. So Walbridge, after giving up a minimo and getting struck for a 6, comes back strongly in that over. Nicosia Fighters 39 for 2 at the end of the power play. We'll just take a look at the comparison of these two sides. They're 5 runs ahead of where the British forces were at this stage, the Nicosia Fighters, but of course PFC didn't lose any wickets, and they're also blessed with a lot more batting depth than this Nicosia Fighters side. Of course, teams will now just take a quick drinks break, and it's a good chance to introduce my co-commentator, Rico Full, alongside me. What do you make of this start for the Fighters?
Well, you've got to say it's a good start because they've taken both the openers out for Ducks, Ali Raza and Jaman Hossain. I like the idea of Jaman going up the top of the order because I like what he did the last time we saw him, but it hasn't clicked for him this time. So 2 men who really do have to click her out there at the moment. I mentioned Mohamed Tanvir, how aggressive he can be, and Rahman has played some nice shots here at the moment. But yeah, I think the British forces Cyprus are looking good. They're going to go to Matty Hone, who's probably going to bowl this next over, the captain. It's nice. I was a little bit late coming back because I was having a chat with Sophie and Hal, who are from the British Forces Broadcasting Services. They're here at the ground. They're going to be doing some shots, mainly off Scott Birdking. I think they're obviously very interested with Scott Birdking as he's playing, and also he is the national team captain and part of the British Forces. So we're going to see them around for a little bit. Sophie and Hal, lovely to have them with them. And Hal is a big follower of the cricket, and he does the breakfast show for British Forces Broadcasting Service, and I know that I've been listening to him as we're coming in, and he says that he's been listening to us as well and enjoying the commentary. So welcome to Sophie and Hal, and also to anybody else that's tuning in as a result of finding us through the British Forces Broadcasting Services.
Come on, Matty. Come on, lad.
Could be a wicket, and oh, he hasn't seen it till late. Oh, and now he's totally missed it. Oh, this is horrendous. That's Ben Mortimer. What can you say about this? Well, Ben hasn't spotted it first when it's in the air. He's seen it very late, and when he does see it, you'd expect him to stop it. It goes straight through him. Oh, that's not a good look. And look at this reaction there from Matty Hunt. Yeah, he can't believe it. Okay, now, can this one be taken? Can he find it first? Well, he has a go. He can't, and then they come across, and they do save the boundary. So that's good boundary awareness from one fielder. That's a couple of balls going up in the air here, Nish, but just not going to hand.
Yeah, I think you're fine double when you make a misfield off the captain. Poor Ben Mortimer. Fine's really racking up for him so far this morning.
It's a nice shot. Just flicks this away. Lovely shot from Tanvir. You can see that he's certainly got that tape ball style of cricket about him. Just a little clip away as Matty Hone goes. Just too straight, really. A little bit on the pads, and that's nicely worked away by Tanvir. See that the bonus point equation just to get a run here. You need to get to 101. Not sure what's going on here. I think the batter is saying to the umpire that he needs to change his bat, and the umpire says, yeah, you can. And just like that, another one comes out. Liking the no fuss approach there from Munar Rahman. He says, Ale, come on. He says, come on here, take that, give us this. Here, this will do. He doesn't even allow the Tanvir to have a look at it. He says, here, this is what you're getting. Just get on with it. Well, he tries to get on with it, and he does. That's nicely clipped away. So a nice looking shot. They're leaving that leg side boundary, square leg to mid wicket, pretty open with the man. He's on quite a backward square leg, so it's a little chip. It's 4 runs. So that over is a productive one. It goes for 19. They'll be a little bit cautious, won't they, the British Forces of Cyprus, because don't forget, they had the game well in the, they thought well in the bag last time around, and it was Everest that got the chase in. Now this one is goal in the back of the net. That's the second one that we've seen here today. One on the leg side, and this one out on the offside. Yeah, it's a wider delivery, but he latches onto it. It will go to the boundary, and fielders being pushed around all over the place here. And 19 off that over from Matty Hone. 58 for 2 at the end of 4.
Well, take a look at this run rate comparison. Both these teams are pretty much going at a very similar rate. We can see in the Nicosia Fighters, their current run rate is on par with the required. It's just a case of whether they can sustain this for the remaining overs. As long as Munar Rahman and Mohammad Tanvir are there, you certainly feel they can. Probably have to bat together at least another 3 or 4 overs. And they've still got the skipper Anwar Hussain to come.
Well, here's Scott Rudikin to bowl, and he knows the cameras are on him. I think the British Forces Broadcasting Services have got a plan to do a little interview with him after this match as well. So he'd like it to be on after a winning performance. And strays down the leg side. The wide will be taken.
BFBS, obviously 89.7 in Cyprus, very frequently listened to a radio station in the country. So just going down the leg side for a wide off, and they often have 5 live on as well, so any Premier League fans in Cyprus as well tune in during the weekends.
Under pressure, Scott, you see, double camera on him now, ECN cameras, and from the BF Broadcasting Services as well. He latches onto this, and he's a big man, isn't he, Rahman? And if he opens up his shoulders and crunches it, it's going to go a long, long way. Amanos arriba there from the umpire Abdul. 6 more to the total.
Great shot by Rahman. He's just come into this innings. He started slogging right from the get-go, taking no time whatsoever to settle in. It's 5 boundaries he struck so early in his innings.
Going to try around the wicket to try and get that ball to go across. Just checking his field here. Says, yeah, we're all right. He wants to push one more back. And he's moving them all around. So very much a leg side field. So backward, fine on the boundary. Square leg on the boundary. Mid wicket, long on and long off. And he's not shying away from it though. Still wants to go that way. Swings and misses. All sorts of things being shouted out there from the bench to the batter, Rahman. And it's nicely played and ends up being stopped. A bit of foot fielding, so Rahman does stroke this out on the offside. That's what Scott Woodkin is trying to get him to do, stopping game for those big shots. Right, hands over to Tanveer, who scored 27 of 11. Easy hit. It's a full toss from Scott, and he allows Tanveer just to lead into this, and Sudhir is struck with all the fielders on the leg side boundary. This is going to clear the infielder, and he's going to get 4 to his name.
Yeah, terrific shot. Brings up the 50 partnership. Tanveer and Rahman, they've just helped their side recover after that early wobble, where they lost a couple of wickets in those first 2 overs.
Bobbles around to the fielder, and no mistakes from the man on the boundary. That's Anthony Albridge. That's that big swing again. So they seem to have sussed him out, haven't they? It's not the worst of overs, just the 14 come off that one to Rahman. He's swung and missed. Had a few, and an opportunity for us to greet all of our viewers around the world and say, well, happy day to you, happy Wednesday. A very hot day here in Cyprus. It's a beautiful butterfly goes across us. Very hot day, hot conditions, but we're seeing, as we'd expect, in temperatures like this, a lot of big scores.
Seeing a lot of big scores. We're seeing some great batting, and we're seeing another really exciting match over here. I think this partnership now, it's really blossoming. It's well over 50 runs right now. And once again, the British forces find themselves in a really tight second innings chase.
Yeah, they need something to happen, need something to go their way. But yeah, these two batters, Rahman just played and missed at a few. He'd be a little bit disappointed that he's got a couple of dot balls in there, but he's got Tanveer, who seems to be, well, making amends as well. They're well ahead at this stage, but can they maintain it? The question is, they've got to keep these wickets intact. Doesn't quite get this out the middle, but he's still going to beat the fielder there now. Anthony Wallbridge is not the slowest of men, but he can't get there. It's another boundary from Mohammed Tanveer.
This is a key moment in the game. They bring back Tom Gregory for the second over. Saw him in that previous match. He didn't bowl too much, but this time around he was given the responsibility of opening the bowling. Let's see how he fares in the second over.
That's gone all the way. Bolle. Ginna zona. Que guay, que genial, que grande. Este golpe es más dulce. De tarta de chocolate. That is a biggie. So, not going to plan at the moment. As is, well, 4 and 6 and looking pretty slick, isn't he? You've got to say Tanveer as the bowler. Gregory just scratching his head. Is this one coming back in order? We're going to get a new ball here. They've been here before, haven't they? BFC. Are they once again going to be subject to a run chase and end up on the losing side?
Tanveer has really tormented this BFC side today, hasn't he? Bowled superbly in that first innings and now doing the damage with the bat. Takes a little bit of pace of that ball. Gregory, you could see he was already halfway through a shot there. Mohammed Tanveer, by the time the ball came to him.
1 wicket will do the job. I think you can hear them saying here, 1 wicket gets the breakthrough. I mean, they are the batters that can come out, but whether they can put a good partnership together, that's the thing. This partnership's so crucial. And it's another one that will go all the way. It's a little bit too short. And Tanvir, he is so quick to latch onto this. That is another one. Boom, shaka, bolle, bolle, boom, boom, boom.
Gets a chance to free his arms, and free them he does. Another 6, sent straight towards that Stronger Together banner. Just a couple of runs away from a half century.
And this is clipped away, and he'll get that half century here, you'd think. As that one gets past the fielder, it's going to be 4 more to Tanvir. 52 of 18. And unless they see the back of him, the British forces of Cyprus, they could be losing their second match in the day. There he is, Tanvir. He holds his bat aloft, but you can see where he's hit most of his shots. And the thing is, they know it as well. You can hear that Matty Hone in front of us was saying, look, he's only got one shot really, but he has, but they haven't been able to stop him playing it. And now this gets clipped away. The fielder should make the stop. It does. It will be a single, but he'll take that at the moment. He gets a single. He goes back on strike because that is the end of the over. 93 for 2, and that over goes magical. 21 come off it.
And they've been very strong through that region behind square leg and fine leg. They've made about 27 runs through that area, more than a quarter of their runs. They've just been so good at clipping it off their pads, but this is maybe where he could be a little bit critical of the BFC, probably bowling a few too many straight ones and a few too many straying down the pads. I like this move, I really do. They're bringing Windy Miller in here in the 7th over. Bring in your strike bowler and hope he can get rid of the danger man, Tanvir.
It's in the air. This could be the chance, could it? And, oh, he just hasn't got hands to it. It's going to be 6. That could have been the moment. And Anthony Wallbridge probably is the one man you want behind it. He just gets this wrong. I think this is all about he knows how close he is to the boundary. So he's aware of his legs and where his feet are, but he forgets to get hands on the ball. This one will just drop short of the captain, Hone. It's just a single. I think you take that, you Tanvir. You get a boundary, take a single, get a bit of chance at time at the other end, and see if Rahman can find his hitting ability again.
Yeah, keep in mind it was Rahman who really started this flurry in that 3rd over when he hit some really, really good shots. Is there something there? Yes, there is. Late call by the umpire signals it straight to the scorer's table. And Mohamed Rahman with his bright red helmet seems to have found a little bit of bat on that, and it's a great catch there by Heaven Isidore, who takes a few plaudits from some of the visiting spectators for the BFC.
A very good catch. I mean, he gets a little bit on this. It almost gets away from him. Then you can see Heaven Isidore, he wants it. Let's see if he can pick this up here. Definitely a little fizzle through. The batter, I think, knows it because he's looking, and once he sees the ball caught, he's already walking. So Rahman will go. That could be the breakthrough. But it's just very similar to what happened in the last match with BFC against Everest. It was Miller who came on. He did get a wicket, but that over still went magical. Zijan comes out, and he gets beaten. Dot ball.
Yeah, I'm absolutely stunned. It's not Anwar Hussain coming out to bat. Usually opens the batting for the Nicosia Fighters, but, well, this is really, really shocking. He hasn't come in at number 5 either.
I just think it's because he bats too slow, if I'm honest. I don't think he's the man for the moment. This could be a wide. It will be a wide. I mean, I don't mind that they don't go to Anwar, but at the same time, I'm more surprised that they haven't gone with Zakir Hussain. But let's see. We were a little bit surprised when Everest sent out Akhtar in the last match, and that turned out to be a good call. This one doesn't look like a good call. Zijan is not the intent. You think he's going out there with the intent to go big. He isn't. And this over so far for Windy Miller could be the breaking point here. It could be the one that gets them back big time in front. The rate started around 13. It's starting to go upwards. He wants it. I think he's got his man. The finger goes up straight away. Excellent work. Excellent work from Isidore. Brilliant stuff. What a stumping. This is class. And that is what this guy is all about, Gavin Isidore. He is so quick. Have a look at this. Has a swing. Foot as any part of it behind the line. At the moment, it is not. And that is out. It's Bad awareness really from the batter. He has no idea what's going on. All he had to do was slide that foot back. He's not able to do so. And Kevin Isidore gets the stump in. Sijan, well, getting him out there doesn't work, not because he doesn't score any runs, but because he chews up 3 balls.
You know, this might not even be the worst outcome for the Nicosia Fighters because he really, really looked a little bit hapless out there, in all honesty. Sijan chewed up 3 dot balls. And in the end, we are going to see Sakar Hussain coming out for this Nicosia Fighters team. Here's a look at our upcoming match between the Nicosia Fighters and Everest. Everest, of course, picking up the victory earlier today thanks to a superb performance from Arjun Shah, who at this point has to be an absolute must-have for your fantasy team. A real bargain at just 6 points. Great bowler, great batter, great in the field as well. And this should be another exciting match. Gotta say, I've really noticed that he's really stepped up his wicket-keeping here, Isidore. He knows BFBS are in the house.
Yeah, he's a class keeper. When I first saw him in January here, I was thinking, wow, this guy's good. There were a couple of times when he was standing up and the ball did get through him a few times. That's always going to happen. That's the danger of when you're standing up. But he's got good hands, he's quick, and he's exciting to watch. And now this becomes a huge over. They're going to go back to Scott. So let's see how this goes.
That's going to be Burdekin coming in to bowl this 8th over. Here we go. High pressure. Has he got a hold of this one? Doesn't seem like he has. It's popped up. Burdekin underneath it, and he'll drop it. Well, this is a rare drop for Burdekin. You can just see he's indicating that he sort of lost it in the sun. Nice to see Mohamed Tanvir just going over to have a word with Burdekin. There's now a couple of opportunities that have been passed up by this BFBS side. Oh, this is not an overly convincing shot. There was another half chance for Burdekin. If he'd taken hold of that one, it would have been a really, really special catch. But you gotta say, he's bowling pretty well here. He's creating chances. Oh, dives at that one. Tanvir gets a hold of this one, doesn't have enough to go for a 4, and he goes out for his trademark slide tackle again. We've seen him try this earlier, Anthony Walbridge. He pulled off one of the best bit of foot fielding you'll ever see in that previous match. This time around, goes out for that tackle, but he can't quite stop him from going to the boundary rope. Another boundary for Tanvir. This one is struck out towards square leg, and it's another great bit of foot fielding. I don't know if you're the captain of the 5-a-side team for this British Forces team. You might want to pay attention. This is a pretty decent tryout for all of them.
Well,
let's take a look at this. Oh, brilliant first touch.
The British Forces broadcasting services are here, and I wonder if they've got a football team as well. The football coaches are watching, because there's 1 or 2 in here that could probably get into that team. That is beautifully struck. Nobody's stopping this. That's going to be 6 more. And Mohamed Tanvir is the man who is standing between a win here for the British Forces of Cyprus or one for the Nicosia Fighters. He is the key cog in this. Remove him, you win the match. Don't remove him, they may go on and win this match. He's on 73 of 25. This one goes out onto the leg side. It'd be a single, but that's not a bad result because he does stay on strike. 8 overs completed here, 116 for 4. And with the cameras watching, Scott Burdekin dropping that catch. That's not got a good look. And that's been captured. Well, he's going to have to answer for that one later, isn't he?
I might get called up to the officers' quarters for that one. Nicosia Fighters need 28 runs off the last couple of overs. And this is going to be a big, big call for the captain. Who's going to bowl this penultimate over? He's going with Walbridge. Yeah, the penultimate over, so often the most important over in these matches. That means Matty Hone is probably going to bowl the final over himself.
Yeah, you'd have to go with that. Matty's already shown that he's a cool cucumber when it comes to that. But anyway, this is the one. This is the 9th. It all happens in the 9th.
Lovely ball.
Dot ball to start off with, and there's the class keeping them once again there from having Isidore. Makes a stop. It's a dot ball. Right, miscue. Can anyone get there? No, but will they be looking to try and get back for two? There will be. Good throw here. Could be in trouble. This is out. I think that's it. That could be the match. We're going to have to wait and see here. That could be the match. Tanvir is down. He knows he's gone. You can feel it. You can sense it in him. That could be the match. Great bit of fielding. Gets the throw in over the stumps. And curtains is gone. Big moment. No mistake. Given out on the field of play. It's a great bit of fielding. Look, attacks the ball. Comes in. Pick up. But it's all about the throw from Tom Gregory. It's right over the stumps. And that's gone. That's out. That now is the match. I said at the time, you have to remove the dangerous Tanvir. Tanvir, what a knock from him. Exciting to watch. Great player, great bowler, great batter. But it looks like he hasn't done enough this time, despite scoring a wonderful knot there. What a knot there, 75 for 28.
Incredible innings. By this stage, it looks like it just might not be enough for this fighter's side to get over the finishing line. That was a terrific throw, as you mentioned, right over the stumps. And a sharp bit of glove work by Isidore. And so often these matches, they just hinge on these small moments. And that could be it. That could be the turning point in this game. That could be the moment we look back at and say that's where the British forces won it.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, when you get teams, we've said this so many times, haven't we, especially when you look at this series so far, so many teams have got good, hard-hitting batters in their side. The bowling has probably been very much the same. I don't think there's been a team that you can say with their bowling has been exceptional. I think it's all about the batters. So the fielding becomes so key. And little moments of magic in the field, whether it's a dynamic catch, it's a direct hit, run out, or a bit of fielding like that, can make the difference of winning or losing a match. And that's exactly, I think, what we've seen here.
They were talking about just how important this penultimate over can prove to be. Walbridge, he's bowled terrifically here under pressure. This one's should just be a single. That's a great bit of fielding. Doesn't let it get past him. As safe as you get. And this over comes to an end. 22 runs needed of the final over. You'd expect the skipper, Matty Hone, to bowl this one. We saw him pull off a remarkable defense in the final over a couple of days ago when he saved his side when he needed just 8 runs in the final over. But this time around, it's a slightly easier task at hand.
Yeah, Nicosia fighters, one thing that they will be feeling here, and they've got to be realizing it, the 20 or so runs that they gave away in the field. I mean, just Usman Mohammed alone probably gave away 10 runs when he made some bad fielding. All of those now come back and haunt you. 22 in 6. It is Zakir Hussain who is on strike. I'm not sure why he's just trying to push that. He's got to be trying to go for big shots. So Zakir, he did show what he could do yesterday by playing some nice shots, but that's not the one to go for here. 22 or 5.
It's another, this one's been given a wide, so interesting call here. Might want to have another look at this one.
I don't think that's a wide to me, you know. I think that's a bit of a tough call. Well, this one is a wide though. So, all right, now start to get interesting once again with those couple of wides. Little change in the field to get another player comes across out onto the offside. So, just trying to, not quite understanding that field change. It's not singles that you're worried about. You'd rather them take a single. Oh, that's even wider. So, now 19 in 5. Matty Hone, well, is he getting the old lurgies here, maybe? 19 of 5. If the next one can get crunched to the boundary, be interesting. It's another wide, and where's this one going? Oh, they rotate the strike now. I wonder if that's a good thing or a bad thing. What are your thoughts, Nish? So Zakir hands over to Usman.
I mean, Zakir Hussain certainly hasn't distinguished himself these first 4 deliveries. So you might as well give Usman Mohammed a chance to have a go.
It's another wide. What is happening here?
Yeah, this all comes from a really harsh white call to start it off, and since then, it just seems to have got to him.
16 in 5. Hit it pretty well, and that's going to be 4 runs. This match has just come back alive. It has just come back alive. I can't believe it. They needed 22 off the last, and without having to hit a ball, it's gone now with that boundary. It's gone now to 12 in 4 balls.
Pressure, pressure, pressure. That's the key word over here.
That one's been hit as well. It's in the air. Fielder coming across. Big moment, and he takes the catch. Oh, what a magical moment that is. That is huge. Huge moment. Anthony Wallbridge probably catching that one could once again have secured the points here for the British Forces of Cyprus. What a catch this is. He's come across. You'll see it here on your screen. He's come across from a long ways, Anthony. He gets it not just once, twice, 3 times before he holds on to it. Dot ball. Hussein will go 12 required off 3 balls.
How many times has Anthony Wallbridge stepped up in big situations for this British Forces side? We saw him bowl terrifically in the penultimate over. He's hit big runs at key moments for his team, and now he steps up, takes an incredible catch. What a player. Absolutely outstanding.
Monirul Islam, they've got to run here. They've got to be prepared to run no matter what happens. Well, it's high up in the air. How far is this going? It's going all the way. It's been smashed for 6. Now we go to 6 off 2. Is there going to be more heartache here for the British Forces of Cyprus? The captain, Matty Hone, under attack. One big hit would do it. Monirul Islam smashes the first for 6.
And Monirul Islam is a player who's got quite a bit of power. They've seen him hit a few big ones in the past. He just needs to get a hold of one of these 2, and he could help the fighters pull off an incredibly unlikely victory.
Into the pads. They're not running. Or they are running. They'll take a leg bye. You know what that means? That means 5 needed of 1. 6 to win it. 4 will take us to a golden ball. 6 to win it. 4 takes us to a golden ball. Will we have another golden ball here?
Well, the British Forces have served us some real treats with some incredible finishes throughout this series. And here we go. It's time to bring up that golden ball graphic. 4 runs take us to a golden ball. A 6 wins it for the Nicosia fighters. Once again, it's high drama here in Ipsanas. We've had a couple of cracking matches to start off this Wednesday.
Zakir Hussain hasn't hit one yet. That's why I'm surprised they take that single. Here we go. And he misses it. It's going to be a leg break. In fact, it's going to be a wicket, so it doesn't matter. It's going to be a win for the British Forces of Cyprus. And that win is down to one man, and that's Anthony Wallbridge. The catch that he takes saves the boundary. He takes the catch, and that makes all the difference in this match. And Matty Hone, he had a scare. It was 22 required of the last, and they almost did it. But yeah, I'm so surprised that they ran that leg by. I think for me, Monirul Islam should have been the man to say, no, if anybody's going to hit this boundary, anybody's going to hit a 6, it's going to be me. But at the same time, I suppose by taking it, it means at least if you don't hit a 6, if you hit a 4, you get a chance with the golden ball. It's not to be. It's been another thriller here at the Ipsanas cricket ground. But this time round, it is British Forces of Cyprus that win the match, but only just.
It's the 3rd time they've taken a match down to the final over. They just love their dramatic finishes, don't they? This British Forces side, they come out on top this time around after succumbing to a heartbreaking defeat this morning. Let's relive some of the action from what was an incredibly entertaining innings. Ali Raza departed for a duck right at the start of the innings. So did Ramjan Hussain. Absolutely no runs whatsoever from that opening partnership. But then Munir Rahman came in and just brought some life into this Nicosia Fighters side, making 26 runs of 12 deliveries. But the star performer was that man, Mohammad Tanvir, making 75 runs of just 28 deliveries. This incredible partnership was worth 82 runs and gave this Nicosia Fighters chance a real chance of picking up a victory. We're just taking a look at some of these moments in the field. Just there were a few errors there, a few uncharacteristic errors from this BFC team. You could just sense they were feeling a little bit of the pressure right at the end of the match. And look at some of this incredible stroke play by Mohamed Tanvir. He struck 9 4s and 4 6s. What I loved about this innings was he demonstrated that not only does he have some of the power shots in his arsenal, but he's also got that deft touch. He played some good little wristy strokes in between. And then Munir Rahman just found a little bit of bat on that, didn't he? And it was an incredible catch by Isidore. Rahman knew he'd nicked it. He knew that. And that would bring his innings to an end. A little bit of a surprise that the captain, Anwar Hussain, never turned up the bat. He usually opens the batting for his team. And we're just taking a look at this wicket here by Windy Miller. Snuck in 3 dot balls there and then got rid of Sijan.
Yeah, those dot balls, though, I mean, how important were that? I like them. I like that batter shaking the hand there, Scott, saying, hey, thanks for dropping me. Never seen that before. But yeah, those 3 dot balls before he got out, that doesn't help them. But this was the run out. So a couple of big bits of play. This is Tanvir going. If he got in, you're winning the match there. So that was great from Tom Gregory. But for me, it was, once again, Anthony Walbridge. He took a catch, an easy one early on. I think he played a little part with the bat as well, scoring good runs. He saved lots of runs in the boundary there as well. But the catch that he took right there towards the end, this is when it was all going wrong, and they needed this to happen. This catch was the breaking point. That was brilliant. Great catch. And then, well, the new batter, Munir al-Islam, came and he smashed one into the grapevines. But then they ran a leg by, and this one was full and straight. It was given out. It's going to be a win by the smallest of margins, by just 4 runs. But Nicosia Fighters, if there's a couple of things I've got to say to them, it's fielding. Couple of things to highlight here. They gave away 23 runs in extras. The British Forces of Cyprus only 5. And also, I think in the field, they gave away about 20 runs. So, as I said before, sometimes when it comes to these close matches, the team that wins it because of their fielding. And I think the British Forces of Cyprus win that because of their fielding. And Walbridge, what a catch.
Incredible catch, and of course, we had a perfect vantage point of Anthony Walbridge. We saw his reaction to every single delivery right there at the end. We could sense some of his frustration, but when his moment came, when he needed to step up, he was ice cool, took that catch. Incredible by Anthony Walbridge. And in the end, the British Forces of Cyprus once again treat us to a thriller. They take this one right at the end. They win by just 1 boundary by 4 runs. Incredible.
Yeah, incredible. Windy Miller, 3 for 15, gets the vote of player of the match. But I think myself and Nish, who we know who our player of the match is in that one, because it's all about the fielding. And it was a wonderful bit of fielding. For me, Anthony Walbridge does take it. But look, still, good bowling there for Miller. He's got that one good over it, didn't he? The over number 7 when he got that wicket, got the breakthrough. But fielding, it's all about the fielding. And it's all about keeping your nerve as well. And Matty Hone only just kept his nerve to get his team a win. So, well, that's going to be well broadcasted there by the British Forces Broadcasting Services as well. And they'll be glad that they were here to see their team get a win there. Nicosia Fighters, they have another chance. It's not going to be an easy match because Everest, they are on a high at the moment because they got a fantastic win against the British Forces of Cyprus. They did, but the Nicosia Fighters only just failed to do. Rico Full here, alongside me is Nishay Butt. We'll be back in just under 20 minutes time to talk you through match number 24.
European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back as we get ready for match number 24. Nicosia Fighters will stay on the field of play and they're taking on Everest. Everest, remember, early on had a fantastic run chase win over the British forces of Cyprus. The two captains are with the tournament referee Ian Rummage. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Okay, let's toss the coin.
Head.
Heads has been called by Everest. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
A little bit first.
Okay, toss won by Nicosia Fighters. You're going to bat first.
Anwar Hussain winning the toss and deciding he will have a bat first. So he's looking to get plenty of runs on the board. He's going to need plenty because remember, Everest, well, they are becoming known as the team that seem to be their chasing specialist. The Nicosia Fighters, once again, Ali Raza will be pretty key with the bat. Anwar Hussain, I wonder if you make some changes at the top of the order. Sakil Hussain is definitely somebody he could go for. And then also someone like Mohamed Tanveer. Tanveer, though, what a bowler, what a player. Bowling with some great pace, but having no luck. One thing that the Nicosia Fighters can do better this time round after seeing their earlier performance there against the British forces of Cyprus is tighten up in the field. They did particularly well to restrict the British forces Cyprus to getting to a score of 150, but I reckon they gave away over 20 runs in the field, so they can be tighter in that area. They're up against Everest. Everest will be boosted with a really good win against the BFC side. I think a win that many teams didn't expect them to get. Arjun Sahi was fantastic in that run chase, scored a great 80. Ashish Bam was brilliant as well. So they're a good team, they're playing some good cricket, and I think they'll be fancying their chances in this one again. So the news from the middle here, as we go back to the commentary position, is that it will be the Nicosia Fighters that will have a bat first.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. What an incredible start to this Wednesday it's been. We've been treated to two thrilling finishes, two matches, coming down to the final over. It's been a really dramatic Wednesday over here as we have a look at this beautiful village of Ipsanas where we'll be playing our cricket during an exciting fortnight of ECS action. Of course, we'll be heading over to Happy Valley in Akoratiri, just a few kilometers away from here for the internationals we'll have in a couple of weeks' time. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. It's our third match of the day. The Nicosia Fighters taking on Everest. The Fighters came so close to winning in that previous match. As you could see, they were really in a good position to take it at the end, and then we saw that enormous run out that really turned things around when Mohamed Tanveer was looking really good at 75, and then it came down to the last over. 5 runs needed to win, and the skipper Matty Hone once again delivered that crucial delivery to see his side over the finishing line. Here's a look at the win predictor. This looks like it's going to be another close one. Well, here we go. So it does look like the skipper Anwar Hussain is going to be opening the batting this time around. It was a little bit surprising that he didn't open the batting. Actually, he didn't bat at all in the previous match. You just wonder if he had come out to bat, would his team have had a chance? Now, he does bat a touch too slow at times, and well, you just wonder whether he opted for some of his teammates because he thought they might add them that little bit more explosiveness, that little bit more firepower. That's a nice ball here by Shai to start off. Dot ball. We're got things underway. A huge match here for Everest, of course, coming off that thrilling victory earlier today against the British forces. Of course, Everest had a very tough start to this tournament, losing 4 straight matches. The thing about this Everest team is they so often just get on a roll in these series and then put together great winning streaks. I mean, keep in mind, in last year's ECS, they started off with 5 straight losses. Is going to be a dot ball, and they followed up those 5 defeats with 5 straight victories, and well, they've got a chance to make it 3 wins on the bounce here against this Nicosia Fighters side. Big swing and a miss here by Raza. And of course, I'm Nishjay Bhatt, and joining me here in our commentary position is Rico Full. Looks like we've got another good game on our hands here.
I think so. We've had 2 crackers to start the day already. And Arjun Sahi, the hero of the last match for Everest, starts well. Just as I say that, the next one gets clobbered big. So Ali Raza finally opens his account here today. Remember, it's a 3-ball duck for him in the last match. And you see that Anwar Hussain has miraculously recovered from a back complaint that he had during the last match that saw him not have a bat. And he is opening the batting. He's the non-striker. So, Anwar, whatever magical stuff you use, whether it's a cream or pills, I want some of them. I'll tell you what, I like to be able to instantly turn around some of the aches and pains that I have and be able to go out there and do a few things. So anyway, Anwar, let's see he goes well. Raza. Gone. Yeah, there's the finger from the umpire. Now, I don't know why he's standing there, because there's a big snick here. I heard it. Nish, I'm sure you heard it. He's gone, and Shahi gets the breakthrough.
Yeah, big breakthrough. Arjun Shahi delivers the goods once again for this Everest side. Little edge through to the keeper. Really well taken there by Ashish Baum. So reliable with the gloves. And the first wicket falls here for the Nicosia Fighters.
Yeah, big swing and a miss. Gets a snick, goes. So it's literally 6 and out. Well, he'd be thankful he gets that 6 away. Otherwise, it would have been a back-to-back pair for him. So he goes. And there's an opportunity for Usman Mohammed, who gets elevated higher up the order. Usman did have a good hit in that last match, but then he went as well. Good bit of movement this from Saji. Keeps it inside that wide line. That'll be the end of the first over. 7 for 1 after the first.
Great start here for Everest. Get the early wicket. Restrict them to just 7 runs in this first over. Here's, of course, a look at our format for this European Cricket Series. Of course, we've got group play through to the 11th of June. I'll have the next group kicking off later this week. Then, of course, sides ranked 7th and 8th will be eliminated, whereas teams placed between 3rd and 6th will advance to Elimination Day on the 12th of June, whereas if you finish top 2 in your group, you advance straight to the quarterfinals on the 13th of June, and then we round the story out on the 14th of June, and what should be a very entertaining finals day will be crowned champion of ECS Encore Cyprus.
Going to start with a wide here as Kadri comes on with over number 2. It's a good bit of swing though. That's the key. Get the swing in and try and get the breakthroughs. And that is, of course, the captain, number 1, Kadri. Oh, I can hear the horses. Horses are back.
This one just going through. It's a dot ball. Anwar Hussain. Of course, the big storyline from that previous match was that he didn't come out to bat whatsoever after typically opening the batting. Of course, one of the reasons we highlighted might have been the fact that he typically has a rather low strike rate. Oh, well. Don't need to worry about that as a batter. That one is really wide. That would have been wide to a right-hander as well. Extremely wayward delivery here by Bhuvan Khatri.
Yeah, this ends up being actually nothing that the keeper can do about that. So he gets the minimo in. So Bhuvan Khatri lets his side down a little bit here. The captain battle off the 2 captains, of course. That's a much better delivery now. If this one had moved as much as the one down the leg side, it would have taken the off stump. Watch this one come back in. Starts to come and only just misses the stumps, and very close to Anwar, almost getting a little snick on that and canning the ball back onto his own stumps. Good pick up. Oh, wild quick throw though. Goes to the keeper's end, so Hussein will get off the mark.
A missed opportunity there for Hussein. That was a full toss. He really should have blasted that towards the onside shot, which we know that he's usually so good at hitting. Khatri gets away with one. Another dot ball. That one just goes past Mohammed. Now, it's been a good comeback by Khatri. He started off this over a little bit rough, bowled a couple of wides, including that minimo. And since then, he's recovered well.
Yeah, he has. He's getting that ball to seam around a little bit as well, so causing a few problems.
Oh, well, speaking of the devil, he's just pulled another wide.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of feedback from his fielders about his bowling. He's the captain. Even with that 5 wides, it's not, in terms of runs off the over, not the worst. But can he finish it off well?
And he goes for the big swing and a miss. Probably not the right shot selection, considering that ball is way outside the off stump. I think sometimes some of these batters have to be a little bit more willing to open up that offside. Personally speaking, though, really surprised that Umran Mohammed was sent in rather than Mohammed Tanvir after he batted so superbly. That one, I think, has just caught a little bit of a pitch along the way, so it'll be a wide rather than a no ball.
Yeah, it's once again, he's getting away with them. I mean, that one, no chance there for the keeper. That's a big wide. So another wide with the umpire now. There's the clean these shades as some of that dust blows in behind them. And well, oh no, that's not a no ball, is it? Surely it's not a no ball. Why has that been called a no ball? That was a wide ball, but it's being given as a no ball.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a baffling decision, but well, he bowls another wide over here. Khatri, well, it's like he's got the yips as well. And this is going to be a free hit. Is just going to continue. Last ball of the over.
So many wides and wide. Then there was 5 wides wide. No ball 2, more wides. And this one now is going to get a little bit of the bat and go through to the boundary. So 4 to finish the over. And Bhuwan Khatri finally gets the ball pretty full, but it gets a bit of the inside edge from Anwar Hussain. So ball will go to the boundary. 22 for 1 after the 2 overs as we have a look at the standings here. So very interesting. BFC Cyprus going back to winning ways, our point behind the Lions. We will see the Lions in action with 2 matches, but the first one we're going to see them in action with is going to be an absolute thriller. The British forces of Cyprus take it on the Sri Lankan Lions. That's our 4th match of the day, match number 25, and that is going to be a cracker.
Sahil Akhtar is going to bowl the final over of this power play. Mohammed, he struggled mightily, yet to get off the mark. That's just another dot ball, and you really have to wonder why Usman Mohammed came in place of Mohammed Tanvir at number 3. He's chewed up 5 dot balls during a really crucial stage of the match. You've got fielding restrictions, should be looking to accelerate, not chewing up dot balls.
Yeah, the batting order that they've gone with here doesn't really make too much sense. Remember, he came in at number 7 in the last match. He did hit 1 big ball for 6, and then other than that, he chewed up a few. So, all right, well, there's the hit for 6. And that one gets blasted away. So, 6 runs. Question is now, is he going to be able to continue, get a few more out of the middle of his bat, or is he going to go back to swinging and missing again?
Akhtar just leaves this one in the slot for Usman Mohammed, and he hits it really, really hard. That was a great stroke. Goes straight over long off. And that's a massive 6.
Yeah, Akhtar just goes a little bit fuller, doesn't he? I think he'll probably like to go back to just slightly short of a length, so he's not putting it in the slot for the batter to get it away. 4 more balls here to the end of the over, and the players will take drinks. Taking drinks at the moment because of the heat and these sort of severe conditions after 3 and 7 overs per innings.
Just evades the fielder at extra cover. Shahi comes across to cut it out. Once again, terrific bit of fielding by this MVP caliber player. And then an outstanding throw straight to the keeper.
Yeah, what a good throw this is. I mean, you think the batters are getting there easy, but all right, he doesn't take it cleanly. It just makes you think if he did take that cleanly with that arm he's got, that certainly would have challenged the batters to get back.
Down the ground towards long on. That's going to be another single.
Nice one.
Good length. That Yorker full of length. So I'm liking this from Akhtar. Akhtar, like the way that he seems to be thinking all the time, takes a walk back to his mark. He seems to be thinking about what the next ball is going to do, gets ready, gets set. And bowling pretty well here to the captain, Anwar Hussain. And, just gets bad onto it, and he will get a single because it, well, it just keeps going and going, doesn't it? And maybe Akhtar would have been better off just leaving that to his fielders, just using up and burning up some unnecessary energy there.
Yeah, energy reserves are so important today on this sweltering hot day. You don't want to have to take a step more than you need to. Again, Mohammed, he's got to question some of the shot selection. You know, it's that shot he rehearses isn't much better.
Yeah, he's just got the one area he wants to go to, and I said at the time, Akhtar probably just wants to keep it just slightly short and not put it in the slot, and he does very well. He does adjust his lines. A 10 come off that over. 32 for 1 after the power play, so the players will take on some drinks here at the moment. And oh wait, we can have a look at the European Cricket Championship that is coming up at the Kardama Oval. Beautiful part of the world in that province of Andalusia, the region of Malaga. There lies the oasis called the Kardama Oval, where we're going to start off on the 23rd of September with the Challenger Division in Group 1, and Group 2 will do battle. Cyprus will be in Group 2, and this, I think they'll fancy the chances, wouldn't they?
Yeah, Cyprus usually haven't had results go their way at the ECC, but with this new format, they might fight with some competition that's at a similar level and could have a few interesting games in there. Of course, they're going to get the Greece and Cyprus playing each other. That's always very exciting, seeing the two Hellenic nations go at it. And
Yeah, from looking at those sides and from the performances that I've seen from Cyprus, one thing, the one area they struggle, I think, for me, is bowling. I think we've seen already here, they've got some very good batters. I mean, the likes of Scott Burdekin could be leading them in that ECC, in that Challenger Division. But where are the bowlers? Because we're seeing a lot of that here. Bowlers, I mean, Tanvir bowling brilliantly. I don't know whether he qualifies or not, but he certainly, if he qualifies to play, certainly is one you've got to look at, because he gives you so much depth in the field and with the bat as well. So if they can get somebody like him in, that'd be brilliant. But where's the other key bowlers? You know, even when you look at the likes of the Sri Lankan Lions batting, very powerful bowling. All right, Srinath Rajith is one, which you know that he's played a part in. But they've got to find these bowlers, and maybe a good spinner. You know, Scott Burdekin, I know, probably will turn his arm over. But I do believe, you know, and I don't think Scotty would mind me saying so, that at that level, probably not going to do so well against some of the big batters that we have in Europe. Manny Hone, though, I think he's definitely somebody who could be in there. So I think it's the bowling that they're going to look at. The fielding's okay, because some of those key players I've talked about. Jamal Sadun is another one who could feature, and he's very good with the ball as well as the bat. So that's something they're really going to look at. I think it's sneaky 2 taken here. The field, well, he still hasn't got hold of the ball here. That's Ramesh Bugatti. Well, Bugatti, not Bugatti. If it was Bugatti, he would have got there pretty quickly, and he probably would have got the run out. But Bugatti, he's, let's just say, he's a different model, and he can't get there. And look, there's a few, still can't pick up that ball like a hot potato.
Is there going to be another wide? Absolutely. Just reiterating that point. For someone like Matty Hone, though, it's just the question for him really lies in, does he fit the eligibility criteria to make it to the Cyprus national team? But I think for Cyprus, really, it's all about international experience. I think a few times they've been at the international level and just found themselves wanting. This one is there some bad over there? Yes, there is. Yes, there is. The umpire raises his finger, so it looks like it's taken a feather through to the keeper. And Mohammed, well, he's been put out of his misery, in all honesty. He's really struggled out there, making just 9 runs of 12 deliveries. There might be a few Fighters fans that are happy to see the back of him.
It's the candy man again. He, well, he dangles the candies out there for the batter. The batter says, yeah, I want a few of those. And he gets a little snick. The catch is taken by Bam. The candy man does it again. So well done by Bam, takes the catch. And of course, Kishore Basnet, candy on his back. He is the candy man. And he's, well, he gives away some treats, but he buys a few wickets as well. He buys another one there. So 36 for 2. But yeah, I think you're right. I don't think Usman Mohammed was doing his team any favours. And that could be a blessing in disguise for the Nicosia Fighters. We go with Munir Islam. So once again, a surprise in who comes out here. Wide delivery down the leg side. Yeah, Nish, it's interesting how, you know, the way we probably see lineups and batting lineups and batters who they use and when they use, how that differs sometimes to what the captain is thinking.
No, indeed, and I think at times, you know, the captain maybe just feels a little bit of pressure to give a number of different batters an opportunity. Of course, this one's popped up in the air. Shahi will take that one. A terrific catch by a man who never puts them down. Arjun Shahi. It's another catch for this man. Truly electric player, the talisman of this Everest side. And the 3rd wicket falls for the Nicosia Fighters.
Yeah, well, what a partnership, the Candy Man and Arjun Shahi. Shahi, well, as soon as it goes in the air and I see him running towards it, I'm already saying it's out. No mistakes there. I think the mistakes of the batting department, though, seriously, as Munir Islam will go, and he goes for a golden duck. That's right, a golden cracker. Let's get him before he gets back. Derek gets him. That's how. Oh, the umpire says no. All right. When I'm seeing this, Nish, I reckon this is full and straight. I want to see why. I want to see why this isn't given.
Was there some bat involved? That's the only thing I could think that could save him. Oh, well, looks like it might be out to me as well.
Well, let's see what it goes down in the, has it gone down as a run or a leg by, because I don't see what this is missing, to be honest. Now, maybe there is a little bit of bat. If there is, then that's remarkable umpiring. But what's it being given as?
It's been credited as runs off the bat. So, yeah, according to the umpire, it seems there was an edge over there, something involved.
Well, he does survive. But that's a good delivery, and if he does get a feather on it, fair play, and well done. Well, the umpire foreseed it. That's umpire Munib who's out there. Nice to see Munib back first time. We're seeing Munib in the series here today. I know that he was here in January. He's a lovely guy, and good to have him back. Umpire Munib says not out. It's the end of the over. So 38 for 3.
Here's Jeevan Lumsel getting inserted into the attack. Get a chance to bowl much in the first match, so good opportunity for him here to roll his arm. Just see if he can contain this run rate. This stage of the inning, bowls a little bit of spin. And this should be a good matchup for him. It's always good to see an off spinner go up against a left-hander.
Yeah, Lumsal, when we saw him, I'm just trying to think whether we saw him bowling spin the last time. I don't think I don't think you can call him bowling spin actually, because that's not a spin delivery. It looks like he shapes up like he's going to bowl spin, and then he fires this in short, and it's a Gandhi ball. And Anwar Hussain says, yeah, I'll have that, thank you very much, and smashes it away. And just like that, he almost doubles his score with that 6.
Yes, that delivery was subpar in all honesty. It was a half tracker set up nicely for Hussain, and he pummeled that one away. Got the treatment it deserved. Can he just get this run rate going right now? Yeah, that expected score of 118. You have to say it's slightly below par based on what we've seen so far in this ECS. That was big again, but straight to the fielder. And that's going to be the end for Anwar Hussain. His innings is cut short. And he looked to make it back-to-back boundaries, but instead he picked out Shyam Pandit in the deep, who makes absolutely no mistake. That's the end for him. We'll take another look at this. Probably not the best delivery in the world, but Hussain, he just didn't quite have the room to play that shot. So instead of clearing the boundary, he finds the fielder at long off. That's the end for him. And that is going to be the 4th wicket for the Nicosia fighter. This is a little bit interesting. So they're going to send Munna Rahman out. Fair enough. He's batted pretty well in the previous match. But Tanvir, the man who made 75, we're yet to see him. And we're at the 6th batsman in the order.
I don't understand it. It's almost like the Nicosia fighters here have decided that they're not going to be competing for the top 2. They're banking on the fact that they're going to finish in the top 6, and they're just changing things around. They've really reversed this batting order around, with Hussain making a remarkable recovery after a bad back, opening the batting. We haven't seen Tanvir. We're not seeing Zakir Hussain. And this one is gone over the boundary. That's going to be 6 all the way. So Rahman smashes a big 6. I mean, when Rahman, I suppose he was out there putting a good part. He put a very good partnership together with the Tanvir, didn't he? Those two are the ones that kept him in the match last time. So fair enough, him coming in now makes sense, but surely you would surely have thought he and Tanvir would have come out the way before Usman, Munirul Isman and the Jahid Haq.
It's just a little bit puzzling. I think at times there have been a few decisions that the fighters have made that we have a question, whether it be with their fielding placement as well as some of the decisions generally with their batting lineup. But one will come to the halfway stage of the innings. The Nicosia fighters are 51 for 4. It's a great chance to welcome you into our commentary box. Of course, I'm Nishchev. Alongside me is Rico Full. Interesting start to this match. They're going at about 10 and over, but the big concern for them is they've lost 4 wickets.
Yeah, lost 4 wickets. Haven't got a lot of time, even though you're getting those key batters maybe coming in now. They've really got to get some acceleration to try and get enough runs on the board. Look, I want to say a big hello to a lot of people in the UK that are tuning in. And in the UK today also, they're celebrating Thank You Day. I'm loving this day. Thank You Day. It's all about giving thanks to all of the heroes, if you like, during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's a day that it's been set aside, and it's a thank you day. So this is the day they all say thank you. And remember the heroes. Of course, we're talking about doctors, nurses, and of course everybody involved in the emergency services, and also people like shop assistants as well that were obviously staying open during the pandemic and serving the community. So thank you day in England, a time for us to remember and say thank you to all of those heroes during the pandemic, always celebrated on this day, the 5th of June.
Just have a look at the appeal over there as well, asking the question. Khatri. This is a Bikash Khatri, who's coming to ball. And this is really, really nicely played by Munna Rahman. The ball's around off stump, just shifts across, swivels on the spot, plays it behind square leg. It's not the easiest stroke in the world, but because he just walks across his stumps, he makes it that much easier for him to pick that ball up and smack it behind square leg.
Yeah, well, this is the other Khatri. Bikash Khatri is doing the bowling here now. I think he'd be far better if he can keep that ball outside the off. You can see that that's what the wicket keeper is trying to do, and he's trying to set the field for it as well, but he's got to get the line in that area as Khatri. Shouts of catch. but not going to catch it. It's been well struck. And Rahman, we do know he's a big old unit. When he hits it, it does stay hit.
Yeah, I think the key for Rahman is you just want to bowl it around that 5th, maybe even 6th stump line. You can see how much he just shuffles across his stumps. You want to try to force him to play cover drives and generally look to play it through the offside. He just loves to swipe across the line. Can't bowl to him there. And only might have been going for the leg stump Yorker, I think, Khatri, going for glory, but doesn't quite nail it. And Rahman will strike another 4.
Yeah, so coming in and making an instant difference. And you have to ask the question, if Rahman and Tanvir had come out there earlier, Tanvir still to come in, by the way. If they were out there earlier, this could have been a completely different story. Just look at how the acceleration has started as soon as Rahman gets in.
That one's going to be another wide. It'll be interesting to have a look at this one.
Yeah, I think looks to me like it's an umpire's call. It's there or thereabout. Does for me catch a little bit of the line, but we got the advantage of the replay. I think umpire's call. I'm happy with that one there from umpire Munib.
And this is much better. I think this is the kind of line he needs to be bowling to Munir Rahman. Oh, dear. That one's just taking an awful Tortuga bounce. It looked like he was going to go rather comfortably to a Jeevan Lumsel out in the deep. Normally such a safe pair of hands. And he was ready to snaffle this one. And then just look at that. Nasty. Absolutely nasty.
Yep, the Tortuga just pops up when you least expect it. And that's unfortunate for the fielder. Thing is, though, it's one of those things, I think when you're fielding on this ground, as the fielder, you have to expect it. I just think he could have done a little bit better covering that. Now that is a sensational hit. He goes, the issue here is for Khatri, and you've touched on this, Nish. Bikash wants to go for the stumps. He sees him shuffling across. Now, if that hits the pad, you're going up, and I think the umpire wouldn't have found a reason not to give it out. But it's where Rahman wants it. He wants you to bowl it there because he's so good at playing that shot. Look at that strike rate, going over 300, 30 off 9 deliveries, and he's almost scored half of these runs already. 78 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, for me, Munir Rahman should be batting at about 3 or 4. And they should probably be opening with Anwar Hussain and Tanvir, this Nicosia Fighters team. But, you know, this might just be a side that might take a bit of time to find their identity, to find their preferred lineup. And well, the Fighters faithful will be hoping they can just click at the right time, which would be around Elimination Day, which will be on Wednesday next week. This is Jeevan Lumsel coming into the attack, picked up a wicket earlier in his spell. Got rid of Anwar Hussain. Let's see if he can do the trick here as well. And this has gone up in the air, and it's going to go for 6. It's landed just about a foot on the other side of the boundary rope. And it looks like he's joining in on the party as well, Jahid Haq. He's not had too much joy with the bat so far. That one was just set up nicely for him, and he stroked it away.
Yeah, it's the issues of bowling right arm round the wicket, isn't it? Unless he gets that ball to be going right across the right-hander, you can just basically put your pads in the way and get that sweep shot in, play it well, get the runs, LBW at the occasion. Looks like he's not going to change his way. Does go wider this time, but that's a good-looking shot. And it's a good save. Brilliantly done. It's an excellent bit of work from Arjun. Just watch this again. He gets down, and the ball just gets away from him here. And as it's making its way towards the rope, he dives and makes a stop and makes sure he doesn't make contact with the rope. Nicely done.
Yeah, very nicely done there by Shahi. Just for a second, you wondered if it was going to slip past him, but then he makes an acrobatic effort to prevent that from touching the boundary rope. Danger man Rahman back on strike. Oh, this is huge. This is absolutely huge. And it's not going to quite go into that training pitch next to us, but it will be another 6 for Munir Rahman. Strike rate of 360.
Yeah, well, look, you know what he's doing, don't you? Look at what he starts before the ball is even bowled. 2 feet right in front of the stumps, deep in his crease, bat up in the air, say, come on, give it, here he goes again. Just launching into them. They're just not bowling well, are they? They're bowling too straight at the stumps. Lumsad's got to do something different. He's got to come from the other side and be trying to get the ball outside the off. He's bowling it right into the swing, right into the slot of the batters at the moment. And the batters, they're having a field day.
Oh, they absolutely are. Lumsel, this is very uncharacteristic for him. Usually such a tight bowler. He's struggling right now, but he's never going to get that call, is he? It's pitching outside the leg stump. So hard to get those decisions when you're bowling round the wicket.
Can't be out. And this is what he's got to learn. It just cannot be out. This is pitching outside the leg, and no matter whether it's going to hit the stumps or not, it can't be out. He's got to come over the wicket. It's as simple as that. And it's another expensive over. So this one goes for 17. The score into the 90s now, 95 for 4.
Here's a look at our upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, running alongside us is a terrific night series over in Portugal that will conclude later this week on Friday. And we'll be with you here in Cyprus through to the 19th of June. But after that, boy, look at that absolute feast of cricket. We'll be heading over to Czechia and then going further eastwards in Europe with some great series in Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria for visiting the Balkans for what should be a very exciting weekend of action in Croatia. The cricket comes thick and fast on the European Cricket Network. Players right now are just concluded their drinks break. I think just having a look at this wagon wheel for the Nicosia Fighters, they made 65 runs on the onside. I think it's been a little bit lackluster from Everest. They know how strong these players are on the leg side, particularly Munir Rahman. And it'd be just nice to see them bowl a little bit wider outside the off stump and force Munir Rahman to adapt and maybe look to hit a few shots that he's not as comfortable with.
Shahi waits for the field to get set. He's got the 2 men out on the boundary, so a wide long off and a fielder out in that extra cover area. 2 mid-wicket and also got long on bat, and there you go, that's the difference. Full straight on the stumps, and look at the joy there from Arjun Shahi. He's a top player, isn't he? He's a top player. The only question here is maybe a slight mistake perhaps from the Everest captain, just leaving him back too long, because when Rahman smashing the ball over the place, you just want somebody to come in and do what we've been asking for, full straight on the stumps. And if you try and get funky, it's going to be timber.
Now, this is really good bowling by Shahi. He just watches the batter shuffling across, and then he goes for glory. He goes for the leg stump Yorker, and because Shahi has that pace, beats the batter, crashes into the stumps, and the Fighters lose their 5th wicket. Of course, mind you, they made 44 runs of the last 2 overs, which is why they're in a slightly healthier position right now than what they were at the start of this innings. Interesting decision here. Ramjan Hussain sent out to bat at number 7. The man who made 75 runs in the last innings is yet to appear. Yeah, Ramjan Hussain, he's had his struggles with the bat. And I gotta say, some of this decision-making by the Fighters really makes you scratch your head. I have no idea why a player who just made 75 has not come out to bat, and maybe he will now, because Ramjan Hussain is going to depart without troubling the scorers. He's going to be greeted by a golden derrick. And you can just see a little edge through to the keeper. There we go. There comes the golden derrick to greet Ramjan Hussain. Let's just take another look at this. Goes for the big shot. Little edge through to the keeper. And that's going to be the end. And Tanvir just comes out, plays a really good looking shot. It's a bit of foot fielding here. They should be able to come back for a second run. Tanvir was a little bit slow out of the blocks, but he'll make it back safely. It's 2 runs for him to open the mark. So, well, this was the partnership that helped the Fighters get close to victory against the British forces. And we've had to wait until the 8th wicket to finally see the 2 of them together. There we go. Then can Tanvir pull out some late innings heroics? This is a wide by Shahi.
wonder if it's worth having a look at this side on as well. I think he might be okay with it, but he's bowling at a fair bit of pace. I guess we'll never know. Oh, we can just about see that little bit of that, but maybe just under the waist there. Yeah, Shahi lets himself down with that one.
That was a good-looking pose by Tanvir, but doesn't actually get any bat on that. Yeah, Shahi's just been terrific with the ball. Once again, 3 wickets, giving up just 11 runs. And the 10 balls he's delivered so far. Make that another dot ball. Incredible. Just terrific bowling. He's also got that little bit of pace.
Yeah.
So he can beat the batter.
I tell you what, Tanvir is probably making a note of this, because when he gets a chance, he'll be looking to probably, we'll see the sort of repeat of this battle, but the other way around when Tanvir will be bowling to Arjun Shahi.
This has gone up in the air. Where is this going to land? Didn't really know where that one was going, Tanvir. He's going to get very lucky. In the end, it's going to land safely and go away for 4. Shahi probably didn't deserve that for his bowling. You can see Tanvir trying to play that towards the leg side, catches an outside edge, and goes away for a boundary. So a 4 to end the over, much needed for the Nicosia Fighters, who are at 103 for 6 with a couple of overs to go in their innings.
Yeah, they needed that boundary the same way that Everest could have done with those wickets. So Arjun Shahi delivers again, 3 for 15. Sensational spell of bowling from him, and he bowled quick and fast. I think that's probably the fastest that we've seen him bowl. So 12 balls to come in this innings. What can the Fighters get to as Munir Rahman looks to continue with his big hitting, and he finds the hands of the fielder. It's a good pick up and throw, well backed up by a number of fielders as well.
Yeah, it's going to be Akhtar bowling this penultimate over. Munir Rahman finds that fielder a square leg, who, as you just mentioned, does a terrific job. Good throw as well. Nice backing up there by those Everest fielders coming across. Well, this is another shot for Catcher, but it looks like it's going to land safely. And he's been a little bit lucky today, Tanvir. Another one goes away for a 4. I had no idea where this was going, but the edge lands safely and goes for a boundary.
Well, it's been sucked in that sort of third man vortex, isn't it? A couple of deliveries have gone over there. They're not making any changes to the field just yet, or are they? No, the fielder is maybe staying out there now. It looks like he is. So a bit of a change in the field. 3 men now on the offside, so looks like the third has come up, and they're keeping a sort of a backward point back for those big slogs from Tanvir.
This is launched, absolutely launched. No luck over there. That is just a terrific shot by Tanvir, straight towards long off.
Yeah, well, this is more like it. This time it's a little bit short, and I like the way he deals with this. Just look at the body here. Goes down, gets right under it, keeps the upper body so straight, and that's the sign of a good hit. Fantastically struck. 6 more runs. Akhtar under attack. And now more luck for Tanvir. That's the third that he's miscued in that area. They do move a fielder back there, but you're just relying on a little bit of luck that it goes straight to him. It doesn't. It's wide. It's to his left, and it goes past the boundary before he even gets into the shot there. So this over being very productive. Yes, it's now gone for 15, 3 boundaries on the spin.
That's 12 of his 20 runs he just made through edges. Really fortune favoring Tanvir so far today. That's a great ball there by Akhtar. He's going for that leg stump Yorker, and he got it spot on. It's just going to be a single.
These two together, Rahman and Tanvir. And at one point we thought they were going to earn a win in the chase against the British forces of Cyprus. They got pretty close, didn't they? Tanvir just losing his wicket late on when he went for 75. And a lot of other things that happened in that match that allowed the British forces of Cyprus to get that win.
Oh, is there something there? There's a huge appeals. I wonder if there was sound along that way, and if it came off the fact that it might have just have brushed the pad along the way. Ooh, well, hard to tell.
How far is that from the stumps as well? I think that was so close to just kissing the bail off. Kishore Basnet is only bowled that the one over. He took 2 wickets for 4. Now, are they going to go to him to bowl the last? You'd think they would with those sort of bowling figures. 119 for 6 after 9.
And unsurprisingly, it is Kishore Basnet bowling this final over. Got 2 settled batters out there, though. Rahman and Tanvir picking up from where they left off in that previous game. From a fighter's point of view, it's just a real shame that it took until the 8th wicket for the 2 of them to finally come together. Big, big hit. This one is absolutely walloped, but it goes straight to Shyam Pandit at long on, who takes a, oh, it was a pretty challenging catch because it was struck really, really firmly at him. For a second, it just looked like he was going to go the distance for a 6. But Shyam Pandit holds on to this really, really well. Terrific catch. And unfortunately for Tanvir, his innings will be cut short.
Candyman, he is the man. He bowls them out anyway he can. Oh yeah, the Candyman back into the attack, and he takes his 3rd wicket. 3 for 4 at the moment. Well, Kishore Basnet, what about this for a performance? Great catch though from Pandit. It's the 2nd good catch that he's taken, and he's looking at the business. Right, so 5 balls to come, 119. Basnet, well, could we be in for a 5-wicket haul maybe? Not with that ball, but that still means he's still got 5 to bowl.
You can see he's just trying to go for that leg stump Yorker there, Boston, but doesn't quite get it right. Hussain comes out here, Sakir Hussain. We know he's pretty handy with the bat as well. See if he can make a few late runs. I think the top priority has to be not to chew away any dot balls. That's exactly what he's done there, and get the danger man, Munna Rahman, back on strike.
Yeah, you're right. This is, I mean, I would be inclined to just have somebody in short land. I think they're making, yeah, they're doing it. Very clever, very clever. We haven't seen too many teams do this.
Another dot ball, and yep,
Gonna
it's
be
just
gone. Ah, brilliant. Sorry, Nish, but that's just brilliant. It excites me that, because I wonder if he got a chance to just see the field set before. If not, well, what they did, they brought 2 fielders in close, because they know you've got to be trying to get Muneeb on strike. Muneeb goes for it, but he's never going to get there. That's fantastic. Smart cricket from Everest. Really liking that.
Absolutely. You can just see number 18, Bhuvan Khatri, who just came into your screen. He was positioned as sort of short cover position on the 1. And this is why Everest can often just find the edge in these close games. They're a thinking team. They're a smart team. They play the right way. On the other hand, you look at the fighters and how many games have they lost because of some rather poor decision making with their tactics. And if Everest do go on to win this match, you'd have to say their tactics will have certainly played a big role in it.
Yeah, really clever. And now, of course, they're not worrying about the single. Now they push those guys back. So it's just clever cricket, and it works a treat, and it gets the wicket of Rahman, who was trying to get back on strike. Let's see what the bat should be looking for 2 here. I can't believe they're not. They'll just settle for a single.
It's going to be Hussain coming back on strike. So I'm just charged to the other end to desperately try to get Munna Rahman back on strike. And this is looking to be another terrific over by Basnet. It's delivering the goods in this final over. This one is just a push towards point. That's a great bit of fielding.
I'm loving the energy from the captain as well, I have to say. Bhuvan Khatri, I've noticed him in the field. He's running hard, he's chasing hard, he's getting to those balls. He's really, and really, his effort and his energy is rubbing off on some of the others on the Everest side.
Last ball of the innings coming up.
Wants to make sure he gets it right, so Basnet goes back to his mark. Outstanding bowling figures from him. 3 for 7. Also, he's got a 3 for. 2 3-fers in this contest.
Oh, that was a terrific delivery. And it's a real shame for Everest that they might actually concede a few runs on that ball. Look at that. Outstanding work out in the deep. Prevents what looked like a certain boundary. It's going to be buys to end this innings. And look at that. Desperately coming across there. Puts his foot to stop that one. Iswar Thapa. And he gave it a great chase.
Yeah, this is quite remarkable. I want to see this again. Look, they shouted no boundary, and he gave it everything, Thapa here. Made sure he makes a stop, saves the runs. They'll only get, I think, just the one there at the end, or was it a couple, I think. They must have ran 2. Brilliant work, outstanding. And that sums up Everest. And Everest, I think a lot of people knew this from last time. They're a team that may not have the wealth of a lot of good players in there in terms of players that we know about. There are a lot of players that try, but the 1 or 2 that they have do combine so well with you. They're hard-working, they are gutsy, they're hard-working, they make teams work hard for whatever they can get out of them. And you see that there again from them. That's a really good finish from them. It was looks like the score was at one point looking to be around about 140 mark. They keep it down to 123.
Absolutely. We're just taking a look at the highlights of this innings. It was a bit of a lackluster start for the Nicosia Fighters. They decided to shuffle their batting lineup once again, and it just didn't quite work out for them. A lot of their top order looked extremely unsettled. Just a 1 score in double digits amongst their top 5. That was their captain, who made 13 runs. And we're just taking a look at some of these great catches they took out in the deep. That was Shyam Pandit taking the catch to dismiss Anwar Hussain, and then Munna Rahman came all the way down at number 6 after a pretty solid batting performance in the previous match. He would make 41 of 14 and was the star performer for his side with the bat in hand. And Jahid Haq, well, he faced a lot of deliveries, but wasn't quite able to make the runs that his side required. He was dismissed by Arjun Shahi. Goes across, Shahi goes for glory, goes for the leg stump Yorker, and got rid of him. That would be the end of Ramjan Hussain. Nice catch there by Ashish Bhan. Ramjan departed for a golden derrick. And Mohammad Tanvir, coming off a 75-run performance in the previous match, was demoted all the way down to number 7. And he did a pretty decent job, made 21 of 9, but simply didn't have enough balls to make an impact on this game. You can just see this run out right at the end. Very smart cricket over there. That was very intelligent. Knew they were looking for the single. They pushed short cover and short mid-wicket in. And they made sure that there would be no way in the world that Zakir Hussain could possibly get Munna Rahman back on strike. In the end, though, Rahman gets run out. He gets stuck on 41. Here's a look at the scorecard for the Nicosia Fighters. Rahman top scoring with 41 runs. Tanvir making 21 of 9. Those were the only real 2 scores of note. The bowling figures for Everest, well, we see a couple of real standout performances, of course. Kishore Basnet with 3 for 7. That was an absolutely incredible bowling performance, and Everest do go on to win this game. You'd certainly have to give him a shout for man of the match. And Arjun Shahi, 3 for 15. Incredible bowling by him. A little concern for them is, of course, the 22 runs they gave up of extras, and that's something we'll be hoping to iron out in their upcoming games. So we're halfway through this one, and Everest need 124 runs in the second innings to make it 3 wins in a row. Make sure to join us again in just a few moments' time when we'll bring you The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back for the second innings. It's been a very exciting day of cricket so far. We've seen both of our opening matches go down to the last over. Are we going to see some more drama here in Ipsanas? Let's have a look at the bonus point equation. So in order to take the bonus point, Nicosia Fighters will have to restrict Everest to 86 runs or less. And of course, if they achieve the target in 7 overs or less, it'll be Everest who will leave with the bonus points. I think this one's going to be a real tight one. I don't think we'll be having too much bonus point talk later in this innings. I feel like this could be another one that just comes down to the wire. Looks, it's a par score, you'd have to say, from the Nicosia Fighters. It's just one of those scores that's set up to be a really close game. Of course, so many of Everest's hopes lie on these two batters, Shahi and Baum. They've got an incredibly strong top order. One thing we have discussed is that their middle order can be a little bit brittle, it can be a little bit soft. And if you can just expose that soft underbelly, well, you've got a chance to really run through this side. But first, you got to get through this man, Arjun Shahi, who's having an absolutely incredible ECS. And this is struck away for a 4, starts off just where he left off in the previous innings. A great shot, brilliant stroke, hits it out towards that vacant mid-wicket boundary. It's not a good way to start off, you have to say, for Raza. Personally, though, I would give this first over to Tanvir if I was a Nicosia Fighters. I want to have my best bowler bowling to the opposition's best batter right out of the gates.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. You've got to have someone like Mohamed Tanvir to get the new ball and just to cause all sorts of trouble. And that also means that he gets 2 overs in the power play as well.
This time around, he gives a touch too much width to Shahi. Doesn't quite get it as nicely as he'd like. It was came off the bottom end of the bat. And it's a single.
So target 124. You would think that Everest, a team that chased down that 159 earlier in the day against the British forces, Cyprus would back themselves to do it. But you're right, these two are very key. These two openers.
Wow, a rare leave there. Don't often see that in T10 cricket. Ashish Baum maybe just wanted one feel-out delivery.
Yeah, it's a good delivery because it's look at that, good carry through, good movement, away swing. And yeah, look, you know, remember in that last match against the forces of 3 overs, they were on 30 chasing that 159. So they do know and they will back themselves, even if they don't start quickly, that once they get their eye in, they can score at a rapid rate. And that's exactly what they did to win that match last time.
Like side for a while, they can see Fighters were very good in the extras department in the previous match against the forces. Gave up just 5 runs of extras. Just feel if they can replicate that here. Maybe they have a chance of defending this target. Oh, this comes off the bottom end of the bat. Is it going to beat Anwar Hussain at mid-off? It will, and it goes for 4.
Well, not the most convincing, was it, from Ashish Baum? I think he gets caught reaching at this one because it's pretty wide, but he does get enough of it. That's the advantage of going for these little risky shots in the power play. With only 2 fielders back, you get away with them.
Lowish full toss. Straight to the fielder at mid-off, Anwar Hussain.
Captain making this stop, and an important stop, just keeping it to 1-10 off this over so far. They'd like another couple. That would keep them more or less in touch where they want to be. Don't want to fall too far behind.
Oh, this one could go to the fielder at mid-on. He tries to go for the catch, but it slips past him. In the end, it's just going to be a single.
Yeah, he throws himself at this Munirul Islam, just hanging in the air, and he doesn't. It looks like he's going to take launch himself at it and take that catch diving forward, but in the end, he changes his mind, and that uncertainty also gets the ball to get through him. Then we'll go for a single. 11-1, 13 matches now since, of course, that golden ball. That golden ball happened on match day 3, match 14, when Royal CC levelled with the Napa Kings, 106-106, but it was the Kings that won the golden ball, courtesy of 2 extras being bowled there by the bowler. Mohammed Hamza bowled the wide and the no ball, and that was it. It was done and dusted. It was the Napa Kings that were victorious in the golden ball, and we almost thought we were going to get another one in that earlier match today. It could have been, and it was so close really as well, wasn't it? If the fighters could have hit that last ball to the boundary. One gets played away, and well, that's very poor fielding. Very, very poor fielding. And I know that a few kids might still be in half term. Well, if you're watching, if you're making your kids watch this, tell them to look away now, because that is not the way to be fielding. Ali Raza, very poor.
Yeah, that was a subpar effort there. Ali Raza, it's a tight game. It's an important match. And you got to expect much better from your fielders. Oh, what's this going to do? It's going to beat that fly slip and go away for a 4. So Ashish Baum gets back-to-back boundaries here.
Yeah, they all count, no matter which way they come. First of all, there's a horrendous bit of fielding there from Ali Raza, and then screams of catch it, but gets luck going his way.
He's going to go big here, Baum, and has he got the distance? Yes, he has. That's a 6. And make that 3 consecutive boundaries to start off this Jahid Haq over.
Gets hold of that properly, doesn't he? Once again, he's fetching it from outside the off. Baum plays that shot pretty well, doesn't he? So he likes to reach. He doesn't really get the feet in the right position, in all honesty, but he relies on his power. And, well, he thuds that way pretty well. So 6 more runs. The umpire will check the ball is okay. Manoob says, yes, it's fine. Huck changes his angle.
And this is just beautifully played. Such a top stroke. I mean, we just saw Baum belt one over the cow quarter, and now it shows the delicate touch he has. Waits for that ball, plays it so late, behind point, gets the 4. Beautiful. Deserves a few extra runs for style points.
Yeah, doesn't he just? Baum goes brutal, then Baum goes finesse and suave as he just plays that away beautifully. You're loving the look of what Baum is doing here at the moment, putting Everest well ahead of where they need to be.
Played towards cover, and it's another. It's not going to hurt the fighters in the end, but their fielding just been a little bit subpar to start off. The energy isn't quite there early for the Nicosia fighters. There's not much chatter. There's not much talking. It's still a very close game. Yeah, and it looked like a defeated side right now.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth there. Literally, they just look flat. They don't look like they want to fight here. And it's almost like you got half the team that really want to fight. They want a gutsy performance. They shout, come and catch it. They're getting behind the bowler. And then you got others that are very lethargic out there. They don't seem to be fighting too hard. But you have to say that I don't think the captain is helping when you got the likes of Mohammed Tanveer there. First, he came in far too late to bat along with Munir Rahman, and now you've got to be using him with the ball and not using him yet. And well, this is their predicament. They only are just in 6th spot, but Everest get this win, they leapfrog them, and that leaves the Nicosia fighters and also the Warriors in a position where they could lose out. They won't even make it through to the elimination stages. So there's a lot to play for in this match, a lot to play for. And at the moment, Everest seems to be the team that want to be determined to get the win. They seem to understand the importance of this match more than that of the fighters.
Yeah, they're not just such a tactically astute team. That's something we discussed in the first team. They play with so much passion and fire. It's why they've become fan favorites for so many of our ECN faithful and so many ECN fans. Really such a lovable team. Play cricket the right way. Gotta love Everest.
I tell you what, though, you got to love Everest. I love Everest. I like to be at Everest at the moment just for half an hour, just to cool down and then come back again. Yeah, beam me away, Scotty, as this one goes over for 4 runs.
Yeah, just the bat slightly turning in his hand over there. Goes behind point for a 4. Ashish Baum looking really, really scintillating early in his innings. Moves on to 28 runs of just 10 deliveries.
I mean, correct me, Tanvir is on the field, isn't he? I mean, we're not missing something here. He is on the field. It's just the captain choosing not to use in the bowl, which is just a ludicrous decision. It really is.
Yeah, I fail to understand a lot of the fighters' decision making. Made a 75 in the previous game, comes down to bat at number 8. And after a terrific bowling performance in that first match, he's not even had the ball yet. Don't quite understand what's going on here.
And the thing is, the little things like that, I know we get frustrated. I think maybe some of the viewers get frustrated as well. But the player himself gets very frustrated because he's probably out there thinking, hey, Skip, you know, what's going on here? As he sees a wide here now from Ahmed, he's probably thinking, you know, why I got the ball? Have I done something wrong? Am I not bowling right? You know, so all of that comes into play as well. This is an important match. We just saw the standings there. They're only just a point ahead of Everest. They need to try and keep that space between them, the distance between them. Everest win this match and you fall behind. Chance, and Hussain holds on to it. Well, there you go, the captain. He certainly doesn't let his team down on the catching front, holds on to the catch, and Surav Ahmed gets the breakthrough. Ashish Baum goes for 28.
And this wicket could really turn the complexion of this innings. We know how top order dependent this Everest team is. Ashish Baum was looking great out there, and he finds the captain at extra cover, and that's the end of his innings. It's cut short at 28 of 11. Yeah, if I was captaining this fighter's side, I'd have Tanvir and Sohail Ahmed opening the bowling. First over goes to Tanvir, second over to Sohail Ahmed, especially against an Everest side who are so top heavy. You just know that if you can get rid of this top order, this side are always prone to a collapse.
Yeah, now, Jeevan Lamsal, I think this is the sort of innings that he'll relish. You're needing just under 12. He's not the biggest hitter. He can stroke it around. And we saw him score 44 when Everest got that good win against the Warriors. And see what I mean? He's a bit of a dabber. He's got all the shots. He's sort of a sort of guy that can say, yeah, I can see this guy playing T20 and scoring lots of runs, batting through the innings. So he could be the ideal partner here for Shahi. Question is, though, once he goes, who else then from Everest can come out there and keep going at around this 13? So you've got to admit that this partnership is now pretty key. Shahi hasn't really got going yet, just 5 to his name. But, of course, he will know the importance now of this knock from him.
Shouts to catch it, but it's going to go well clear of the fielder. Arjun Shahi with a terrific hit. Shahi's had the best seat in the house to watch that bomb innings, and now he's like, well, I got to step up and continue the stroke play.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did, didn't they, in that victory over the British forces of Cyprus. It was all about Ashish Baum. When Baum departed, Shahi just turned it on. And didn't he turn on the style? The only unfortunate thing was with the scores tied, he lost his wicket. It was caught on the boundary. But, yeah, that was so far for me, even though we've seen all of those centuries, that was the knock of this series so far, as this one gets a little bit lucky. Well, sometimes you need a little bit of luck. You need a little bit of suerte. And this is it, a little bit of suerte as it gets over the fielder, and it will go into that vacant third man position. 4 runs, end of the over, 46 for 1.
That's why they've placed that fly slip over there. Then they can see a fighter's hoping that one of the edges carries to him. But unfortunately for him, just needs to grow about a foot taller to have a chance at that one. Here's a look at the comparison of these two teams. Everest 14 runs ahead of where the Nicosia fighters were at this stage. They're going well above the required rate. It's just a case now of how long can Shahi prolong his innings. Of course, these players are now just going to have a quick drinks break. We've mentioned just how hot it is here today on numerous occasions. So they'll be having drinks at overs 3 and 7.
Yeah, and of course, plenty of cricket coming your way. Not only do we have some more matches to come for you here, I mean, of course, we've got an absolute cracker coming when the British forces are going to be taking on the Sri Lankan Lions. That's been a cracker, but let's just remind you of the format. And we were just talking about the importance of this match, because if you finish outside of the top 6, you don't make it through to that elimination day on Wednesday. And at the moment, it could be any one of these two teams. Currently, the fighters are just ahead of Everest, but if Everest wins this match, then they'll leapfrog them, and that leaves the fighters in a really difficult position. Of course, first and second, they'll come into play on the quarterfinals day on Thursday, and then we'll know which teams will go into finals day. So plenty of cricket still to come, but we could be calling this moving day for some of these teams. Of course, it won't get any easier for the fighters, because straight after the match between the Lions and the British Forces Cyprus, the fighters will play their third match, and they'll be taking on the Sri Lankan Lions of Limassol, and that is not going to be an easy match.
That certainly won't be. Of course, the Sri Lankan Lions have been the class of this group. They've been largely untroubled in every match they've been involved in. We're looking forward to that next game between them and the British Forces. We've just been wondering where the standard of this British Forces team really is. That's going to be a tough task for them. And maybe we'll get to really gauge the true level of this BFC team. End of the power play, of course, so Munirul Islam is bowling the first over after the power play, since fielding restrictions have been lifted. You can have up to 5 fielders outside the ring. They're currently stationed at deep mid-wicket, long on, long off, deep point, and it looks like they're sending out a deep third as well.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, especially when, if you've got a bowler who's going to consistently keep it short outside the off, and that's not bad areas to be. And Lamsab is playing his part now, what he feels is just keeping his wicket intact and keep providing their strike to Shahi. But at the same time, if he gets the option to play a good shot, to play it, now we know that he's got good abilities to cut the ball. That's nicely played, and Anwar Hussain is going there back to support the fielder. That's Ali Raza. This time Ali Raza, at least he does get down and get his hands to it, so it's not going to go to the boundary.
Yeah, Lumsol, a very different player to Baum and Shahi. He's somebody who likes to rotate the strike more, not the most explosive hitters. Oh, a direct hit, and maybe Shahi could have been in trouble.
Yeah, I think he probably would have been in trouble, actually, just watching the body language here. I mean, they decide to go for it. Let's see the throw. And where's the ball here? Well, the foot was in the air, you know. It's not the best of running. Slide the bat in.
And this is struck away for a 4. Beautiful sound off the bat for Arjun Shahi. You could just hear that crunch from a mile away. Take another look at this. Bit of width on offer. Smashes it towards cover.
Yeah, AJ showing what he does best. He's a lovely clean hitter of the ball. He really is. Striking it well. He's in good form at the moment. I think he came into form for Everest pretty late in the last time we saw him. We didn't see him in January the last time we were here, and it was too late for them to make an impact going forward into finals day. Well, he's gone here though. That is a huge wicket, and look at the celebration there from Munirul Islam. Shahi looks to play down the wrong line. He's looking to flick this onto the onside. Really, that's one he should have been going straight down the ground. Goes for the wrong option and sees his stumps knocked over. Look at the joy here from Munirul Islam. Yeah, look, he just goes the wrong way, doesn't he? If he goes the other way, he gets something on this. He gets a bit of bat or a bit of pad on it. He allows the bowler to get it through the gap, and he knocks him over. That's a big wicket, you got to say, because that's bam. And now Shahi back in the shed. It's a long way back from here now for Everest.
That could be the most important mistake so far this innings. Just plays down the wrong line there, Shahi. And we've discussed at length some of the issues this Everest middle order has. Well, they've been given a good start. Can they see their team over the finishing line? All the responsibility now falls on Jeevan Lumsol. We know Encore is capable of hitting a couple. We saw him connect on a couple of boundaries in that previous match. but does he have enough to construct a match-winning innings?
Wide ball to start here as they still are holding back the likes of Tanvir. They'll go with Usman Mohammed. They'll start with a wide. And now we're going to see if Jeevan Lamsa can really find the kind of form that we know he's capable of producing when his team needs it. And he's a good cutter of the ball, we do know that, but they have got that part of the field well protected for him. So third is bat, they've got a backward point in play, they've got a sweeper out. So unless he's getting it to pinpoint accuracy, the chances of him finding the boundary in that area are slim. So he's going to have to be enticed to probably go across the line to try and get it into that vacant square leg area. Right, new batter, Akhtar taking guard. Akhtar actually played a good part in that victory over the British forces Cyprus. He came out, he surprised us coming out when he did, but he played some good shots. Can he do the same here? And he wanted to do much with that one. It's going to be another wide.
Ooh, does that one just come back?
I think it does nip back in, but I think the umpire, Tracy, has sort of decides early that she thinks it's going to miss and go past the other side of the line. And this is going to be very similar once again. Now this one will go to the fielder who's out there, but the batters will take one as well, so that's too wide. So bowling with a bit of fire, Usman Mohammed, but needs to get the accuracy, needs to get the radar right.
Yeah, the important thing here for the Nicosia fighters is that they don't just keep Everest in this game by bowling loads of extras. Yes, they have a little window opportunity here. These 2-3 overs to really look to clamp down on Everest. That is a puzzling lead by Lumsel. A couple of times he's left the ball when he really shouldn't have.
I think he's hoping that he can get another wide here, but yeah, Lumsel, I just mentioned, he's pretty good in that area. And all he's got to do really is elevate. He's got to play the uppercut. There's nobody back on the boundary at backward point, so he needs to get the uppercut in. And he spoils a wide here, really. If he leaves this alone, that's a wide. It's a direct hit from the fielder. But the batters are in. So yeah, a bit of false economy. He'll get a run, but if he was to step inside this, it would have been a wide.
You can see what he's trying to do. He's hoping he just get enough bat on it, since there's nobody out in the deep protecting that boundary behind square leg or at fine leg. Unfortunately for Lumsel, he's spoiled to wide. Just about scamper across for a single. Akhtar, though, out to face his first ball.
Yeah, he's going to be swinging his knee. You just get the feeling he's going to be swinging hard. He doesn't have to play at that as another wide. So Usman Mohammed really getting it wrong. First outside the off, now down the leg side. One thing to make a note of here, and this has only just happened in the last 5 minutes, the wind is blowing straight into us here in the commentary position. That means that any hits down the ground are going to be wind assisted. Oh, it's just a defensive push at this one, no run there. And you've got to have the right intent, though, haven't you, this year? And I don't think the intent from Akhtar, even with that one, look, it is a good ball, but you've got to just try and work that away, at least try to get some run from it. He doesn't, it's another dot.
I think Akhtar has to look to be the aggressor. He has to go for it on every delivery. I think maybe Lumsel can look to poke around a little bit, considering he's the more accomplished batter, but I find this a little bit puzzling.
That ball to go to the halfway point. Right, so how did it go here? Well, it's hit high in the air. Fielder gets under it, and Hussain, of all people, Anwar Hussain, who just took a cracking catch earlier to remove the dangerous Ashish Balm, has put this one down. You would have put money on him taking this one. It looks straightforward. He just doesn't get into a good position. Down goes the catch, and that's a huge opportunity. 61 for 2 as he joins us in the commentary position in what looks like it's could be a match that once again goes all the way down to the wire.
It's been an incredible day of cricket so far. Both of our matches have come down to the final over. We saw a last ball finish as well. This looks like it could be a classic too. Those bomb wickets and Shahi wickets have absolutely turned this game on its head.
Yeah, now this is also a good test for Everest, isn't it? Because without the two key men out there at the moment, I just get the feeling if somebody else can score sort of 30, 35 runs, they go on and win this match. So that's the plan here. Who can get it? Can it be Lamsel? Can he put a good innings in here? Or maybe even someone like Akhtar? Just seeing in front of us here, the new bowler that's coming on is making some drastic changes to the field, isn't he? Moving people around left and right. It's going to be Munir Islam to come on and bowl again. He took the big wicket to Sahi. Down the ground, the fielder comes across, and this time Anwar holds on to the catch and he spikes it into the ground. So Munir Islam has probably taken the two very important wickets. He removed, of course, earlier Arjun Shahi, and now he's taken Sahil Akhtar. Akhtar does go for it down the ground, and even with the wind behind this one, Anwar, he just leaps to the ground and manages to hold it just before it gets over him, spikes it, and there's the joy for Munir Islam.
Incredible, absolutely incredible. This is a huge moment. Akhtar, we thought maybe could look to hit a few big ones and just try to get this current run rate back up afterwards. Just nosedive a little bit these last couple of overs. Anwar is saying probably makes that catch a little harder than he needs to, because in the end he has to leap up to take it. If he probably was just a few paces back, it would have come nicely at chest height for him. And all's well that ends well. He ends up taking that catch, and Everest lose their third wicket. Kishore Basnet, who bowled terrifically in the first innings, is coming in at number 5.
Yeah, Basnet is the candy man. He's got candy on the back of his shirt. He did bowl brilliantly, didn't he? Let's see if he can put in a good contribution with the bat. It's the right shot to play, maybe. It's a fuller delivery. He is trying to play it out on the offside, but maybe just nips back a little bit there from Munir Islam.
You can just see that required now. It's up to 13.5. It was at around 11 when Baum and Shahi were going early in the innings. This one doesn't have enough to go for a 4. It does, so a welcome boundary for Everest. Boundaries have really dried up these last couple of overs. Desperately needed that.
Yeah, nice, took a shot. I mean, it's a similar delivery to what he tried to play down the deck outside the off last time with a cover drive, but this time he noticed it's slightly shorter, so he rocks back. He sort of predicts the bounce and plays it nicely, so gets, like you said, an important boundary.
Goes for that wide Yorker. Smart idea there by Munir Islam. Doesn't get any bat on it there, Basnet.
Yeah, he's had a couple of goes at these, Basnet. It's the right idea. I just get the feeling, Basnet, he sees it, and then as he shapes up to play the shot, he's losing it because he's trying to hit it too hard. He just takes his eye off the ball. You notice that his head starts to move. He doesn't keep the head nice and straight, so loses the ball, misses the ball.
Yeah, you can just see that over there. His head, it's not still at the point of contact, is it? And that's another dot ball.
Yeah, so look here, it's pretty still, and then you see the head goes down. So head goes down, and then it goes back up. By that time, he's lost the ball. He's got to keep the head nice and still, and then make sure he can make a good connection. So this becomes a very important delivery. The rate going up to the 14s. Can they get a boundary here to finish the over? No, boundary, no, but the slower ball attempted from Munir Islam turns out to be a bit of a Gandhi one, so they'll get another run and another ball. Only just on the pitch.
He's fortunate it doesn't end up being a no ball. He sees Boston advancing down the wicket, looks to push it wide. And is there something there? The fighters are convinced, but the umpire isn't. End of the over. Another terrific one for the Nicosia fighters. It's been an incredible recovery these last 3 overs. Just 20 runs of these last 3 overs. A wicket of Shahi has absolutely turned this game on its head. Let's have a look at this scorecard. 66 for 3 at the end of 6. Going well below that required.
Yeah, 87 gets them a point, which, well, I don't think that becomes a priority just yet. They've only lost the 3 wickets. We've seen that Kishore Basnet, if he is making contact, can get the ball away. Jivan Lamsal, he's still somebody we haven't seen the best of. he can put off a good innings here now, but it's got to start happening here now. If they don't get the 3 boundaries as though they need an over in this one, then they start to fall too far behind for me. Then I think they're not going to get back into this game. That one could be a wide, and not called by Tracy.
Pachiva lumps, although he really needs to start playing strokes on some of these balls. He's letting a few too many go away.
Yeah, I don't know why he's stepping down legs side. He needs to stay straight, and just checks his guard there. So looks like he is going to try and stay a little bit closer to the offside here now.
And this is played out towards cover, and well, the fielder out in the deep. I think that's Munir Rahman was a little bit uncertain about the trajectory of the ball, and by the time he realized where he was, he just couldn't really stick anything out to stop it.
Yeah, couldn't stop it. That sped away, but good looking shot. It was a fuller delivery from Usman Mohammed, but after changing his guard, Jeevan Lamsal plays a nice shot. So that's one. You're looking at 3 boundaries and over. That's one of them. And then also keep taking those singles. Lamsal now really has got to turn it on here. Turn on the style if they're to get this win.
That's good of him, though. Just lets that one go down the leg side for a while, and then also scamper across for the single.
Yeah, that's clever batting. You know, he's a little shuffle across, lets the ball go past, makes it a difficult take for the keeper. Keeper doesn't hold on to it, and Basnet gets to the other end. But Basnet now has to play his part.
Hits this one straight into the ground. It's another dot ball.
So the opportunity of the other boundaries they need start to disintegrate with 3 balls to go. So 2 of these really have to go to the boundary. You can see Basnet outside of his crease. He plays that pretty well, but to the fielder, makes a good stop. It'll only be a single, will it? No, they come again. So they will take 2 as the little underarm throw back from the fielder gets past the bowler somehow, and it will allow the batters to get 2. Jahid Haq just underarms it back, but Usman Mohammed not able to make the stop.
Yeah, these are the things you really like about this Everest team. As well, just take a look at this ball. Oh, he needs to scamper back into his crease, and well, in the end, the bowler, Mohammed, isn't able to strike the stumps, but yeah, this is a nice little sequence of cricket here.
Yeah, no run there, and then you'll see, oh, if he'd hit the stumps, he would have had him. And photo finish there between the batter and the bowler. I'm liking that. Both diving. And I think it was the bowler who was in front, actually, but missing the stumps. Can they get that boundary? Swings hard. Watch the bounce. Does well. It'll just be a single, so it's another big win in the over here from Usman Mohammed. Only goes just for 9. The score 75 for 3.
Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match, the British Forces, of course. So this will be their 3rd match of the day. So big, long, tough day for them in the sun. They'll be going up against the Sri Lankan Lions, who've been the class of this group, the best team. 4 wins and 4 for them, and they have not even looked close to losing a single one of them.
Yeah, they haven't indeed. Well, it is coming up to around about lunchtime, and we'll be thinking about a bit of lunch. And I know that in America is a big day. It is sausage roll day. I love a good sausage roll. So get stuck into your sausage rolls in America, and also at celebrations in Denmark. Constitution Day there in Denmark. So enjoy your celebrations.
Everest needed 49 runs of these last 3 overs. You can just see that win predictor now. It's swung completely in the Nicosia fighters' favor. When Shahi and Baum were going early, you could just see that Everest were fancied as massive favorites. Unfortunately, once again, we've seen some of the issues Everest have with their batting depth. So, Anwar Hussain coming in to bowl this over, that probably means that Tanvir either might not bowl at all, or he might just bowl the one over.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I wonder if maybe this is just perhaps Tanvir, after his mammoth match with the bat and with the ball, maybe just feeling a bit under the weather because of the heat, and they're just protecting him. I'm not really sure, but we haven't even seen him fielding in his normal position, and that's why I was saying, oh, he's almost knocked himself over. Well, he has knocked himself over. It's a good delivery from Hossein, swing and a miss from Basnet.
The captain coming in here at the death, trying to seal his side this victory. And Basnet going for that big swing and a heave. At this point, he's just chewing so many dot balls. It's really starting to hurt his side. You know, once again, we're going to just have to have that discussion of whether or not they should look to retire him. Finally gets hold of one. Oh, and it's going to go right through that fielder at long off. That's a little bit of charity that Everest desperately needed.
I'm going to guess who this is. I'm going to say it's Usman. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. Because I know it is, because I've just seen the replay. He's not the man to have in the deep. Every time the ball goes to him, it gets through him. And Usman Mohammed, you've got to find another spot for him in the field, maybe more inside the circle, because anything that goes to him, he just hasn't got the confidence to stop it because so many have gone through him. But that's a little bit of a bonus. Basnet, though, can that be the start of something?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's just playing the right line over there, Basnet. He's a dot ball's really starting to rack up, and with every dot ball, you just see that required shoot up. Now 45 needed of 2.2 overs. And this has been given a wide, so rather tight call here. We'll take another look at this one just to confirm. Let's see. Ooh, that's a real tight one. Maybe a little bit harsh on the bowler.
They'll take whatever they can get, though, at the moment.
This one's just going to land rather tamely at a short mid on. It's just going to be a single, but great over here by the captain, Anwar Hossein. We haven't seen a double-digit run over since the third over of this innings. They've just put the clamps on Everest scoring. And this is a beautifully played shot. This has got enough to go for a 4. It certainly does. Nice stroke there by Lumsdahl. He's so strong. Square the wicket. Gets a 4 to end the over. But Everest still have a mountain to climb. 39 runs required for the last 2 overs.
Yeah, I mean, they do get 2 boundaries there, but they need a lot more than that. The fielder trying hard, and wow, he's getting pumped and getting those legs moving. Well, it is Global Running Day, so some of the fielders are running hard. The batters have been running hard. Whether you're a regular runner or a bit of a novice, it doesn't matter. This holiday is about inspiring each other to lead a more active lifestyle, no matter the distance that's covered. So there you go. Some of our fielders and batters are doing their bit and getting pumped on Global Running Day.
This one, there's a huge appeal over here. Certainly didn't hear a sound. But we'll have another look at this replay. Oh, maybe it's just the bottom edge of the bat catching the pitch along the way. Hard to tell, but Saurav Ahmed coming in to bowl this penultimate over. Yeah, Basnet, though, this innings has really hurt his side. He's just chewed way too many dot balls, and he's not even going at a run of ball. Hasn't even rotated the strike much.
Yeah, oh dear. This one I can't believe. How does this... I'll have to see it again to believe it, because I don't really know how this is ended up going to the boundary. I mean, I mentioned before this match, I mean, it goes through, and yeah, that's just not a good look. I said before the match, one thing that Nicosia fighters have to do is really improve their fielding, because they leak so many runs. I thought they leaked about 20 odd in the last match. I think it's about the same in this one. If this is a long, hard chase, well, it is. As I said, get pumping and move those legs as fast as you can and get running in Global Running Day. Well, there's a bit of running being done there by some of the fielders who are trying to catch up with this one. Under, Iba, but they can't do it. That's going to be 4 more runs. So could we see the last real big effort here? They're needing 31 of 9. 31 of 9. Anybody think it's possible? That was going nowhere, so maybe the answer will come back loud and clear. No, say people, because when you have a look at the strike rate of these two, Jeevan Lamsal, 13 of 10, and Basnat there, the candy man, he's got 20 of 18. That's not the sort of rate they need to go at. These next 2 balls got to be getting banned. I mean, they're trying. It's not that they're not trying, but it ain't happening. And once again, it's another big swing. Look, he's just dejected there, isn't he? Swing and a miss. But, yeah, what's the captain thinking here? You got to, you know, Bhuvan Khatri, can he come out there and swing and have a go? Is there somebody else that could come out there and have a go? They've only lost 3 wickets, and I think that is probably the more disappointing thing than anything else. Other batters could have come in and maybe have done a better job here.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that one. It's just Boston, a lot of these are just wild heaves by him. He's just not even playing the right line, nowhere close to the ball. And Everest needs 31 runs off the last over. A miracle, in other words, if they want to pull this one out. Here's a look at the bowling figures for the Nicosia fighters. Molinrol Islam with some very impressive figures of 2 for 12. And also picked up those 2 crucial wickets right at the top of the order, which has put Everest in this extremely tough position. And the captain, Anwar Hussain, is going to bowl this final over and look to wrap up a victory for his side. A good way for them to rebound after a tough loss at the hands of the British forces. So it's been a very interesting morning so far. Of course, we're now into the afternoon, just past 1:30 local time. Anwar Hussain, this is played uppishly. And does it have enough to go to the boundary? Yes, it does. So they're still in it. They're technically still in it, Everest.
Yeah, but where was this earlier from Jeevan? This is where Jeevan, for me, has been a little bit disappointing this time around for Everest. On, I think, only on one of his innings, and that was when he scored that 44, when they put that 213 on the board, as he actually scored at a decent rate. All the other times he's been out there, he's sort of been scoring at this sort of rate. And I just think he's got enough experience and knowledge to know what he's got to do for his side here. And, you know, playing a couple of boundaries out of here now, it's all too late. He had to do it earlier. We needed to see this intent and this aggression earlier.
They're not going to take the single here either. Lumsol's trying to back himself to maybe hit these remaining runs. Mind you, 4 consecutive 6s still wouldn't win it for Everest, so mathematically they're done.
Yeah, you can't be turning down runs, can you?
This one's popped up in the air, and it's going to be taken. A very good catch. And I believe that's our man Tanvir out there who's taken that. A little bit surprising that he's been stationed at deep backward point rather than long off or long on. And he's been severely underused by the fighters, you have to say, in this match. Came out to bat very late. We were shocked he hasn't had a ball, but he does make an impact on this match. And that is through some good fielding. Great catch.
Yeah, Anwar Hussain will pick up a wicket, the captain, thanks to that catch from Tanvir. And Everest, they are going to just have to settle for a point here. But I think a team that we saw pull off and it's sensational run chase against the British forces of Cyprus when they got to 159, as that one gets played to the boundary. And this is now exactly what me and you are talking about. Bikash Khatri comes out, he hits his first ball to the boundary. You've just seen, well, you've seen one batter at the other end there, 20 of 20. You know, that's a third of your innings. And you saw Lamsal couldn't really get going, 17 of 13. Why didn't they make any changes? Why haven't they tried to win this match by making some tactical retired outs? I just don't understand it.
And where is this going to go? It's going to go beyond the fielder and fly slip. And, well, are they going to... Doesn't look like they're going to take the run here. Or
yeah, what's happened here now? Tracy's having a chat with one of the fielders about something. Not sure what's quite happened there. But yeah, I mean, that's frustrating. The only reason why it's frustrating for me is that in the field they were very smart. They made some smart chases, smart changes. to restrict runs, but they didn't make the smart decisions when it comes to the batting.
Last ball of this innings, and that will wrap it up. So the Nicosia Fighters bounce back after a tough loss at the hands of the British forces by defeating Everest. Everest got off to a flyer of a start this innings thanks to Bam and Shahi. But once the two of them were dismissed, you could really see that the opposition, the Nicosia Fighters, clamped down on the scoring. And in the end, the Fighters will take this one pretty comfortably by a very healthy margin. And for Everest, it'll just be a case of what could have been if Shahi or Bam had just batted a little bit longer.
Yeah, and what you'll see when we have a look at those standings a bit later, we'll have a look at this first. Those British Forces Cyprus taking on Sri Lankan Lions. What a match this is going to be. The likes of Kalugala up against Scott Burdekin, Matty Hone up against something like Rajith Srinath. It's going to be a real blockbuster. The Lions showed their full strength yesterday, so we have a look at the highlights here. But one thing I was going to touch on there is that the Fighters winning that match, they'll pick up 3 points, and that means that takes them to 13. They'll go ahead of Limassol Columbus now in 4th spot. So that victory has served them well. For Everest, they will pick up a point. They're falling a bit behind now because they're going to be just a point behind the likes of Royal CC, having played the same number of games. So they really have slipped up there after a good start to the day in a sensational run chase, chasing down 158. They've let themselves down here, chasing this a much smaller score of 123.
Yeah, they'll be quite disappointed with themselves, won't they? Everest, I think, probably didn't manage this chase as well as they should have. And you've also got to credit the Fighters for getting some timely breakthroughs, in particular that man, Monroe Islam, who picked up the crucial wicket of Arjun Shahi. Gave them a few opportunities in the field. You have to say the Nicosia Fighters have made a number of errors while they were out in the field. Put down a couple of opportunities as well. But Everest just weren't ruthless enough to punish them for these mistakes. Well, just take a look at some of the highlights from the end of this innings. In all honesty, boundaries dried up after the power play. Just the 1 over in double digits after the power play, and that over was worth 10 runs. It all went a bit too quiet at the end, and unfortunately, Everest will be leaving this match with a loss.
Yeah, and a lot of people, including ourselves, really being sad. We see some more shocking fielding from the Fighters, so we know where they need to improve. But yeah, a lot of people will be thinking that really, if Ashish Bam and Arjun Shahi don't perform with the bat, then this is going to be the story really for Everest. They really rely on those two big time. And Jeevan Lamsal, once again, it's been another disappointing innings from him. So Lamsal really, it's almost like I think the captain, Bhuvan Khatri, has to have a good chat with him and say, look, come on, you either got to be up for this and go out there and do a job for us, or I'm going to have to go with other players. And, you know, when it comes to matches like this, probably leave you out of the equation. I actually thought when Jeevan Lamsal came out to join Shahi, it was probably a good move, but Shahi went pretty quickly, didn't he? And when Shahi went, and thanks to that great bit of bowling from Umar Islam, knocking the stumps over, then really there was no coming back from it. 101 they finished on. They will pick up a point. The high score there from Ashish Bam with Shahi on. He scored 28, Shahi on 20. Look at the bowling figures here. 2 wickets for Munir Islam. A good spell of bowling from him. Only concedes the 12 runs. Usman, no such luck with the wickets, but 17 off fees, 18 there from the captain Anwar Hussain. Also picked up a couple of good catches there as well. So Nicosia Fighters, despite their woes in the field, will be pretty happy with that win.
Absolutely, they will be delighted. And it'll be a nice return for them back to winning ways after a tough loss at the hands of the British forces. Of course, got another match coming up for you, match 25 of this series in just about 15 minutes time, so make sure you stay tuned. This one should be an absolute thriller.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Match number 25 is going to be an absolute blockbuster. I think everybody is waiting for this one. The reigning champions and unbeaten so far, not just in January in the last European Cricket Series, but also in this one here. The Sri Lankan Lions of Limassol are taking on the British forces of Cyprus. This is going to be a blockbuster. You can see behind me that the captains are getting ready for the coin toss. Well, let's see what the coin toss is, and then straight back over to me.
Okay, you will call. Head. It's come down tails. You've won the toss.
We would like to bat.
Okay, toss has been won by British forces at Cyprus. Who will bat first?
We knew whichever one of these two captains won the toss was going to have a bat first, and it is the Matty Hone, the captain of the British forces of Cyprus, who wins the toss and says, yeah, we're going to have a bat first. Of course he is, on a lovely hot day, so he wants to really see the Sri Lankan Lions swelter in the heat. Hopefully he thinks that might have an effect on their performance when they have a bat. But on a serious note, both these two teams have been playing some outstanding cricket with the batting. The issue probably could be with their bowling. We certainly saw that in the earlier match for the British forces of Cyprus when they took on Everest. Even though they got to 150, they weren't able to defend that. Everest got a really good win there. And they almost made the same mistake again against the Nicosia fighters. On the batting front though, Scott Burdekin has returned to his best. Another half century from him. Matty Hone, the captain, has been in good form as well, scoring good runs and then only just holding his bottle as well with the ball. They say he's the entertainer. Well, you saw why he's the entertainer as well. Jevin Isidore finding his form again. But look out for the likes of Tom Gregory or Anthony Wahlberg. These two guys could make a big impact in this match. And also, I think one or two other players could come good at the right time. Windy Miller could be one of those people. The Sri Lankan Lions unbeaten, as I've said already, in this tournament. They were unbeaten when they became the champions back in January. We saw them pile on the runs the other day against the Warriors, 228, and that was Chamal Sudhan scoring a 70 and then Akila Kalugala scoring 144. What a partnership that was. The thing is though, I know those two are dangerous, but there's other good batters there as well. Srinath Rajith can be very dangerous on his day. Madhuranga is still to come in. And then you got the likes of Suranga, you got the ones of Siriwadana as well. So they're a big, strong unit. But I do believe that this is going to be all about which of these two giants here in Cyprus field the best and hold on to their catches. So the news from the middle as we go over back to Nish in the commentary position is that the British forces of Cyprus will be having a bat first.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction. So we're set for our fourth match of the day. It's just been an incredible day of cricket so far here in Ipsanas. Get a look at this beautiful part of the world where we're bringing you some cricket from. We are in the village of Ipsanas, just 7 kilometers west of the maritime city of Limassol. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard, the Limassol Calendars. Well, I believe this is the wrong dashboard here. Of course, we'll have the British forces of Cyprus taking on the Sri Lankan Lions in our upcoming match. Should be a really interesting one. Of course, the British forces of Cyprus. It all starts with Scott Burdekin, who's been in incredible form for the BFC. Isidore as well, their opener. He's been so terrific. And they've been great with the gloves as well behind the stumps. The only thing for him, though, is can he convert these starts into a big innings? Tom Gregory and Walbridge have been terrific in that middle order. And then the skipper, Matty Hone, well, he's led from the front with some terrific performance. For the Sri Lankan Lions, it's all about Akila Kalugala. How incredible has he been? Led the run-getters in the ECS in January, and he's just picked up from right where he left off. You look at the rest of that order. There's no respite for the opposition. Look at the quality in there. Sadun, Rajith, Gunasekara, Siriwardana. It's just one hitter after another. I think they bat way deeper than most sides here in Cyprus. Here's a look at our win predictor. As you can see, the Sri Lankan Lions are 68% favorites against the British forces of Cyprus. Rightfully so, you'd have to say. The Sri Lankan Lions have just been in a class of their own throughout this series. They've been terrific. And no one's even looked close to beating them so far this series. That's just the truth. So for the BFC, this match will be a really good indicator of their strength. And I think we'll really gauge where this British Forces team is at by the end of this match. You know, playing the Sri Lankan Lions is always a real litmus test for the opposition, going up against the best team in the country. And that can always just tell you where you are at as a team, whether you're close to the summit or you still have a lot of work to do. It'll be interesting to see who bowls this first over. The Sri Lankan Lions. Looks like they are going to go for Kamal Reyes. Reyes has had an uncharacteristically expensive ECS so far. He's probably at times been the rare low spot, or disappointment I should say, for the Sri Lankan Lions. I don't want to use that harsher word. Usually so reliable for the Sri Lankan Lions team, but he struggled at times. But he just handed the ball over to Mangala Gunasekara. Gunasekara's going to bowl this first over instead. So Kamal Reyes usually bowls the first over, but the Sri Lankan Lions, maybe because of some of the issues he's had, have decided to just change him and not bowl him right from the get-go. Gunasekara, though, has been so solid, hasn't he? He's really fit into this team so well. Here we go. First ball. Terrific ball to start off on Gunasekara. Great length, just tailing away from the batter as well. Of course, Mangala Gunasekara was playing for the Punjab Lions in that final when they lost to the Sri Lankan Lions. Usually plays his cricket for the Sri Lankan Cricket Club based in Nicosia. Down the leg side for a wind, but this time around he'll be playing with his friends over from the Sri Lankan Lions team of Limassol. Certainly, I think, a big addition for this Lions team. They've just won the ECS in January, and they go out there and they get one of the best players in the country. It's a huge addition. This one is played out towards mid-wicket. Reminds me a lot of some other moves that have happened around the sporting world. This one goes away for 4. Kamal Reyes gave chase, but it was a chase in vain. And Burdikin is off the mark with a really nice shot. Of course, you all know which move I'm talking about. The big one, where Kylian Mbappe was confirmed to Real Madrid. And let's see if well, he can have the sort of impact that Gunasekara's had for the Lions. That's a good chance to say hello to a few members in our chat. Great to hear from you, Dave and Jules, and also Helix just joining us in right now as well. He just digs the length in a little bit here, Gunasekara. A little bit shorter. And he beats Burdikin for pace. Burdikin, though, he's just one of those players that he loves to have it around that 4th, 5th stump line so he can play his cover drive. So good through that cover, extra cover region. That's another wide. A lot like Chris Wokes, really. Just loves it on that 4th or 5th stump line. Oh, great Yorker here by Mangala. Just jams one in. And he's done well there, Burdikin. Just dig that one out and scamper across for a single. So we're going to see Isidore get set to face his first delivery. Isidore's been terrific throughout this ECS. Obviously made a big name for himself in this ECS and the previous one for his wicket keeping. And he's also demonstrated what a terrific hitter he is. He's got those big strokes, but he's also got a bit of class and elegance, which I really like about him. I think the one thing that he hasn't quite been able to achieve yet is a big score this ECS. He's got a lot of starts, but he's looking for that big one, and this is a big shot. 6 to start off his innings. Gunasekara slightly over pitches it, and it gets hammered down the ground 4 to 6. Margin for error so small when you go up against these quality batters. Oh, it's a pretty good ball there by Goodness Sakers. Actually done very well to dig that one out in the end of Sador. You could see it was just a slower Yorker there attempted by Goodness Sakra. Eventful over, very entertaining to watch. Could probably call that over a draw. 13 runs off it. That's going to be an interesting change here in the second hour. We'll just discuss that right after we have a look at the format for our upcoming ECS. Of course, we'll have group action all the way until the 11th of June. We'll round this group up in a few days and start the second group in this series later this week. And then, of course, teams ranked 7th and 8th in their group will be eliminated. Whereas if you're ranked 3 to 6, you will advance to Elimination Day the following Wednesday. Whereas the teams ranked top 2 go straight to quarterfinals day on next Thursday. And they go up with an appeal over here. Sri Lankan Lions feels like a bit of an optimistic appeal. And we'll take a look at this replay nonetheless. Oh, is there anything there? Was there some glove or bat involved? That's the question. Sri Lankan Lions are asking the umpire. Back to live action. This one is, well, there's no doubt about that one. It's really, really nicely hit by Scott Burdekin. He's just taking a few balls to settle into this innings, but that's what we're used to from him. Makes some room. Hits it over extra cover. He just loves that inside-out shot, doesn't he? Yeah, Helix just commenting on that Isidore shot earlier. That's how you get off the mark. Absolutely. Batter one down the ground. These two, we've just become so accustomed to them getting the British forces off to a great start every power play. What that does is it just allows everyone else to play their natural game. The likes of Gregory and Walbert can come in those middle overs and accelerate. Got Matty Hone as well, who comes in at number 3 and can help build partnerships. So it just allows everyone to settle into their roles nicely when these two openers get their side off to a good start more often than not. This one is bottom edged away, and it's going to go for a 4. A little bit of lucky over there, Scott Burdekin. That's a rather fortuitous boundary. Not really in control of that shot. He gets 4 runs. Just trying to make a few adjustments in the field here, the Sri Lankan Lions. I think Rajith wants a bit more protection out towards fine leg. Just having a little bit of a debate here about that. Now Chimul Sadoon is going to go have a word with the bowler, Rajith. Well, looks like the clock has stopped, so might be a few other concerns here. Yeah, the umpire just, well, looks like they're just going to go fetch some new balls and finally arrive. So hopefully we should be ready to get back underway very shortly. Here's a look at our upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network, of course, spanning the breadth of Europe. 2024 European Cricket Series has been a tapestry of cultures, landscapes, and thrilling cricketing action. You've got plenty more to come this summer. will be touring Central and Eastern Europe as well as the Balkans. It's going to be an absolute joy to bring you so much cricket from all of these beautiful countries. Just have a look at that list. Of course, we got Portugal going along concurrently. And then shortly after here in Cyprus, we'll be heading over to Czechia before going eastwards towards Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, before coming back down south towards Croatia. What should be a wonderful weekend of international action. Great, great slate of cricket lined up for all of us. Any series in particular any of you are excited about? Do drop us a comment in the YouTube chat if you're following along on YouTube right now.
Yeah, bye.
That's a good ball there by Rajith, and that's the thing with Burdick. He just loves to get leg side of the ball, so that wide Yorker is always in play against him. He's always looking to play it, make room to play it through his favorite offside. So this is smart by Rajith to just go for that wider delivery. Moreover, do tell us if you're going to be attending any of those events in person. In the chat, do we have any cricket fans joining us from any of those countries, from Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, or Croatia? It'd be great to hear your thoughts. End of the second over. The British forces are 23 for no loss. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, Sri Lankan Lions off to the perfect start. 4 wins in 4. Also picking up those 3 crucial bonus points in 3 of those 4 matches. Meanwhile, for the British forces, just a 1 loss for them so far. And what was an absolutely thrilling game against Everest. Arjun Shahi probably playing the greatest innings we have seen so far this series. Just an incredible display of hitting against some quality bowling. They look legit, though, don't they, the British forces? They look like a team that could really go all the way and maybe capture some silverware at the end of this series. And if this man continues to play this way throughout this series, they certainly might get close to some silverware. It's another great hit by Isidore. Such a joy to watch him when he gets going. That's his second 6 already. It's a low full toss. Look how effortlessly he just blasts it a good 15 meters in front of that boundary rope. This one is down the leg side for a wide. Of course, Dave's just talking about how he started watching ECN back in April 2023. I do remember that. That was my first European cricket series after quite a while. And I do remember when you joined in to start watching some European cricket. I certainly hope we've provided you some good entertainment. Of course, it's always wonderful to have you on the chat. And we just love all of our ECN fans. It's just what makes us such a great experience, such a unique experience where we get to have live interaction with the fans throughout these great games. And it just adds to the joy of covering this growing sport on the continent. Full toss. And might miss out here. He's missed out on this one. The fielder using the outside of his foot to stop that one going from a boundary. Wouldn't advise him to do that again, particularly not when he's fielding straight down the ground. And this is big. This is going to go all the way. Another huge hit for Isidore. His third 6 already this innings. 3 6s in the 5 deliveries he's faced. He is looking absolutely menacing right now. It's in the slot, and he goes bang, straight down the ground.
Right there. Throw.
Just gonna go and try to fetch that ball. I mean, he just posited that one well into the olive groves. That straight boundary. Let's see, though. 2 balls to come in the power play. Oh, this is a Gundy ball. This is going to be a no ball as well, and it's going to get punished. This is going to be a free hit, and it goes all the way, so it's a 7-up. Kamal Reyes, well, he's had a lot of issues throughout this series. We've talked about how he's uncharacteristically struggled throughout this ECS. Normally, one of the key bowlers for the Sri Lankan Lions side. I'm sure it really baffles Nalan Pathirana to see a bowler who's been so reliable over the years for the Sri Lankan Lions struggle as much as he has. 22 off the over already, and a free hit's coming up. Goes big again, and this is going to be another 6. Over pitches this one, Kamal Reyes. He just makes some room there, Isidore, to smack this towards wide long off. I think he's trying to go for the wide Yorker, Kamal Reyes, but he's just missed the line completely. In the end, it's very, very nicely struck by Isidore. 1 ball to come. Can this over go supersonic? Much better ball. Much better ball. That's where it needs to be. A little bit of a mix-up. This could be a run-out, and he's in trouble. I think he's gone. And Isidore, well, how often have we mentioned this? How often has he gone off to great starts but not been able to kick on and make that big score? And unfortunately for Isidore, well, he looks set to probably make a huge, huge score. He looks set to have a big innings, but in the end, it's a massive mix-up between the two batters, and Isidore is absolutely disgusted. He's just thrown his gloves in anger. Let's take a look at this. It's a bit of yes, no, no. And Isidore, who just charges off. Oh my word. Oh my word. This is a huge let-off for the Sri Lankan Lions, because the way Isidore was going, he looks set to play an absolutely mammoth innings. And in the end, he's going to have to depart, having made 31 runs of just 8 deliveries. Wow, massive moment heading into the drinks break. These players will get a well-deserved drink after what was a very eventful power play. 51 for 1, a great start for the British forces as usual. We're so accustomed to seeing these two openers get their side off to a flying start. My goodness, that could be a real turning point in this match. We're just going to have a look here at what exactly happened. Oh, I can just see a lack of communication. Burdick just turning his back to him. Can't exactly say for sure what had been said. Was there a yes-no call? But oh, there's a good chance there that Isidore just set off without even waiting for his partner's approval. There probably wasn't a run there. There probably wasn't. Such a shame, really, for Isidore, because he was batting superbly. Looks set for a big one. Oh, this one's been given wide. Let's have another look at this one. Looks like a rather tight call initially. Well, this is a beautiful bit of work by Spring Productions to slow that down perfectly. I'm giving that one umpire's call. Burdick, though, he's been a little uncharacteristically slow to start off this innings. Usually gets off to a flyer of a start. But you got to say the Sri Lankan Lions' game plan to him has been really good. They know that he loves to get leg side of the ball and look to hit it through extra cover, so they've kept their lines really, really wide and made it difficult for him to hit these drives. And oh, well, right on cue. They just get it slightly wrong there. The Sri Lankan Lions probably went a little straighter than he would have liked, Chemal Sadoon. That probably wasn't wide enough. But it should have been cut out in the deep by Roshan Siriwardene. A very, very rare mistake for him. Normally so good out in the deep. Just keeping it nice and wide here, Chamal Sadoun. This is an interesting tactic, and it shows you that these teams really watch these YouTube streams very closely. I mean, they've been watching Scott Burdikin pummel bowlers at the start of this ECS. And it looks like they've come out with a game plan. That was a slower delivery there by Chamal Sadoun. That could easily have struck the stumps. And you have to say, their game plan has been absolutely perfect. They've been bowling to their plan. Full credit to the bowlers, and full credit to the captain, Nalan Pathirana, as well. We're just recognizing these little tendencies in the opposition batters. Hone gets a hold of this one. It's going to be quite a chase, and the ball's going to win this one. Hone gets off the mark with a boundary. Very nice shot there by Matty Hone. He's got a chance to free his arms, and he just picked out that little gap at wide long off between the fielder at deep extra cover and long off. Good start here for the British forces. They're going at about 15 and over. But against this Sri Lankan Lions side, you feel you need about 160 minimum to try to trouble them. We've seen them just score runs for fun throughout this series. They scored one of the highest ever ECN totals earlier this series when they made 230 plus against Phillips College. Played out towards long on. That's going to be a single. Roshan Siriwardena introduced into the attack. Siriwardena was the leading wicket taker in January's ECS. Was a very key player in their championship run. This is a push towards cover. Managed to pick up 11 wickets in the 17 overs he bowled. And a very respectable economy of 11 as well, which is certainly something you would take in T10 cricket. And Scott Burdikin will go big, and he'll go long. That one has gone the distance for a 6. Not too far from the parking lot, that one. And as we've said, he just loves that extra cover boundary. This time he gets a hold of one, charges down the wicket, knows what Sri Lankan Lions are trying to do. Bang. Away it goes for 6. Straight down the ground. There's a chance for Sadoun, and Sadoun takes it. Cool as you like. A really, really good catch. And Burdikin picks out one of the best fielders in the deep. Sadoun never makes a mistake when he's out there. Outstanding catch. The second one falls for the British forces. They are 69 for 2. Here's another look at that wicket. Siriwardena just puts this one in the slot. Burdikin probably doesn't quite get a hold of it as nicely as he would like. I'll be a little bit disappointed he's missed out on one and picked out one of the best fielders in the deep. Here's a player who's probably been a bit of an unsung hero for the British forces, Anthony Walbridge. Out towards a cover for a single. Of course, he's batted superbly throughout this series in the middle, providing them handy runs in these middle overs. But his bowling has been really special as well. We saw him bowl superbly in that last match the British forces were involved in against the fighters. This one has gone up in the air. Could be a catching chance, and it's taken. Well, he's made that look a lot easier than it really is. That's Kasun Sundaru, who we haven't seen much of throughout this series. And they go bang, bang here. The Sri Lankan Lions, they get rid of the settled Burdikin, and now Matty Hone, the skipper, departs as well. So they're into this middle order now, the Sri Lankan Lions, as they would have desired. Let's take one more look at this one. He's trying to just play this one across the line, outside edge, go straight to Sundaru. As cool as you like, he takes that catch. And another wicket falls for the BFC. And it's going to be Tony Gregory, beg your pardon, Tom Gregory coming out there to join Wallbridge. Well, these two have been involved in some important partnerships throughout this ECS, in particular and during their opening game against Phillips College. And they're going to need to put together another big one here to try to get their side to a competitive total. You can just see that expected score. It's now at 123. Oh, is there something there as well? There is. It's another dismissal, and wickets are now falling at a regular interval for the British forces. It's another one for the Sri Lankan Lions. And wow, they're in dire straits now, the British forces. Chamal Sadoon comes in, takes the wicket off his very first ball, outside edge. They've got that fly slip in place, and he's taken the catch. Really, really good one. The Sri Lankan Lions, they're not the kind of side that let too many opportunities slip by. That's going to be the end for Wallbridge. No big performance for him here with the bat. He is sent back to the dugout. So we're going to see this BFC lower order get tested here. Played out behind point. Does it have enough to go for four? It certainly does. It's sent towards that BFC dugout. They'll be telling Sanderson, send a few more our way. Struck down the ground towards long on for a single. Now Tony Gregory, Tom Gregory, beg your pardon, getting set to face his first ball. Takes a middle stump guard. That's umpire Suchith Tenakun standing behind the stumps. He's joined by such as the Thurunga at square leg. Oh, could this be a stumping chance? I don't want to have a look at this side on. Looks like the chance was there. You could just see that Gregory lifts his back foot. Let's take another look at this one. Just see he slides that foot away. Oh, well, has Gregory just brought it back in time? This could be a very interesting one. Pushed away towards cover for a single. Gregory gets off the mark. Of course, the third umpire who was just looking at that is Munib-ur-Rahman. And you've obviously seen our match referee, Ian Ramage, during our introduction videos out at the coin toss. Terrific crew we have lined up for today's play. Just has to wait on this one. It was a slower ball, and it's going to beat both the fielders. So yeah, we've seen a couple of errors out of deep cover from the Sri Lankan Lions. Can't really tell who exactly that is. Looks like it's Saman Kumara. It was Saman Kumara who was over there. Just got wrong-footed and ended up trying to use his feet, but found none of the ball. Here's the scorecard for the British forces. Scott Burdekin made 27 of 19, but Isidore was looking absolutely terrific. He was taking these bowlers to the cleaners with 31 of 8, and then was involved in an absolutely chaotic run-out, and that has so far proven to be the decisive moment in this innings. You just wonder if Isidore had been able to kick on and continue his innings, just how many more runs he could have made, because he was looking sensational out there. Looked set for a big one. Push towards cover for a single. Sanderson again. Oh dear, this could be close. This could be really tight. I think he might have saved it. from my initial reaction, but we might want to have another look at it. Ocean City Northern, I'm just giving him a few tips about how to field out at the boundary. Oh, he's trying to use his feet. I think he's just about saved that one. Mind you, he was right in front of the scorers and the match referee as well, so they would have had the perfect view of what was going on. Nice, cleaned him up. Great ball. You miss, I hit. Mangala Gunasekara, full and straight, crashes onto the middle stump. And that's going to be the end of Gregory's innings. The Sri Lankan Lions really rallying after a very expensive power play for them. BFC had all sorts of trouble, and now even that 118 is looking a little bit difficult for them. Let's have another look at this. Great ball. That's terrific. Full and straight. Doesn't overcomplicate it. Just aims it at the stumps. And he gets the wicket. It's going to be young Ben Mortimer, will be turning 23 next month, coming out to bat. Haven't seen too much of him with the bat throughout this series. That's a big opportunity for him to make a name and maybe earn himself a promotion up the order. And it's a good-looking defensive stroke, but can't have too many of them, can they? British forces need to really get going right now. Coming to the end of the innings, just 20 deliveries left. Sri Lankan Lions won't mind little pokes and prods around. I think the key thing here for him really needs to be to try to rotate the strike and get Sanderson on strike. Sanderson looking really good at the other end. 10 runs of just his first 4 deliveries. Struck a couple of boundaries. Oh, that's a good shot. Really good shot there by Mortimer. That's his first ever boundary on the European Cricket Network, so big congratulations to him. He hit that one really nice. That was a good-looking shot. And the over comes to an end. The British forces are 86 for 5. Gonna have a little drinks break here as the players will try to refresh on what is an exceedingly hot day. Temperatures about 37 or 38 degrees Celsius. Well, we will have the great pleasure of joining you from here in Cyprus for the next fortnight, but the cricketing carnival continues on the European Cricket Network, as after we conclude here in Cyprus, we'll be heading over to Czechia, a budding European cricket powerhouse. After that, we'll be moving eastward in Europe with 2 terrific series from Hungary and Romania. As the weather heats up, so does the cricket. And for some of you joining us in the chat, are there any particular series in there that you've really enjoyed until now? What's been your favorite series to watch? And also looking at the remainder of the calendar, which series are you most looking forward to? Do tell us in the chat. Always love to hear from you all. Yeah, good comment here by Helix talking about the wickets dropping like flies at present. It's true. I mean, they've been losing wickets at regular intervals since the power play. It's been a huge, huge challenge for them. Sanderson now, you feel he holds the key. Can he find a way to get his side to about 120? He'll probably still be below par, especially against this Sri Lankan Lions side. At least he'll give the bowlers something to defend in that second innings. Oh, inside edge. Goes away for a 4th. It's the old French cut. And a much-needed boundary there for the BFC. Away it goes. 4 runs. It's probably looking to belt that one in front of square leg towards that vacant boundary. Oh, this time he's middled it. He's absolutely crunched it. No luck about that. That is a beautiful shot. Absolutely incredible. Goes the distance. Humongous 6. And Sanderson, can he inject some life into the forces? Was a little bit too short here, Rajith. But this is an incredible stroke by Sanderson. Stand and deliver. And away it goes. Slower delivery there. I think it's caught a bit of an edge along the way. And Sanderson's still rehearsing his shot. He's quite stunned he's been given out. He was still rehearsing his stroke. The umpire said, well, I've given you out. Well, that's going to be the end. Not much of a celebration either from the Sri Lankan Lions, but it was quite clear the umpire had raised his finger, but I think he was still rehearsing his shot for the 5th or 6th time by the time he realized that he'd been given his marching orders. So that is a real disappointment for the forces, of course. They just needed Sanderson to hang around for another couple of overs. Considering how good he was looking out there. This is what the Lions have done throughout this innings. They just get wickets at regular intervals. And they've never really let this forces side get settled in. French gets off the mark with a single. Boy, if he inside edges one, I think that the French cut memes are really going to be going wild in the chat. All the French cut puns if he can inside edge one away for a 4. Mortimer now just playing with a little bit more confidence. I think he's seen a couple of balls now, and he's hit back-to-back boundaries. Started off playing a couple of defensive strokes just to settle into his innings. But since then, he's hit 2 really good-looking shots. Picks that one up perfectly. Hits it in front of square leg. And away it goes for 4. Yeah, this is a good chance for him just to earn a promotion up the order. He can put together a good little innings right at the end here and get the British forces to something north of 120. Good response there by Rajith as the 8th over comes to an end. BFC 101 for 6. Here's a look at the graph. As everyone can see, after the Isidore wicket, it's just been a disappointing trend downwards for the forces. He might have got a hold of this one here, but it goes straight to Chamal Sadoun, who's one of the safest pairs of hands. Never going to let one slip past him, is he? Just a single here for French. Mortimer comes back on strike. He struck a couple of boundaries during the 5 balls he's been out there, but it's going to be a big challenge for him going up against Roshan Siriwardena. And this is a very good stroke. Just slightly going down the leg side there, Siriwardena. And Mortimer just picks that one off his pads and hits it away for a 4. Nice little innings he's playing here right at the end. That's a good response there by Siriwardena. Pushes his line a little bit wider. Take one look at this. He's inviting him to drive, isn't he? Got some protection on an extra cover and deep point as well. That ball coming back in a fair bit. And it's a good response by Siriwardena after getting hit for a boundary. Back-to-back dot balls. It's big again here. Mortimer tries to go for the big one, but fails to connect. I think these little things here, you got to at least rotate the strike. You can't afford to face 3 or 4 dot balls right at the end of the innings. And this is where all that experience for City Worthington is just starting to come in. Somebody who's been out on the ECS trail for many years. And where is this going to go? Straight to Mangala Gunasekara at long on. And in the end, City Worthington will have the last laugh. A terrific penultimate over for him. Just 5 runs coming off that over. And he also gets the wicket of Mortimer right there at the end. We say it all happens in the 9th, but this time around the 9th was fairly quiet. And it was 1 for the bowler. Well taken there by Mangala Gunasekara. And it's a good captaincy to have him out in the deep as well. He's a tall man. And maybe if you had a slightly shorter fielder there, it would have been a tougher catch for him. But Mangala makes no mistake. Last over coming up. Well, can the British forces get to 120 here? They need 14 runs of these remaining 5 deliveries. They're going to give Saman Kumara his first over here, the Sri Lankan Lions. I thought this is just a little bit of experimentation, or maybe the fact that the captain's just starting to lose a little bit of faith with Kamal Reyes, of course. Reyes, you know, he's been probably one of the bigger stories for the Sri Lankan Lions from a negative point of view. He's just not been able to find his form throughout this series. Usually such a successful and economical bowler for the Sri Lankan Lions. Would usually lead the wicket takers tally during the European Cricket Series as we have here in Cyprus. But unfortunately for him, this time around, it just hasn't quite clicked for him, has it? Goes for 28 runs in his first over. And the captain just, this time around, doesn't have the faith to give him a second over. He says, you know what? I'm going to go with Saman Kumara instead. Just a single over here. Yeah, this is a stat you wouldn't normally want to hear at the end of an innings. But it's been 8 deliveries since we last saw a boundary. A great Yorker there by Kumara. Great Yorker. And we haven't seen a 6 for about 2.4 overs. It's very hard to win T10 games that way. And I just feel right now British forces will be slightly disappointed with his total. And the Sri Lankan Lions will be big favorites heading into that second innings. It's another dot ball, and just 1 run of this final over. 6 runs of the last 2 overs. The Sri Lankan Lions really closed this inning extremely strong. And you can just sense they're a little bit dejected in that BFC camp. Things started so well for them. They made 51 runs in the first 3 overs. After that, well, they'd make just 56 in the next 7. And as well as the fact they lost 6 wickets. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Well, of course, it started off in real explosive fashion for the British forces. Burdikan and Isidore got their side off to a great start, as they so often do. Isidore in particular was tremendous. He hit 31 runs of just 8 deliveries. He looks set to play an absolutely massive innings. You know, you might have thought he would go on to even make 100, but then he had this absolutely kamikaze run out, and the game turned on this moment. They never looked back after this, the Sri Lankan Lions. It just all fell apart for the BFC. They couldn't get any other real scores of note. I'm just going to relive this key moment, probably the most important moment of the first innings again. Paddy Hone would strike a boundary off his very first ball there. You can see, of course, Rico Full observing that one in person. Here's a nice slow motion view of Roshan City where they're running in to deliver that ball. And this would be the end for Burdikan. Chamal Sadoon catching him out in the deep extra cover. And this would be the end of Walbridge. He'd make just 1 run this time around. Couldn't add another big score to what's been a great ECS for him. Akila Kalugala taking the catch to dismiss him. Ed Sanderson would bat pretty well, making 20 runs of 7 deliveries. And we just see Tom Gregory's dismissal over there. Mangala Gunasekar just keeping it full and straight, aimed at the stumps, and that would be the end. This would be one of the only sixes we saw in the second half of the innings. Ben Mortimer hit some nice looking shot. He struck 3 boundaries. I think the only problem for him, though, was that he probably faced a few too many dot balls. That's probably the next thing he's going to have to add to his game, is to be able to strike boundaries, but also be able to rotate the strike to just keep the scoreboard ticking. Saw plenty of potential there, though. You can just tell he's technically a very gifted cricketer. And give him a few years, and I think he's going to be someone we're going to be looking out for here on the European Cricket Network. There's a scorecard for this innings for the British forces. Of course, the big storyline there, of course, is Isidore, who is batting superbly. He hit 5 sixes in the 8 balls he faced. He looks set to play a massive knock. You know, we've been knocking him quite a bit throughout the series for not converting his starts into big scores. I think we might do the same after this innings. Let's look at the bowling card for the Sri Lankan Lions. Great figures for Chamal Sadoon, 1 for 19. Roshan Siriwardana with 3 for 14, and then Saman Kumara coming in to bowl that final over, giving up just 1 run. Look at the amount of extras, just 6 runs. That is what great teams do. Sri Lankan Lions need 108 runs in the second innings to make it another fine victory in this ECS. Join us again in a few moments when we'll bring you The Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to this match number 25. The British forces of Cyprus have been out there, had a bat, and what looked like it could have been a good score that they set on the board. Slowly, quickly fell away, didn't they, with the run out there of Gavin Isidore, and then Scott Burdekin getting out on 27 and 19. Sanderson put some good knocks in there, but got two in the 20s, but the rest of the batting really didn't click. That means that 108 is the target, 74 or less to pick up all the points if the British forces of Cyprus can restrict. But of course they know that they need to pick up. They need basically the Sri Lankan Lions to have a major collapse here at the top of the order. You know, pick up maybe 3 or 4 wickets in that power play. Restrict the power play to no more than 30. Then you give yourself a chance, really. They're only going at just over 10 and over the lines. And if they get off to a good start, and they could get to this win pretty quickly. We've got Akila Kalugala, who is batting here. It's his birthday today, so happy 30th birthday to Akila Kalugala. Of course, yesterday on his, well, I suppose on the eve of his birthday, he was in fantastic form, 146 or 38, not out in a 228 partnership with Jamal Sadun. So they stick to the 2 key batters. Kalugala will face the first ball. Will be bowled by Scott. Goes for it and doesn't hold back. And there you go, a 6. First ball off his birthday. The birthday boy is off and running. Kalugala. Boom. Shakalagya. 6 runs. Jamal Sudan just goes up to him and says, happy birthday, brother. A nice start. So, need the wicket early. Don't change the bowling this time around. We did see them try with a different option last time in the narrow win against the fighters. Right, straight back. Got to get onto the mark, and Akila Kalugala is looking to take this match away from the British forces of Cyprus pretty quickly. Okay, bit of a miscue, but even the miscue goes for 6. That isn't out the middle of the bat. So you can see where it lands, clear over the boundary. And he's just getting a little of talking to there from Jamal Sadun, who's probably saying to him, hey, don't be thinking about giving your wicket away so early, will you? So 2 balls, 2 sixes. Kalugala looking to celebrate his birthday in style with a win here. And then also they play the last match of the day against the Nicosia Fighters. And this one is out on the offside. Fielder is out there, and our fielder says, blah, blah, and you wouldn't expect that from Anthony Woolbridge. He's been one of the key fielders for the forces, and for him to make an error like that is not a good sign for the British forces of Cyprus. Remember, they did lose their first match today. It was a surprise when it was 159 chased by Everest. Chance, gone, gets his man. Kalugala will go. 6, 6 and 4 is called and bowled. That is the end of Akila Kalugala. So the birthday boy has to go quickly. Isn't that a lovely moment here? Having Isidore saying, you got to go that way, buddy. I'm just telling you which way you got to go. I like it. Let's see all of this again. I mean, it's a good cat. He goes for the shot, doesn't quite get it round. And look at Gavin Isidore saying, hey, buddy, come on, come with me. You're going to come this way. And he marches him off all the way back to the dugout. Show me some more of that. Show me some more of Isidore walking the birthday boy off. Or maybe he's saying, hey, come with me, birthday boy. Got a surprise for you. Okay, it's going to be Srinath Rajith, who now comes out at number 3. Need those quick wickets. That is high in the air. Nobody's catching this. It's just lofted straight down the ground. 6 more is what you'd expect from the Lions. This is where I believe they've learnt from when they were beaten by the Napa Kings quite badly in that semi-final. They was skittled for a low score, and Napa Kings got there. Napa Kings then went into the final against the Black Cats, but then they got skittled. And it was, well, a strange low-scoring finish to that series. But the Lions, one thing we've seen from them is they now believe in themselves. They don't get themselves into a pickle. And even though they lose that wicket to Kalugala, they still put 22 on the board off the first over. 22 for 1 then. And Kalugala, the birthday boy, well, he goes 6-6-4 and out. So 16 quick runs for him. And I love the way he was escorted to the dugout there as well. 14 matches since the golden ball. Yeah, I think watch out for that in the highlights. As Kevin Isidore said, "Come on, my friend, I know it's your birthday. I have a surprise for you. Gonna take you all the way back to your dugout." And Jamal Sudan now marking up his mark. You heard the umpire there saying new bowler, bowling left arm over. So the misfield from Wallbridge probably worth a treat. Hello and welcome to the final. The two captains.
Okay, Wally, back on it.
Rocks back and whips that away.
Come on, boy.
Not the best first ball from Wallbridge. And that one's just gonna drop short. It's probably a false shot there from Sudun. Just gonna get a single. And it looks like they're not holding back here, the Lions. That's what we'd expect from them, just going out there and playing their shots. Still, you get the feeling they're trying to get themselves in a position where they can maybe win this match in 7 overs. Hello to everybody in the chat. Hello, Dave. Nice to have you with us. And Helix. Gone. Plays it onto his stump. So that's going to be the end of another one. So Srinath Rajith now has to go. Interesting stuff. Another one bites the dust. I think he's chopped on here big time, you know. He's chopped on. And Wallbridge gets another wicket. It's another good wicket to get. Just have a look what happens here. He chops this right back on it. Probably not the right shot to play. I mean, he should have been looking to move away and cut this, but he steps into it and ends up smashing it back onto his own stump. So joy as Srinath Rajith also makes his way back. So, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Another one goes. Now Gunasakara does come in. Another powerful left-hander. Half-hearted appeal. Now, let's see how the Lions respond here. This will be a good little test. A couple of wickets lost. They're still needing 81 runs. It's hit down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs. So in the power play, they've only got the long off back. I wonder if they going to make a change. Looks like they might do, yes, little swap round. Looks like long on will go back, and Ben will go across into the mid-off position. So mid-off staying in the circle. Let's see how this works for them. It's very wide, bobbles away to the fielder. It doesn't make a stop. It's balls are wide here. Giving himself a chance. At the end of the over, 2 overs complete, 31. But 2 wickets down. And 2 good batters have been taken back to their dugout. This is the standings, the Lions. Wanting to go to the top of the standings. Have played less games than the Kings and BF Cyprus. They've got an opportunity themselves to really be challenging the likes of the Sri Lankan Lions as well. So plenty to play for here. So they're just a point behind the Lions. So can they get the win here and take the second spot temporarily? Because the Lions will have another chance later. I suppose this time they're going back to Scott. And they're just basically saying, look, hey, you got us 1 wicket. Let's see if you can get us another one. day of shades, isn't it? Got to have your shades out there. High in the air, it's another opportunity, and he's praying it's got. Oh, and that's why he was praying. Can we just see on the bowler here, as this is hit in the air, it's a chance, but it does get dropped down, and it's the unfortunate Luke French that puts it out. As soon as this goes up in the air, watch Scott here. Well, we're not going to be able to watch it. We go back to the live action. He puts the catch down. Just showing you that. We just missed this delivery. Here it is again, just played out for, in the end, nothing. Or will they go? No, they don't. Leaves this one, and that's okay, says the umpire. It's a dot ball. So Gunasekara. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Well, you can't be leaving that one. It's played nicely along the deck, but no run. And a bit of pressure being put on. Let's see one of the helicopters flying in the background there. So maybe some of the British forces in Cyprus are watching from the air as well. And well, now, well, watch out if they are, because bombs are coming your way as this Grizzly's being blasted. Smashed down the ground. That's the shot from Mangala Gunasekara. That's what he likes to play. Straight down the ground. He gets that one away. Still, though, it's not a bad over. It's not a bad spell. It's 38 for 2. Plays that really nicely. Once again, big hello to everybody in the chat. Crew is joining in as well. Hello, Kevin and Terry and Richmond. Hope you're all well. Hope you're enjoying the action. I'll be going to have a bit of a surprise here. There's time for a bit of drinks. And while they're having drinks, just want to remind people of some of the days that they are today. In 2009, in the opening match of the second World T20, Netherlands beat England and painted the town orange. And I know that ECN favourite Sir Rob Kemin was a part of that team of the Netherlands. Not playing, but he was part of the squad there. And what a proud moment it was for him. And Rob, thinking of you, I know that Marion at the moment is not very well, but we all wish her a very speedy recovery. Constitution Day in Denmark and Sausage Roll Day in the United States of America. I'll have a good old-fashioned sausage roll. And also a couple of days to consider it's World Environmental Day, a day that urges us to protect our natural surroundings. Here's a stunning fact for you. An estimated 7 million people die each year from causes related to air pollution. So come on, we can all do a bit for the environment and get pumped and get those legs moving, as it's Global Running Day as well. I know that some of our team like a good run. I know our CEO likes to have a nice run, doesn't he? Roger Finer, and also Judith. Judith probably working hard at ECN headquarters. I'm pretty sure that after a day's work, Judith might go for a bit of a run. Miscue, high in the air. Can anybody get there? Big moment this, and the catch has been taken. It's another wicket. It's another wicket. Jamal Sudan will go. So another one bites the dust. Tom Gregory takes a catch. It's a wicket after drinks. And, well, Kevin Isidore, he likes sending the batters back and telling them which way to go. Oh, this match is really opening up here now. Jamal Sudan also goes for 6 of 5 deliveries. Very good catch taken there by Tom Gregory. And Anthony Wallbridge takes another wicket. These are good signs here. And remember I said that if you take, say, those 3 early wickets, it's not quite in the power play, just outside it, but that could serve you well. Well, they have. And now the captain, Nalin Pathirana, comes out. He goes for a big, extravagant shot straight away. Misses out on it.
Frenchie, you go a little bit wider, sort of that side of the...
Remember, no Maduranga in the side. They have got Prasad Suranga. He's normally come out before the captain.
It's okay, Wally.
This is down the leg side, wide ball. Bit of a grunt there. from the bowler. But still, it doesn't really get hold of it, Patharana. So it just has to be bowled again. Short, and that's not the ball to bowl. It's a Gandhi ball, really bangs it in, and it's an opportunity for Nalin to put it away. I think this is the first time that we've seen Nalin have a knock. I think up until now the Lions have never really had to rely on anybody lower than this. So British forces in Cyprus are really making it work hard for it. Remember, they pulled off an amazing run chase against the defence against the Nicosia Kings the other day after only just scoring 110. So we know they're a team that can do it, but they've just got to get this right here. And the Lions are not going to back away. I think they are still going to play their shots. You saw that from the moment that Nalin Patharana came out. So 47 for 3, 61 needed. Forces, the way they win this match is to take wickets. Gandhi, that's a full toss. That's going to be a no ball. And that means a free hit coming up and bowling it to Gunasakara. After getting that wicket, the first ball after the drinks, it's just gone a little bit pear-shaped. And it could get worse here if Gunasakara gets hold of the free hit. It's a free hit coming up. The bowler Aldridge getting the warning for the hide on that one. He can't do that too many times. He'll be off.
Come straighter, Frenchie.
2 for 20. Trying to save the free hit going to the boundary. And he won't, because that's going to be clipped away beautifully. He rocks back and finds the middle of the bat. So 6 more. 50 now comes up. They are picking up the wickets they need, but they're also conceding too many runs as well. There's still too many errors. And this over started so promisingly, didn't it, with that wicket.
Come on, Wally.
And then after that, it has gone for 17. Come on, Wally, they're saying. Come on, Wally. Anthony Wallbridge. Can he finish with a good note here? That's been well hit. The fielder out there gets down and makes the save. No mistakes, and you wouldn't expect any there from Scotty. So end of the over. 4 overs completed. 56 for 3. And 2 things really, I suppose, the British forces Cyprus fighting for. I mean, another couple of wickets here quickly, and the win is definitely on. But if they don't get those couple of wickets, not only are they in danger of losing, but they're in danger of losing and not getting any points. So 52 of 18 for the Lions if they're to take all the points here. So the next over or 2 are going to be very important. I still think with Gunasakara out there, they'll still be thinking about getting these big points. Matty Hone, the captain. Good delivery. Just gets a single taken. So I suppose a good over here from Matty could, if they're not going to go on and skittle out, the Lions could, I suppose, ensure they do get a point, and a point could be very valuable. So they're making a change to Patirana. They're putting a backward point in and nobody on the square leg side. And just drops the bat onto it, starts to run, and then gets sent back, and he's good that it's sending him back. Just wants to get bad on this and run. I think because he makes good contact, he feels he deserves to get something from the shot, but it goes straight to the fielder. It's played away, got to get down the fielder, and he does. Makes a save. Well done. Patirana. Oh dear, that's not so good. They're better than that. Oh, the men in pink. Just let the standards down a little bit. Makes a good stop to stop the ball going to the boundary, does the fielder, and then getting it back to the bowler. Bowler doesn't take it, the batter's taken extra. Does it work in their favour? No. Brilliant take from Javier Isidore. Hasn't he been good behind the stumps? He's just a joy to watch. Does he still have a big part to play in this match? Matty Hone. And well, just strokes this out and wants to run. It's not going to get it. Good fielding from Tom Gregory. Took one very important catch to remove Jamal Sadun. Strokes this out. Wants to run. Doesn't get it. Well, some people are talking about having a hot shower and a hot toddy And yet here we are, thinking about having cold drinks and margaritas. It's funny, isn't it? Funny old world, we're not that far away. It's baking hot here and cold and wet in other places. Good over. Only 3 runs off it. So score 59 for 3. Nice look at the ground there. And just have a look at the skies around it. We haven't seen a cloud here. I don't think we've seen a cloud since the day that we started. It's just been hot, hot, hot. 37 degrees we got to the highs of today. Not far off that now. All right, back to the action. Oh, that is so close and so unlucky. I think that's going to be buys. I think this is one that Evan Isidore feels is going to bowl the batter. But instead, it goes through. No, he thinks he's hitting the stumps, but it doesn't. Gets through, goes to the boundary. That's really unlucky for Windy Miller. 63. 45 to win. This gets worked away. It's on the legs, and that's going to be a good shot, crunching shot. So 6 runs. This way, it just strays down the leg side ever so slightly, and they're just so quick to pick on this. And this is a good hit from Gunnar Sakara, because normally he's renowned for his straight hits. Sometimes he does get himself into a bit of trouble going for those shots. I've seen him sky plenty up in the air and get caught, but he gets that one away. Need wickets and need them quickly here. Can Miller deliver? It's firmly hit. There is a fielder out there who watches it all the way. And nicely done there by Scott. It's been put in that very important part of the boundary. Just a single. So back over now to Nalin Patiranis. Started with 2 nice shots out on the offside, 2 boundaries. But after that, he just seems to be like pushing at the ball rather than going through shots. Could push himself into trouble though. No, he's not pushing here. Gets a good swing through, but it's straight to Scott Woodkin, who doesn't make any mistakes there on the boundary. The British broadcast, the British Forces Broadcasting Services were here earlier. They were talking to Scott, Hal and Sophie. It was nice to meet them. Nicely bowled. They won't get a run here. They were just doing a bit of a piece on Scott and on his cricket here, and also being part of the national team as well. That was nice to meet them. Good over so far. So it looks like these couple of good tight overs will certainly ensure them off a point. Oh, that's really well bowled. Excellent delivery. Excellent finish to the over. Yorker length, and it had to be dug out by Gunnar Sakara. This is the gun doing a little bit of digging. Nicely done. So 107 was posted on the board by the British Forces of Cyprus. 71 for 3 at the moment. So definitely going to get something out of this, but you still feel with 37 required, 2 quick wickets could make a bit of a change here. And I like the fact that Matty's going to come straight back into the attack to see if he can get those wickets to make the line sweat a little. Terry Richmond is saying hello to me. Hello to you as well, Terry. Launched into it, and that's going to go a long, long way. Shaba, shaba, kinna sona, bolle, bolle, bolle. Qué grande eso es, qué grande. 6 más. Bienvenido, mi familia. ¿Cómo estás todos? A lot of people like your memorabilia for cricket. I'll give you some here. And who knows how Ian Botham's captaincy for England went. Back in 1980, Ian Botham's first day as England captain. Can someone tell me? That's clipped away. That's going to go for 4 more. So the captain, Nalin Pathirana, is making the most of a little opportunity he's getting here. And you would have thought it would have been logical progression when he was given the job for the first test against the West Indies at Trent Bridge. He was the best player in the team by a mile at that time with him. But with averages of 40 with the bat and 18 with the ball from 25 tests. But he was only 25 years old, and it probably was a little bit too early. This is another one that's going to go to the boundary, 4 more. And they're getting there pretty swiftly. And it came too early, though, for Botham, because England won none of Botham's 12 tests as he captained. And in that time, he averaged 13 with the bat and 33 with the ball, yeah. On this day back in 1980. Oh, that's a great delivery. Oh, what a peach this is. Absolute corker, this. Comes in and moves away. Very well bowled. There's always time to admire some brilliant bowling like this from the captain. And now he goes a little bit too wide. It will be called a wide. Just see that in front of me here, Windy Miller saying stepped across. Windy, you're absolutely right, but unfortunately, and I don't like this ruling either, I have to say, it's this one gets blasted away. Shaba, Shaka, Luggia, moving into the 90s now. Yeah, just a reminder, I know that when we were here in January, what Windy Miller's saying here is that exactly true. With the wide line, any part of the ball touched the wide line, we called it wide, and the line moved with the batter. But now, you have to, a wide is when the ball completely misses the line, but the line does not move with the batter. I don't think I like that, because I think that then encourages batters to move outside their crease and, you know, play a bit of negative cricket. That's been worked away. Would have been a wide. But Nini Patharana says, I'll take the boundary instead. He's moved quickly on to 36 of just 16 deliveries. It's the end of the over. 96 for 3 at the end of the 7th. This is the next match coming up, and it will be once again the Sri Lankan Lions in action against the Nicosia Fighters. They were hoping that the top order clicks a bit more, and birthday boy Akila Kalugala will be hoping that he can get in the run. So the players, after 7 overs, after 3 and 7, will take some drinks. So yeah, just reminding you, so back in 1990, on this day, Ian Botham's first day as England captain, he thought it was the natural thing to do at that time. He was the best player by miles. He was averaging 40 with the bat and 18 with the ball. But in the 12th test as captain, they never won a match. He averaged 13 with the bat and 33 with the ball. So it wasn't to be. In 2009, on this day, opening match, the second World T20, Netherlands beat England and painted the town orange. And what a memorable time that was. I know to my good friend, Sir Rob Kemin, when me and I talk about things, he always brings that up, especially when he's around the English. Of course, England weren't able to get off to a good start yesterday because of the weather. Up in the air, another one after drinks. Oh, just gets away from the fielder. And this time around, Tom Gregory isn't able to do what he did straight after the drinks after 3 overs. That time he held on to it. Not this time. It's skied up in the air. The catch isn't taken. Yeah, so no celebrations really from the English or the Scottish yesterday, but they were from the Netherlands. They got a win over Nepal. I don't think our Everest friends are too happy me mentioning that. Oh, well, that's going to be a little bit unlucky once again from Windy Miller. He's bowled well, hasn't he, Windy? I do like what he's done. It was nice to have a little discussion with him while he was on the boundary here as well. Yeah, well bowled indeed. All right, Gunasakara, after getting a life, gets back on strike. Just 10 required. Well bowled. Top ball. Full, straight. Good areas.
Good, Windy. Keep that. Keep it.
Just a reminder, that match that you saw the graphics for will be coming up on the hour. Of course, another opportunity to see the fighters, and the fighters don't know they're going to be up against the power of the likes of the gun here, Gunasakara, and also Nalin Pathirana. That's if they get a chance, because it's not often that they do get an opportunity, and they're making the most of it here, especially with the Berto boy, Akila Kalugala, missing out. Jamal Sudun also missed out. We'll go for it again, and that will be the end of the match. It'll be done in style as Mangala Gunasakara smashes another big six. It's done and dusted, and they get there quite easily. It just was never enough runs on the board in the end. And 110 posted. And the only regret, I suppose, is they went 5 balls into the 8th over. If they could have done it 5 balls earlier, they would have taken all the points. So still unbeaten in this series are the Sri Lankan Lions from Limassol, and I suppose still unbeaten since not the time before, which was in January, but the time before that, when they were beaten by the Napa Kings in that semi-final. And they've certainly come back stronger since then. A few hiccups earlier on there from Kalugala Sudun and also from Rajith, but it was the captain and also Gunasakara that get them the win this time around. And Nicosia Fighters, I think it'll be another opportunity to see if Mohamed Tanvir can turn on the style. Rahman as well was very good there. And be interesting to see what tactics Anwar Hussain will deploy against the very powerful Sri Lankan Lions. This was the first wicket, and I love the way Gavin Isidore then led Kalugala all the way back to the dugout. That was a lovely moment. I really like that. And it wasn't just to Kalugala that did it. That's that catch again, a really good catch. And then Gavin Isidore says, come on, come with me. He walked him all the way back to the dugout. And he would do the same thing to Jamal Sudun as well. The thing was, though, that those little moments were short-lived, because the rest of the time, the Sri Lankan batters that were out there, particularly the captain, Lenin Patharana and Gunasakara, led them to victory. That was the wicket there of Srinath Rajith. Just played the wrong shot to that ball, smashes it back onto his own stump, so he would depart. And then straight after drinks, it was Jamal Sudun that would give an opportunity that wouldn't get taken straight away. And Scott Burdekin was actually praying when that ball was in the air to Luke French to take it. Well, Luke French wasn't able to take it, but that man there was, and look at the joy there from Tom Gregory. Thing was that Tom Gregory could have repeated the same feat after the next drinks break, but it wasn't to be. He would put the catch down, and that could have removed Gunasakara, but I don't think it would have made any impact to the result here. The Sri Lankan Lions are not really going to get tested with a score or a chase of 108, and that proved to be the case when it was done and dusted with some big hits there towards the end. Matty Hone, captain, tried very hard, but just couldn't get the ball in the right areas, was a little bit too short. And the captain versus the captain battle was won by Nalin Pathirana. This was the other opportunity, and it wasn't taken. And then after that, there were just some big hits, and that would finish the match. It was done and dusted. Gunasakara, good knock from him, 38 of 19. And the captain, Nalin Pathirana, I think he's happy to get his opportunity out there, and scored 37 quick runs of 17 deliveries. That's that scorecard. So those early issues, Akila Kalugala, man who's celebrating his 30th birthday today, got up to a flying start with 2 sixes and a 4, and he would get out to Scott Burdekin and then would be marched to the dugout by Gavin Isidore. But those good moments didn't last that long, because then 2 batters did get set, and then we know they can be dangerous. We know they got the depth, and they showed that depth, did the Sri Lankan Lions, and they cruised to victory and did it quite comfortably there in the end with 13 balls to go. I'm going to leave you with that match summary and remind you that the next match, the last one here on match day 5, coming up in just over 30 minutes time, is going to be my last match for a while. I'm going to take a little break as I go back home to the family, but I will return on the 13th of June. Meanwhile, this will be holding the fort, and I believe that there'll be a Maximo in town for a few days as well, just to cover me while I'm off, and I will come back and greet you. So my last innings coming up for a while, so why don't you get in the chat and fire away with some questions. Join us back in about 31 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome to the final match of the day. The Nicosia Fighters playing their third match against the Sri Lankan Lions. I think this is another one where whichever team wins the toss will certainly be thinking of having a bat first and pile on the runs in this last match. Remember, the last match of the day quite often ends up being a high-scoring one, and I get a feeling that this one could be high-scoring. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. In Rummage is with the two captains.
Yeah, Fighters, Sri Lanka Lions. Ready, here we go. Heads has been called. It's a long way away, but it's come down tails. So you've won the toss.
It's a ball first.
Okay, toss won by Nicosia Fighters, who will bowl first.
Anwar Hussain of the Fighters winning the toss, and well, I'm totally wrong. He actually decides to field first. I can't believe it, really. They've played two matches already. You would have thought that he would have fancied his batters going out there and setting the tone for this final match of the day, but he's going to have a field first. That means someone like Mohamed Tanveer is going to be key. I wonder if that was a smart move in that win against Everest, where he rested someone like Tanveer. We didn't really see him have much of a bat. He didn't bowl at all. So I wonder if he was just saving some of the key players. I think Tanveer is going to be very key, but Tanveer will be key with the bat as well. So will Rahman. Ali Raza, will he come good this time around with the bat as well? And I think Anwar Hussain could probably be pretty key with the ball and also in the field. But the Fighters, their issue is the fielding. They leak too many runs in the field. And now that they put the Sri Lankan Lions and Limassol in to bat, they've got to field really well. If they have those same sort of mistakes that we've seen from them already, then we can see loads of runs being scored here. The Lions, what can we say about them? They've got so much good batting. I want to wish Akila Kalugala, who scored that fantastic 104 yesterday, a very happy birthday. His 30th birthday today. I wonder if he'll end the day in style. So watch out for him. Guna Sakara with the bat is going to be key as well. But unlike the stylist Chamal Sudan, he's a key batter. He's a lovely stroke player. Also absolutely exciting in the field as well. And he'll also be good with the ball. But maybe with the ball is going to be Roshan Siriwardana again. Picked up 3 wickets in the last match. He's getting the ball in the right areas, and his teammates are not letting him down in the fielding as well. It's going to be a hot one. I think a lot of the players are going to have their shades on because right now it is very, very bright. Good match coming up. I think we're going to have a high-scoring end to the day. Over to Nish for this one. Nish, the news from the middle. Surprisingly, the Nicosia Fighters are going to have a bowl first.
Thank you very much for that introduction. Here's a look at our fantasy dashboard. Nicosia Fighters 3-3 so far, playing their final game of the day here against the Sri Lankan Lions. Going to be interesting to see how they approach this match. They've had a bit of a mixed bag today with their results. We've seen some bright spots, but also some very low spots. Meanwhile, for the Sri Lankan Lions, well, what a year this has been for them. They went undefeated in the previous ECS and then lifted their first ever ECS crown. And they've started this tournament much of the same way, looking absolutely amazing. And, well, it doesn't look like anyone can beat them right now. They have been so dominant and pretty much brushed aside all of their opposition with absolute ease. And rightfully so, they're heading into this match as massive favorites, 88% favorites. Can the Sri Lankan Lions keep this impressive win streak going here against the Nicosia Fighters? Let's see who's going to bowl this first over. It looks like it's going to be Mohamed Tanveer. This is a good move, and it was really baffling when Tanveer didn't bowl at all in the previous match. Guy of his quality should bowl overs 1 and 3. That should be penciled in by the captain before the start of the match. You want him right up there, bowling to the best batters in the opposition. Of course, got the power play right now. It's just the 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. They're currently stationed at long on, and they're just sending someone out right now in a deep fine leg. Just moments away from the first ball. And a big okay from the captain. We're ready to get underway. First ball. Oh, is there something there? Is there something there? There might be an edge. They're absolutely convinced the Nicosia Fighters, but the The umpire is unmoved. Let's take another look at this. I thought there was something there. Oh, it's just come off the shoulder. What a great call by the umpire. That would have deceived tons of our viewers, including me, mind you. But yeah, it's just come off the shoulder. Amazing call there by the umpire. That entire Fighters 11 was convinced it was out. This is why he needs to be opening the bowling. This is why Tanveer should be right up there at the top of the order. Oh, another great ball, but definitely going down the leg side. Such an electric, such an entertaining ball. This is the first time Caligula has been under any pressure throughout this series. It just baffles you why sometimes he isn't used right at the start of the innings. Electric start to this match. 2 balls in, and they've been 2 really eventful deliveries. Just straying a little bit onto the pads over there, but again, he's got that pace, which not too many other bowlers possess in this series, so it comes off the pads. He isn't quite able to get any bat on that one, Caligula. And I think he'll be pretty reprieved to just watch this from the other end. To be very relieved. He's standing at the non-striker's end right now, and it's time for Chamal Sadoun to face the music. Oh, wow. Dear me. He's rattled him. I think he's caught the grill over here. That looks painful. That could be a nasty blow for Sadoun. Good thing he's wearing the helmet. He's requesting a change of helmet. That's just what Tanveer does. I mean, Sadoun, he's a batter who's looked so fluid throughout this innings, been completely unbothered. And wow, yeah, that just smacks him right on the grill. Well, this is what pace does. It strikes fear in the heart of batters. Yeah, Sadoun will request a new helmet here. What a start to this game. Tanveer is on absolute fire. It's our final match of this wonderful Wednesday here on the European Cricket Network. I'm Nishjay Bhatt, and alongside me in the commentary position is Rico Full.
Well, it's going to be a fiery encounter, isn't it? A little bit of masala out there in the middle. Yeah, Mohamed Tanveer doing what we know he should be doing, and finally it seems to be a message has got across to the captain of the Nicosia Fighters. He's given Tanveer the new ball, and this is what he can do. And well, I am so glad that here in the European Cricket Network we make sure that helmets are obligatory, because if there's no lid on there, that would have done serious damage. What a delivery that was from Tanveer. He certainly has shooken Sadoun up, and he comes in. This time, well, he's ready for it. He gets the reinforced helmet put on his head, and he does a swivel on this one. It was like he was waiting for it. And, well, Chamal Sadoun, he looks like he's ready for a fight.
Certainly does. This is just the brilliant cat and mouse you see at this level when you get a quality bowler matched up against a quality batter. It's going to be a good back and forth here. It's going to be a nice battle between bat and ball. One more ball left in this battle. This is just gripping cricket. Every delivery has a story to tell.
Shot. Oh, that's a great shot. That's gone a long way. That's onto the tent. He's team tent. Well, that's out. Remember, one hand off the roof, you're out. This takes you back to your school days of cricket. He hits it hard. It's 6 runs, but look, one hand off the wall and you're out. And he's gone. Nicely taken there by Kasun Sandaru. But no, what a good reply that is when Chamal Sadoun comes back and smashes the ball big. Let's have a look at the highest team totals here, and you will see the Sri Lankan Lions the other day. 228 they put up on the board, so they're up there in the top 10. So we know what they are capable of doing if they get going.
Absolutely, just a quality team when they're clicking. Been undefeated so far this year on the European Cricket Network. On every match during the ECS we had in January, and undefeated so far this series as well. Oh, what an incredible delivery. I need to take another look at this. This is an absolute jaffer. Just pitches around middle and off. Just moves away a hint. And Kalugala is a very lucky man that hasn't caught the edge of his bat.
Yeah, it's a very good ball, Ali Raza. We know he has bowled some super deliveries to bowl out batters. This one, well, almost ends up being a nasty one to Kalugala, who's, well, he's the birthday man, but 4 balls and no run so far to him. And now he gets a swivel on this. Watch out. Well, that was on its way into the scorers. Gerard is quickly up, gets past him. Gerard, Marzi, and Meda, and also Russ are crammed into that area. And, well, you knew the shot would come soon, and there it is. And Akila Kalugala smashes that away. Remember, he yesterday brought up a fine century, that 228 stand. And he wasn't the only centurion in the day, though. At the beginning of the day, we saw Qasim Mohammed score a century as well.
Just going down the leg side. That's going to go away for a wide. It's a minimo here. Raza just getting that one wrong. You can tell he's going for that leg stump Yorker, but he's missed it by quite a bit. And there's no way Sakarase can get to that. It's a minimo.
Yeah, it's not a good delivery. I like the idea that he's going for the Yorker, but he's got it wrong. He fires it down the leg side. That's going to be a minimo. So that sort of makes up for the 3 dot balls that were chewed up earlier by Kalugala. 4 of them weren't there, 4 dots before he got his first striking shot in, and now the 5 wides there as well. So the Lions, that sort of team, even when they look like they're looking pretty quiet, they then come back with some big hitting and put a big score on the board. Raza needs to get it right. He bowled an absolute jaffer earlier. Can he go back to bowling that sort of line again? It's up on the offside this time, but that's a good hit. A little bit of width offered, gets into a good early position. It's a lofted shot. Gets it in between the gap, the 2 fielders, over them to the boundary, 4 more.
This is what's just made Kalugala so much better a player over this past year. It's the fact that he's willing to hit the ball over extra cover. I think 1 year ago, Kalugala was trying to smash that one towards cow corner as well. He's added that different dimension to his game. Become a much, much better player for it. Change of angle here for Raza.
Yeah, wants to try doing something different, but he's got to stay off the pads. And he doesn't stay off the pads, and this one is going to be 4 runs again. So after that early burst from Mohamed Tanvir, where he caused all sorts of trouble, we saw one very good ball from Raza, the very first ball of the over, but then after that he's lost his line, and you see now he's struggling. He's thinking, do I go back round? Do I stay over? He's doubting himself now, what he does. And sometimes that's what happens when you chop and change so much. So he doesn't now know which is his better option. Round the wicket, over the wicket. 19 off the over with still 2 balls to go. So now they're making a change in the field here, bringing up the long on as the man on the 45 goes on the boundary. So nobody back straight. So he might be tempted just to push the ball straight down the ground. And he will drag it over the fielder who just comes back inside. You just knew that's what was going to be on here. They're smart cricketers. And you mentioned it, Akila Kalugala over the years has smartened up his act. He isn't just a one-shot pony, is he? He's looking to play different parts of the ground, and you can see that is evident in his play.
Absolutely, and you just see that over there. Gets to the pitch of the ball, makes it a half volley, plays it so nicely.
The fighters trying to keep the batter's quiet here, but 23 off this over. And that's going to be, well, it's a good stop on the boundary because it wasn't a good delivery. It's down the leg side. He gets away with that. It's only going to be a single. Would have been wide anyway, so he'll settle for that. Will the bowler rise up? But 24 come off it. And at the end of 2 overs, it's 35 without loss.
A very good over here for the Sri Lankan Lions. Another terrific start for them. 24 of that over, 35 for no loss at the end of 2. Here's a look at the standings for Group A. The Sri Lankan Lions are undefeated. They've also picked up 3 bonus points along the way. We're, of course, coming to the end of our action here in Group A. Of course, tomorrow we'll see some teams from Group B involved. So it's been this group is coming to its dramatic climax.
Tanveer will take the 3rd over, so more pace coming, and he's going to be bowling this time to Kalugala, who works his way beautifully. That is such a good shot.
Very,
really
very.
I mean, he doesn't have, he knows it, he doesn't have the time to get the full swing in on it, so all he's looking to do is just get into a good position and loft it over that man at square. You can see it doesn't go all the way over, but there's enough of it to get it over him. Good timing and a really good execution of a fantastic shot.
Yeah, it's all about Mohamed Tanveer's pace here, and he just uses Tanveer's pace to work that one. It's a square leg for a 4. Oh, great ball, rapid ball. You can just see a little bit of seam away from the batter.
Tanveer going back to his mark. Good pace, good wheels. Can he get the breakthrough here? Kalugala. All right, miscue. Slow ball could do the job. And nice catch taken. No mistakes. He probably would have been better off, I suppose, with those shades that are on the cap actually on his eyes, because he was staring right at the sun. But he keeps his eye on the ball, and Ramjan Hossain takes the catch.
Yeah, I wasn't overly convinced he would catch that when I saw the setup to the ball, but it somehow sticks. Full credit to him, and he's taken a very important catch here. That's the end of the danger man, Akila Kalugala. Desperately needed a wicket for the Nicosia Fighters.
Yeah, so no heroics from him today. 16 in the match against the BFC and 23 this time on his birthday, so no celebrations in terms of any half centuries or centuries, but I'm sure he'll be involved in some team celebrations if they can get the win here against the Nicosia Fighters. So Tanveer gets the wicket that he deserves, and now he'll try and make life uncomfortable for Srinath Rajith, who comes out. Rajith played one lovely shot for 6 in the last innings, and then he played one on. So he's certainly one you want to try and attack his off stump. Here comes Tanveer. Gets this one wrong. He goes for the Yorker length delivery, but doesn't get this to come across. It's a wide ball. But one thing I'm liking about Tanveer, he is really putting in some effort in here. Just watch his run up. I wonder if we can focus on him running up. Lovely smooth runner. Look, he's charging in, and he puts every bit of effort into this. I mean, look, he's throwing himself into that delivery. He's bowling with some pace here. He really is bowling some pace.
Beautiful. It's just poetry in motion when you watch this gorgeous run up.
It's a bit of bat onto this too. The fielder bobbles away, but they're not going to be taking on Anwar Hussain. He's probably one of the top fielders in the side, the captain, and just hands the ball back to Tanveer. Just says a couple of words to him, probably saying, yeah, keep going, this is good, keep going. Give us one more, give us one more. Crashed, and that's going to be 4 runs. just a little bit too short. And once again, it's a line. This is pitching around about the middle and leg. And as a result of that, it gives the batter the opportunity to get onto that. I think Rajith, that's where he's strong. And we've seen him score plenty of runs where he's hitting down the ground and hitting into the onside. But outside the offside is when he gets himself into a bit of trouble. And that, I think, is where Tanvir needs to try and get this ball to be darting into. Oh, another very quick delivery. Gets it through over Isakol. It's the end of a fiery spell from Mohamed Tanvir. Well bowled indeed. He's an exciting player to watch, and I'm pretty sure if used correctly, he's going to be a key with the bat as well. 44 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, just that one expensive over, the one which Ali Raza bowled. Mohamed Tanvir, well, this is why we're calling for him to be used right at the top of the innings. Makes an impact, gets a wicket, bowls pretty economically as well. Here's a look at the matches coming up tonight in Portugal. Of course, it's a Super 5. It's night 4 of the Super 5. The Fighters Cricket Club will have a couple of matches today. They'll start off against the Lisbon Super Giants before playing the Punjab Cricket Club of Amadora.
Yeah, Punjab CC Amadora, they had a bit of a collapse there last night when they had a pretty low target to try and get to, were bowled out in the 70s. So they're looking to come back well here tonight against the Fighters. Fighters, though, have been playing some good cricket as well as the Lisbon Super Giants as well. So good action coming from Portugal a bit later on. Phil G will be there with Vinny Sandu. And looks like we're going to go with a slight change the bowling here. Jahid Haq is being given preference to one or two of the other options available. It's going to be, gets a foot on this. I think this was probably going to go on and hit the stumps. Huck puts a foot onto it. It goes over the stumps. So the batters, they are quite happy not to try and take the single here. Yes. Chamal looking to get a good score in here. That's nicely played through the gap. And this is just pinpoint accuracy. He's all along the deck. Gets it past the infielder and in between the two outfielders as well. Position is everything. 4 runs.
Threads the needle. Really good shot there by Sadoun. Guess they've gone with Hawk just because he maybe provides something a little bit different. He's a sort of a different style of bowler than the one that you typically see. And this Nicosia Fighters side are mostly just a lot of right arm medium pacers.
That's hit so well, and nobody's going to stop this one. Beautiful shot. Just leans into it. I do like watching. I think, that's so close to smashing into the lid of Rajith there. Looking at that again. Smashes into the stronger together banner as well, though. I do love watching him bat because he is such an elegant stroke player of the ball. He ties the ball well. His movement is so good. I love the way he holds his pose as well. I said this the other day, when he is flowing, he's probably one of the nicest batters to watch, and this is another one that will go for 4. Just look at the way he creams this through the covers. 4 carreras más.
Absolutely, just a gorgeous shot. It's along the carpet as well. Really stylish. Gets 4 runs. And despite getting that Kalugala wicket, there's been no decrease in this run rate. They've been going along at exactly the rate they were when Kalugala was there.
Making a change in the field now, so they're bringing another body out in the offside. So we've got now plenty of bodies out there. I think you've got 6 players out in the offside. Just leave it. In fact, more. You only got 2 on the leg side. He still goes that way. He could be gone. Oh dear, they get into each other's way, and that's Anwar Hussain. He's kicking the dirt because I reckon I think he's called this, but he should have left it. And look at him here. He's so filthy with himself as he lashes out because he needed to leave that one. That should have been Ramjan Hussain's catch. He was there ready for it, but Hussain got in the way. Oh, that's an opportunity. Sadoun gives his chance on 22nd on 22 and survives.
This is going to beat the fielder at mid-on. It's going to go away for a 4. Rajith joins in on the party as well. Sri Lankan Lions 61 for 1 at the end of 4.
17 come off the over. There was that chance, though, to remove Jamal Hossain. The captain puts it down. And they move into the 60s now. 61 of the 4 overs. They're going along nicely here. I want to say a quick hello to everybody in the chat. Steve McVeigh joined the likes of Jules and Dave there. Hello, gentlemen. I hope you were. I hope you're enjoying yourselves. Shahag was on in there as well. And we've had a really exciting day here today. Of course, it is my last. I will be taking a break and coming back here on the 13th. So, Nish, I know you're going to be on your own for a few days. Well, I say on your own. The chat will always be with you. And I know that Vinny Sandhu will be coming and helping you out for a bit as well. So, I know I'm going to leave everybody in good hands here.
Oh, absolutely. It's I think you'll get a well-earned rest after doing a number of series in a row, and that'll be good to go through some of these games alongside everyone in the chat. And, of course, Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandhu will be here as well for, I believe, 3 days of commentary. Next week, we'll mostly commentate a lot of Group B action.
Roman has been given the ball here, so I think the umpire just saying, hey, you're just going right in front of me. Okay, Roman. Gets one past the wild swing of Jamal Sudden. Every so often he loses that sort of mastery in his movement and he goes for a shot like that, but otherwise he's elegant to watch. And this time tries to get it down the offside. No run. It's a yes, no, maybe from the batters, but nothing. It's a couple of dots. You can see Jamal Sudden is saying, hey, come on, you should have made that, but Rajith is probably not the quickest in between, running in between the wickets. Up in the air, loses his shape, should be gone. And he will be gone. So Jamal Sudden just getting a little bit frustrated. I'm not really sure why he gets frustrated. So much time to bat. They're going along nicely. I don't think there was any need for that. But fair play to Munan Rahman. He stuck to his guns, keeping it just short of a length. And causes the false shot from Sudden and then takes the catch. Caught and bowled. Well done to Rahman.
Yeah, really well done to Munan Rahman. Gets that wicket. He's had a very good day, Munan Rahman. Been really impressive with the bat as well. Couple of good scores in the 2 games they played earlier. I think I see a Fighters, and now makes an impact with the ball in hand as well. I was a little bit surprised he didn't bowl much in those 2 previous games. But he has come up with the goods over here by getting rid of Chamal Sadoon. This is what makes the Sri Lankan Lions so great. You get rid of their 2 best batters, and out comes Mangala Gunasekara.
Yeah, exactly. And Gunasekara had to be at his most patient and his best to see them to that win against the Forces. It looked easy, but there was a period of time, especially when Korogala and Sudan and Rajith went pretty early, that they were put under a bit of pressure. But they came through well, thanks to a knock from Gunasekara and their captain, Nalin, and led them both to victory. Nice shot down the ground, but taken! What a good catch this is from Usman. He holds on to this. Now, I wonder whether we just want to have a look at this again. I tell you why. There'll be those that be saying, has Usman kept this under control? Because he is starting to fall backwards. So if we look at this here, he gets the catch, he's going backwards, and then there. Now, would you argue that he doesn't have it under control? Would you argue that he has it? So he catches it here, he's going backwards, and then he releases it. I suppose the umpires will have a look at that and make a decision. Looking at it in front of me here, I think he shows that he has it and then releases it. So they're going with that being out. So that's a bit of a talking point there. We welcome you into the cube. And what do you think of that one? Do you think he had it under control all the time?
I think he had it under control. I think the umpires would be very harsh if they took that one away from him.
Yeah, it's a good catch. I mean, he's not always been at his best there, Usman. We've given him a hard time plenty of times with his ground fielding, but he's catching. That's a good catch and an important catch to take. So, well, I tell you what, Nicosia Fighters, a little bit like we saw the British forces of Cyprus have picked up some key wickets here. As that was an important one to get. So now it once again is, well, two men who batted beautifully together. They put a good partnership together last time to get a win against the British forces of Cyprus. And they're up and running again. That's a lovely played stroke there from Sakara out on the offside, 4 runs.
So did you bring Hawk back for a second over? A little bit surprising after how his first over went. You can see he's trying to go for that wide Yorker. Sakara gets enough bat on it to just help it away for a 4. But yeah, keep in mind the Sri Lankan Lions just missing a couple of players for today's game. So Nalin Pathirana coming in at 5. Personally, though, I wouldn't have minded seeing Roshan Siriwardana right now. He's such a powerful hitter.
Yeah.
I think he would have slotted in perfectly at this spot.
I think that wouldn't have been a bad shout, actually. I mean, Nalin Pathirana has had a knock, as has Sakara. You could have gone with Roshan and just said, look, come on, go out there, have a bit of a knock. Why not? We can always hold back the likes of Sakara or the captain himself, Pathirana. But they're going with what worked in the last one, and they're hoping, oh, that's sloppy, isn't it? That's sloppy. They've been much better in the field. I'm not sure what the bowler's saying. Bowler's saying, well, hang on, isn't the ball dead? Nah, it's not dead. It's not dead until you get it back in your hands or it goes to the keeper. So he just throws that in. You gotta stop that, really, haven't you, Jahid? Lovely shot, beautiful shot. Just look at the shape of Sakara in place. This is his shot. This is what makes him so good. Just boom. Shakalagia holds the pose beautifully, effortless and glorious to watch.
Absolutely. Sakara's transition as a player has been very fascinating to watch. Of course, he first burst on the scene back in 2020 when he won MVP for the Punjab Lions with that record-breaking ECS. And since then, he hasn't always been able to recapture that form from 2020. And many people wonder if he just captured a lightning in the bottle during that series. But I think now he's not looking to overhit it. He's keeping things simple. He's also recovered from that injury, of course. Mangala Gunasekara, a big volleyball player, and unfortunately there were a few ECSs where he wasn't at 100% because of some volleyball injuries. It's good to see him back to his best. 74 for 3. Sri Lankan Lions at the end of 6. Here's a look at the scorecard. Kalugala and Sudun once again got the Lions off to a great start, but full credit to the fighters for getting some important wickets, of course. There's a lot on the line for them today because the Missile Kalundars are just 1 point behind them as things stand, and they've got 2 games in hand.
Yeah, this is, you're right, a big match for them, really. They're going to go here now. Back to Rahman. Great over for Rahman, over number 5. Just the 1 run he conceded, and he picked up 2 wickets as well. So you can see why they go back to him. Let's see how the Lions playing. Will they still try and be super aggressive? Slight change though. He's coming over the wicket. And that's been hit pretty well. Chase is on. Watch the bounce. Well watched. So I'm noticing a big improvement in the fielding here from the Nicosia fighters.
Yeah, it's a huge improvement for the Nicosia fighters on the field. I think you just recognize the importance of this game.
Now he will come back around the wicket to the left hand. He's bowled very well to the left-handers, hasn't he? Took the wicket of Tamal Sudan and also got the wicket of Rajith. Oh, well. How has this missed? This is like the old Sakara though, isn't it? It's not a good shot. This is how he gets himself out sometimes. That ball has only just missed the top of the bail. I thought it was gonna give it a kiss on the way through. Oh, well bowled. It's a nice looking shot, well controlled, and he's going to get 4 runs for it. It's a foot fielding fail there from the fielder. That's Jahid Huq. Tries to stop it with the foot, but a really good shot. It's fired in a little bit quicker, but quick reaction from Sakara to cut his way in that backward point area.
Yeah, really well played by Gunasekara. Doesn't look to overhit it. Just uses the pace of the bowler and picks out a gap. Very smart.
This is now defensively played down the ground. And they'll take the single, so Pathirana now gets on strike. I like T's knock. I think it was important for him to get a knock in. He scored 37 of 17 not out. It was a good knock from him, and a good partnership between him and Gunnar to get the win for their side. So let's see if he stays in good form. Just checking, but no issues there at all. You can see Gunnar he may be walking, but the bat is still in the crease. That's perfectly fine. Going down the leg side, not out, and a bit of hesitation. The batters sort of start and decide not to go. These two should have a good understanding between themselves. They spend a fair bit of time together, but look, getting no response, and then you can see Gunnar said, all right then, look, you might as well stay where you are if you're not running. 2 for 7 with the ball to go. It's been a fantastic spell, this for Rahman. And this one is up in the air, it's going, and it will go for 6. Good effort from the fielder to try and stop the ball. Tries to push it back in the field to play. He can't, it's going to be 6. And that's the end of the 7th, 86 for 3.
That was a big chance there, just pops out of his hand. Nolan Pathirana goes for the big shot. I think if it was Munna Rahman fielding off his own bowling, he might have had a better chance of getting this one. Fortunately, the fielder not that long on, not the tallest in the world. And it pops out of his hand, and to rub more salt into his wounds, it goes away for 6 as well. Here's a look at some of the action we have tomorrow. Of course, most of these games are from Group B, at least the first 3. We got Encore against Sherry Punjab to start things off, and then the Cyprus Knight Riders will be featuring in a couple of matches as well. And then we round out Group A with the Limassol Kalundars coming back for a doubleheader. They'll be watching this match very, very closely, as they're just a point behind the Fighters.
Yeah, those 2 matches, of course, going to be big, but also it's an opportunity for us to see Encore again. I remember them. They played some good cricket, and Sherry Punjab will be in action, and also the Cyprus Knight Riders. So there's a few Knight Riders around at the moment, isn't there? So we're going to see another lot of the Knight Riders. Okay, good spell from Rahman. 2 for 13, just goes for 1 big 6 there towards the end. And now they're going to go with Sijan. So Miha Juhin Sijan to bowl this one. Bowling's to start off with to Gunnar, who will field now with 18 balls to go. They've really got to go big. They'll be looking to get 50 in these 3 overs. Sort of go at a power play sort of rate. They've got wickets in hand as well. Bat onto ball. That's not a bad delivery at all. It's a good length. The fielders make a good stop. So the improvement in the field continues from the Fighters. Trying to keep this to that no more than 120, 125, and that gives them a really good chance to go and get it, especially with the likes of Rahman and Tanvir batting well. Raza could come good at the right time, as could their captain, Hussain. Firmly hit, but to a fielder. And again, clean hands, no mistake.
And this is the big difference, as you mentioned, between the Fighters side we've seen so far this innings. There's the Fighters side we might have seen the last couple of matches. They've been so much cleaner with their ground fielding. Moments like that, you usually just see a few balls just popping through their palms, but not this time around.
Four runs. Very good shot. Rocks back, finds the gap. Position placement as well. He's dangerous and he's a hard hitter, and he plays a beautiful cut shot. That is right out of the textbook.
Gorgeous, gorgeous shot. The minute it left his bat, you just knew it was going to race away to the boundary.
You're going to have to, somebody's going to have to call the animal rights people, because somebody is strangling that cockerel at the moment. He's making all sorts of funny noises. I'm sure you can hear it on the mic. Up in the air, and that is huge. That is huge. That's ended up in the grapevines. That has gone big. And this one, what a hit, what a strike. I just love this shot from Gunnar. I don't think anybody plays it any better.
Just plays it so well. He times it to perfection. And there wasn't actually too much power in that. It was just so effortless, timed beautifully. And it traveled a good 10 meters beyond the boundary rope.
Yeah, it's all about how he uses his feet to get to the right position, gets to the pitch of it, gets right underneath it. So you're probably better off going short. He does go shorter, but then the cut shot comes into play, and that one is going to end up, I think, maybe in the back of the net. Well, let's see. We'll have to have a VAR review. Where does this one go? He's hit it so well. First of all, has that camera got it all the way? It's hit well. I think it's on the way to the back of the net. We could see another, and he's not over there. Oh, there, we don't know where it is. Look, it's not easy up in the tower because sometimes we don't see it. It's bright out there. I think that's Oleg. He's trying to find it. Ole, ole, ole. And we'll never know if it was a goal or not. The VAR technology lets us down. What we do know it's 4 runs, and that's going to be a wide. Just try to, oh, well, it's going to be a minimal. It's a disaster. It really is. It's the over that the Sri Lankan Lions and Limassol needed. And after a good start from Sijan with a couple of singles, it's gone 4, 6, 4, and now a minimal, and it will have to be bowled again. So it's 21 off the over so far.
The bowler nor the keeper covered themselves in glory with that one. Going to be very disappointed when he looks back at that one, Zakir Hussain.
Firmly hit, and there's nobody stopping it. Top quality hitting. And Gunasekara is really showing us some of his talents. He just stands tall and mashes the ball to the boundary. Another cracking shot. And at the end of 8 with 12 balls to go, the Nelson is on the board, 111 for 3.
Largest over of this innings, 25 runs off it. And they just needed this magical over, didn't they, the Sri Lankan Lions, to put themselves ahead in this match once again. A couple of overs left. A little bit of a dilemma here for Anwar Hussain. Who does he go with to bowl these last 2 overs? Minu Rahman's been bowled out. Mohammad Tanvir's been bowled out. And it's going to need to be a little bit of head scratching here. I wonder if the captain himself is going to come back for 1 over at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that would be an option. He's going to go with Ali Raza. Now, Ali Raza went for 24 in over number 2. So they've got better options than this. You know, this is a real risk. Raza. And he gets this one through. And well, it was an opportunity. So Raza gets away with that one first up. Yeah, he goes for the pull shot, but doesn't quite execute it well. He's played that shot well as Nalin, so he'd be disappointed because that's a dot ball.
I'd be tempted to have gone with Munirul Islam for this over. I think he's bowled all right throughout the series. Raza a little bit low on confidence right now. And as you can see right there, one slips out of his hand. That's easy pickings. Easy pickings for Pathirana.
Let's have a look at the side on this. It's pretty. It's a full toss. And what's the height in it? Oh, it's worth having a look, you know. It's worth having a look. I reckon they might call this. It's very tight. I suppose you could say he just slightly arches downwards. And hang on a minute. Are they having a look? What's the call going to be from the umpire? And it's been called a no ball. Great work from Spring Media picking that one up. So no ball. I don't think the umpire saw that because they gave the signal straight away for, but wow, I think they get it right. Remember, it's waist or above. Free hit now. Wide. Still will be a free hit. So I did say that they will be looking to get 50 in the last 3. They got 25 off 1. And this one so far from Raza hasn't started so well, has it? 5 runs has come from it already. There's still 5 balls to go. So that's 30 runs they've scored so far. They've still got plenty of deliveries to go. Okay, that's well bowled. He just rolls the fingers around this one. Ali Raza's bowled this a few times and it's worked well for him. It wouldn't be harmful to him to bowl more of these kind of deliveries.
Yeah, to just add a little bit of a variation to his bowling, which at times can get a touch predictable. I think T10 cricket, he's got to keep the batter guessing at all times. Oh, great length. Absolutely brilliant. That was a Yorker length. That's where he needs to be.
You can see that Gunasekera is just getting a little bit frustrated because he's at the other end and he wants to get there. And of course, don't forget, by him getting there, it could really upset Raza because he'll have to then get set to the left-hander. I reckon that's key. Gunasekera trying to get to the other end. We've got to try and go there. Oh no, can you believe it? And it's Jahid again. Remember, he got moved from the boundary because one went through when he tried to stop it with his feet. So they've tried to hide him here. You can't hide anybody because this game will get you. And that just, look, he tries, doesn't he? He goes down, he tries to cover it, but he goes down too early. The body is one way, the ball's the other side, gets past the hands. That will go to the boundary. So 4 useful runs. And with the captain, Patirana, not really hitting the ball cleanly. That'll help nicely. 2 balls to in this one, 120 on the board. He's missed another, you know, and Gunasekera is not impressed. Now you know what Gunasekera is saying. Now you might as well stay there. He's saying, stay there. You try to hit the ball to the boundary. You've missed. How many balls has he missed? He's missed 3 on the spin. He's got lucky with one that's been sort of went to 4, which really should have just been blocked. And now I don't think they'll be entertaining a single at all. Gunasekera will not be impressed. And yeah, look, he's just standing there. He said, nah, I'm not coming. I just knew it. And I think that's the right call. Sometimes smart cricket, that's the smart call to make. He said, look, you're swinging and missing. If I give you the strike off the last over, who knows if I'll ever get on strike. You might play and miss it 3 again. So ending the over, in the end from Raza, though it's a long over, it's not a bad over. Just a 10 from it, 121 for the 3.
Yeah, he was totally uninterested there, Mangala Gunasekera. I think the only one could have captured his reaction every year. Just stood rooted to the spot, had absolutely no interest to take the run. If it wasn't for that misfield, that would have been a 6-run over for Ali Raza. That little misfield was a huge let-off for the Lions. Now this is going to be interesting. Who's going to bowl this final over? It doesn't look like it's going to be the captain, Anwar Hussain. Instead, it seems like he's going to go for Sujan to bowl this final over. So despite that 25-run debacle, he's still got the faith of his captain.
It's as well. They've got to be looking to come back for 2. They've got to turn and go. I think, poor cricket. Poor cricket. Because you can see there that Patirana doesn't want to commit himself. He doesn't want to be suicidal. He's got to turn and go here because he's the one who would have been run out, but Gunasekera would have got back on strike.
Yeah,
just look at this. So he's ready to turn. He goes. Patirana is not coming, so he has to go back.
Yeah, this is all about just getting Gunasekera back on strike. Patirana's got to be willing to sacrifice his wicket.
Well, he will at least give Gunasekera the strike back. So we've got a couple of this one. They'll need 15 off this over to get the 50 that I was saying they need to be aiming to get off the last 3. So they need another 13 or 4 balls, and that means they've got 50 off the last, and they'll be satisfied with that. That will also take them to around about that 140 score, more or less. So 3 hits being signalled here. So there must have been a field. So free hit, folks. This is the free hit. So, well, that's helped things up a little bit. So there's still 5 balls to go, and they've got the right man on strike. Obviously a fielding complaint or issue. Gandhi ball, called a wide, so free hit stays in place. 1-2-4 becomes 1-2-5. Little things like this do hurt. Well, free hit. It's called a no ball because must have been because of the field. Must have been too many out. Gets the miscue. So now Gunasekera misses out here. It's very different shot that he's been playing, right? Normally he just steps into it, makes it look elegant. That was a proper slog and he misses it.
It's just a free hit and he felt he had to batter it, so he kind of went away from what served him so well so far this innings.
That one would have been a wide. It gets played away. Now they've got to try and come back. Got to try and come back. Yeah, they will. And he will make it as well. That's why you got to try. He gets back. And the reason why you've got to try and get back is you would have got a wide. They spoil a wide to take one. It doesn't work. It's false economy. The only way it works in your favour is to get 2. and they do get to a little bit of the old pole jump there towards the end as well.
Yeah, they actually would have managed to get to that second run even easier if they had run that first run harder.
Just trying to, yeah, he knows it. He's looking at the heavens. He's trying to get a little bit too adventurous. So misses out on it. Only 6 have come off this over, and that's with the no ball 2 and the wide. So they really haven't capitalized on these last 2 overs. There's only the first one from Sijan that was expensive. It's another missed opportunity. So can you believe this from the Lions?
Yeah, just 16 runs of these last 11 deliveries by the Lions. They're a little bit out of sorts right now. Pathirana playing out all those dot balls. It just killed the momentum they had after that mammoth 25-run 8th over.
Oh, he lost this one. Should be stopped. And guess who? Yep, right on cue. Usman Mohammed. It's another one that gets through him before. At least he has taken a catch. But anything along the ground, he just made a total hash of it. That boundary takes him to 131. It means that they get 45, I believe, off the last 3 overs. Not quite the 50 that I was saying that they needed to get. And a lot of that has to go down to all of those dot balls that were chewed up there by the captain, Nalin Pathirana. 12 balls to get to 17. But they do hit the 130 mark. I tell you who else got hit. Jamal Sudan, he got absolutely crunched on the lid. But after being hit, it was his time to do the hitting. As, well, if we applied my school day rules, that would have been 6 and out with a one-hand catch. But anyway, it wasn't to be. The runs were flying well. Jamal Sudan was stroking the ball beautifully. He was clipping it around nicely. It was a nice little partnership happening between him. And at that moment in time, one of the batters was looking to go big. It was Akira Kulagala, but he went for 23. A nice catch taken by Ramjan. And a few more beautifully timed shots from Jamal Sudan. One that almost knocked out Srinath Rajith. But then we saw once again some quick wickets fall at the wrong time for the Lions. This one should have been taken. That was Hussain dropping Jamal. But Jamal, for some reason, just lost his cool, lost his composure, and lost his wicket to the catch there of Rahman. But then Rahman was also key with the ball. He bowled very, very well. Good catch taken there by Usman Mohammed. And he did do something right in the field, but the shackles that he has in the fielding would come back and haunt him off the very last ball of the innings. Runs did keep coming. It looked at one point that Gunasakara out there with the captain, Nalin Pathirana, would get them to a score around about that 145 or 150. But they just, even with that error there in the field, they still just had that stumble in the last 2 overs. The over number 8 from Sijan went for 25, but then those last 2 overs just went for 20.
We'll have a look at the scorecard of this innings. Of course, Kalugala and Sadoon opened the batting. They got them off to a nice start in the power play, batting at about 14 and over during that power play until, of course, Sadoon was dismissed off the bowling of Munir Rahman, as was Kalugala. He, of course, was dismissed by Tanveer. And what was a really fierce battle between him and the pace spearhead for the fighters. Goodness sake, were top scores with 44 of 21. He had a 69-run 4th wicket partnership alongside the skipper, Nalin Pathirana. Here are the figures for the Nicosia fighters. A standout bowler for Munir Rahman with figures of 2 for 13. A big shout out to that fighters bowling attack for really clamping down those last couple of overs. He gave up just 20 runs in those last 2 overs. And you have to consider that 7 of those runs came from misfields.
Yeah, man, that's a very good point. We saw the misfield there from Huck and also once again from Usman towards the end. But you touched on the bowling there. Very good there from Rahman. But once again, they finally did the one thing we were calling for. Mohammed Tanveer to bowl at the top of the order. And was he electrifying? Was he quick? Was he fast? He caused all sorts of trouble. He picked up one. He could have picked up more. But he made the difference at the beginning. He slowed things down. He got the key wickets. And even though Mangala Gunasakara, once again, a good knock from him. 44 not out of 21. They've contained the Sri Lankan Lions to a score below par. Par score at the moment, I reckon, is about 135. So they've done a good job. They've given themselves an opportunity to get a big win at the end of this match day 5. Join me, Rico Ford, Liverpool and Nishay Buck when we come back in around about 10 minutes time for the final innings of the day. And remember, come back to us with your random questions and maybe we'll have a little bit of food chat as well.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello folks and welcome back to the final match, match number 26 of match day 5. It's my last match here for a while as well. I'll be on my travels back to Spain tomorrow, but we'll return on the 13th of June when I'll be reacquainted and back with this. So, well, you can get your random questions fired in, and any questions that you want to fire into me before I come back, you can do. Or any for Nish, who, well, is our local expert. Or if it's just general chat, we'll have a chat with you. Why not? As we get ready for this one. And I don't know, people, I just have a feeling. I know they have to get 132. The Sri Lankan Lions are the undefeated side so far. They haven't lost in an ECS this year so far. They won all their matches in January and were crowned the champions. They've been unbeaten here so far as well. But I just have a feeling about this one. I just think maybe the Nicosia Fighters could win this match. Let's see how it goes. That's my thoughts. Nishay Bhatt is with me as well. Nishay, what are you feeling?
This could be a very interesting match. I completely agree with that. The Nicosia Fighters, a very good shot at taking this one, of course. Sri Lankan Lions, just mentally they'll be feeling pretty secure right now. I think they feel they'll probably have one of those top 2 spots secured. So maybe this is where the window of opportunity just opens up for the Nicosia Fighters to pull off an upset win. It's a very important match, keep in mind, for the Fighters. They want to create a bit of a gap with the Limassol Kalundars. We'll be playing tomorrow. Let's have a look at the first ball. This one by Gunasekara. Just targeted around the rib cage. It comes tailing back into the right-hander, Raza.
I think this catches him on the lid, you know. I heard the sound of the lid. Let's see. It's up, and yeah, it's on the grill. Right on the grill. So that's payback time. Said, you hit one of ours, we hit one of yours. That's the way that it works. Lashed out hard, and that's going to be 4 runs. And, well, Gerard thought about coming out and stopping it, and he thought, nah, if I misfield it, Rico will be all over me. So Gerard gets out of the chair and then quickly sits back in it. Just what Gerard is. He says, nah, I'm staying inside. I'm not going out there. It's too hot, too hot out there for me to go, says Gerard. Part of our scorers there. Gerard is there with Marzi. Also Meda. Got Russ is in there as well. We've got Ian Rummy, just the tournament referee. Third umpire is Abdul in there with him. Gets this down the ground, but to the fielder, no run. Of course, the umpires there in the middle doing a fantastic job is Sujith and Muneeb. And while we're there, big shout out, of course, to Spring Media as well, Martins, Oleg, and also Martha Maria. 3 have done a cracking job here. Swing and a miss. It's made a change, haven't they? They haven't been going to Kamal Rise to bowl the first over, probably because he has been a little bit expensive and probably not at his best. So they've made some changes here. And Gunasekara getting the first over.
That's a good slower ball there, previously by Gunasekara. So just come down the wicket there, Raza. Fails to make any contact. This is going to be, though, an interesting dilemma for the captain, because do you just keep bowling Kamal Reyes until he finds his form? Because I would want Kamal Reyes in form heading into the knockout stages.
Yeah, I get the feeling he probably will bowl, but I think they want to try and get a couple of tidy overs in first. That's high up in the air, and this one is just going to bounce away from us. Gets it over Chamal Sadan, who disappears into the olive trees, but he does retrieve it. Yeah, just that heavy ball. I think they want him to go for this shot, hoping that he might scuff it up in the air, but he gets a fair bit of it. We'll get a boundary. It's a couple of boundaries to start and a few dots. There's going to be 8 off the first.
15 matches since we last had a golden ball on the European Cricket Network. And we did come close a number of times today to breaking that streak. I think very privileged this morning to have a lot of close finishes. Of course, the British fighters, or the British forces, I should say, were involved in a couple of last over finishes.
Looks like Rajith, yeah, it is. Srinath Rajith who's going to bowl over number 2. He's going to bowl with those snazzy shades on, and it becomes the norm. And well, you saw me out there doing the intro to this match. I don't normally put the shades on to be out there. This one does. Oh no, he's got this completely wrong, and it happens to the same fielder again, who I know had lots of problems out there last time, and that's Saman Kumara. And I suppose you could say the same sort of thing to the Sri Lankan Lions, that sometimes you just got to get
Power is okay, electronic?
Yeah.
What happening now?
They're still waiting because we need to check the connection of the live stream.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Apologies for just being, well, we just got taken off air, didn't we? And we don't quite know what happened. I'm sure it's all to do with the heat. Some of the breakers did go snapping, snap, crackle, and pop, I reckon. But we're back. It's been sorted out. Well done to Martins getting us sorted. So it gave the players an opportunity to get some drinks in. But we are ready to go again. Just remember that the Sri Lankan Lions in this match number 26, the final one of match day 5. They've put the runs on the board, 131 they scored, so 132 the target. They're hoping it's enough, but it's a pretty decent start from the fighters. They haven't lost a wicket, and halfway through the second over of Rajith, the score is 13 without loss. So I'm Rico Ford, and joining us right back as well is Nish Bhatt. Nish, good to have you back.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Great to have play about to resume. Let's see how this little delay affects both teams. Generally speaking, delays are a lot worse for batters. But maybe might just spark some life into Raza, who's been struggling a little bit, going at just a shade above a run a ball.
Okay, Srinath Rajith now to go back to his plan of trying to get this wicket. It gets cuffed away outside the onside. So it looks like they've got a deliberate ploy here to Raza, at least, to try and go into his body. So Raza's trying to come down the wicket, and the bowlers are just banging the ball in short, and Raza not really able to get a good hit on it. So it's a little bit of cat and mouse at the moment.
Yeah, I think before the little delay, we were discussing just the fact that the fighters haven't quite figured out what their ideal batting lineup is. We'll have a look at this delivery. Shorter one. It's going to be given a no ball. Yep. It's been given a no ball by the umpire.
I think it's because before the break, there was one that was called one for the over. So that's the second one. The umpires don't forget, and they made a note of it. And as soon as this one goes over the, well, it actually goes over the head. So wide was called, but no ball obviously takes precedent over a wide. So we are one extra, and that means that this one has a free hit. So Ramjan Hossain will be looking to cash in. So on this occasion, that short ball from Rajith doesn't work. Up in the air, and this one will go right the way over, smashes into our table, and goes back into the field of play. So 6 runs. He gets the most out of this one. And it goes all the way over, and you'll see that one rebound back after it just catches some of our own cables and wires and all sorts where we are here. It's a nice good hit. 13th off the over. They need to be going up 14s.
Yeah, heart and mouth moment for our director Valentine over there, but beg your pardon, Martins.
That's hit pretty well, but it's a catching chance, and oh, he's dropped it. Can you believe Roshan Siriwardana has dropped this? He's normally such a good fielder. He does everything right. Gets into position, gets down, gets stable, but the ball pops out of his hands, rolls up his arms, and falls out of his grasp. Big opportunity, and Ramjan Hossain survives.
You would have bet your house at Roshan Siriwardana that I was going to take that. Normally one of the safest pairs of hands in the Sri Lankan Lions team. A rare drop for him, and could that prove to be a little bit costly? Here are the standings for Group A, and the Nicosia Fighters, of course, they're looking to just give themselves a little bit of wiggle room from the Limassol Kalundars. Will be taking part in a couple of matches tomorrow, so this is a huge game for the Nicosia Fighters. They, at bare minimum, they have to get at least a point out of this match. There's no way they can afford to lose this one by a bonus point.
Well, he drops the catch and then gets given the ball by the captain. And he starts well, picked up 3 wickets against the British forces of Cyprus. He bowled very well, very tidily, didn't give many runs away either, 3 for 14. And well, after dropping that catch, he'll feel more the need to get a couple of wickets here to help his team's cause to go on and win this match and keep their 100% record intact. In the air, but gone. That goes all the way. Shaba, Ginna, Sona, Shaka, Lagia. It's Unanexi.
Great run shot there by Raza. Just been going at barely above a run of ball for much of this innings. He finally gets hold of one, hits it, a horizontal bat, smash right down the ground, and that's 6 runs.
Looks like a man who's had a hard day. That's Roshan Wadana, but not as long as a day as the Nicosia Fighters have had. They're playing their 3rd match. And he goes for it again, and he gets it again. He fetches this outside the off and puts it for a boundary. So this is very good hitting. Ali Raza, is he going to come good when it matters? See what he likes to do. He likes to come down and attack. And I think when you see a batter like that, the only way to try and stop him is the wicketkeeper's got to come up and put pressure on the batter. And I think the bowler's got to try and beat him outside the off and get the stumping in place. So the captain, Nalin Pathirana, does put the lid on and stands up now.
Yeah, good little move here by Pathirana.
And could be a miscue straight away. Fielder getting underneath it and dropped it. Oh, would you believe it? This is Rajith now dropped it. It could have been instant reward for that bit of fielding change with the wicket keeping coming up. Does everything right, and the ball just doesn't stick. Straight in, straight out. Another opportunity, and this time it's Raza that gets alive for 19.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. The Sri Lankan Lions, who are normally so clinical in the field, put down their 2nd opportunity, and this opening partnership still hasn't been broken.
Siriwadana. Can't believe it, but he was guilty of dropping the catch as well, remember. 34 without loss. Smashed. Oh, that is huge. Humongous shot. Absolutely blasted away. 6 more. Boom, shakabalibali, boom, boom, boom. Game on here. And the Sri Lankan Lions are under the cosh, created by themselves, though, with those opportunities they haven't taken. Better delivery, and this time, no is the call, as they don't take the single. But 17 come off that over. But the biggest talking point at the end of the 3 overs is that Ramjan was dropped on 12. Siriwadana put him down. And then after bowling of Siriwadana, it was Raza on 19, put down by Rajith. This is the way it's looking at the moment. And, well, they're only just a few behind of where the Sri Lankan Lions were. 40-44 is the scores at the end of the power play.
They're going to bring Chamal Sidun in here to bowl the first over after the power play. Good move, really good move. Very economical bowler. Very reliable bowler for the Sri Lankan Lions side. Just bring him in right now when the fighters just look like they might start to get away from this Sri Lankan Lions team.
92 required in 42 deliveries. Chamal Sidun hit pretty well, and it races to the boundary. It's 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Ali Raza hasn't been able to find his form in the 2 previous innings, but you would think he's too good a player not to get a big score in 1 or 3 knocks. Maybe he's saving the best to last.
Raza started this innings really slowly. It was about a run of ball, 9 of 8. And these last 5 balls, he's really started to accelerate and stroke a few boundaries.
Gone straight through. Chamal Sidun comes on, and he does exactly what you were expecting him to do. There, he gets it full, he gets it straight. Raza probably picks the wrong ball to go for. And one thing you can probably say about Chamal Sidun, I don't know if it's the way he's holding the ball, but he does get that ball to shoot across the surface. It doesn't come up so much, and maybe that's what helps his wicket. But I just think it's not the right shot to be playing here. It's too full to be going across. Yeah, I think the ball does stay a little bit lower, but it's not the right shot played by Raza.
Ball just skids along a little bit. It's rather skiddy. But yeah, as you stated, the wrong shot selection. Maybe better off trying to hit that towards long off with the straight bat. But it's a good thing that they've brought Munna Rahman in here at number 3. They've held him back a few times throughout their matches today. But out he comes with his bright red helmet. The man in form for the Nicosia Fighters, coming off a brilliant 44 in his previous innings.
Yeah, so one big hitter replaces another. There's a Rahman. We'll be looking just to carry on from where Raza left off. Just have a look at what the wind predictor is saying at the moment. Still has the lines in front, but not by much. Tucks him up a little bit to start off with, just that short of a length of delivery into the body of Munna Rahman. His mark, Jamal. Nice start here from him, despite being hit for a boundary of his first. Slow ball, but it's picked and it's absolutely blasted. That is brutal. That's the monster strike. And, well, I hope this has done no damage at the other end where the kids are, because that has gone into the football pitch. There's the kids. And where does this one end up? Incoming. Ooh. That is huge. Look where that ends up. That is huge. Well, that goes right the way over that bit. That is the biggest six I've seen here.
Absolutely enormous six. Have to say, it's rather scary to be playing football right now. The Munna Rahman smacking it the way he is.
Well, I know that most kids aren't doing outdoor activities at the moment because of the sun. Well, they might have to abandon ship because of the Grizzlies coming that way. He goes for another slow delivery. The umpire, what's the umpire having a look at here? He puts a pretty signal up, but he's okay with it. Brave delivery that, isn't it, from Jamal? After the slow ball got smashed for the biggest six we've seen on the leg side. He bowls it again, but he goes a bit wider, gets it through. So this one, you'd imagine it'll be the quicker one. Yeah, it is. Oh, quarter wide. Really? I'd be very surprised if this is wide, because I'm just going by where the keeper takes this. That's not a wide for me. I mean, I know it moves away a little bit, but I don't think that's a wide. That's a harsh call. Oh, almost a sensational catch. That would have been amazing. I think you just got to turn around and say that this is saving 4 runs. That would have been unbelievable from Akila Kalugala. If he holds on to that, well, they would be celebrating his birthday in style.
Kalugala really owns that fly slip position. You often see him there for the Sri Lankan Lions. He's taken some great catches in that position. This time around, it's a terrific effort, and he certainly saved his team 3 runs. Having a look at a comparison between these two sides, the Sri Lankan Lions sort of lost their way a little bit during those middle overs. We did mention how they managed to make just 20 runs off their last couple of overs. I think I see fighters, as things stand, going along at their required rate. They still have the likes of Anwar Hussain, their skipper, to come, as well as Mohammed Tanvir, who made a brilliant 75 earlier today.
Guna Sakara, looks like they're giving him the ball back, so still not going with something like Kamal Rais. They're not bringing Roshan back either, so they want Guna Sakara to try and get the breakthrough here. Starts with a short ball, and it gets whacked away by Rahman. I wonder if they just decided that perhaps Rahman is suspected of short delivery. The thing is, though, if you want to go with that plan, you've got to at least have the square leg back on the boundary, and they don't. So it's a win-win situation there for the batter. Now they do push him back now. He stays back, so somebody obviously brought third up. So 1, 2, 3 on the leg side. Long off, very straight, and the extra cover. It's hit firmly. They're running slowly, are the batters, so they're only interested in just a single for now. So handing the strike now over to the left-hander, Ramjan Hussain.
But if the plan here is to bowl short to Munna Rahman, I think they'd be better off doing that with someone like Rajith, who's got a little bit more pace. Gunasekara might be a tall bowler, but he's not the quickest. Really bowls right arm medium, in all honesty. This one's popped up. Is this going to land safely or in between that little Bermuda Triangle? In the end, no one really made a serious attempt at it. Another chance slips by for the Sri Lankan Lions. Well, this has been a very uncharacteristic fielding effort from them. As you can see, completely misread. It said he lost it in the sun and just desperately stuck a hand out He's never looking to catch that.
I mean, I've seen 4 catches here going down. Ramjan's been dropped on 12 by Siwadana. Ali Raza was dropped on 19 by Rajith. Rahman, all right, not easy, was dropped by Kalugala on 6. And now Ramjan again dropped on 19. And this one is going to go all the way. So the Lions, they're in a bit of trouble here. Everybody was surprised with the Nicosia Fighters winning the toss and putting the Lions in. I was one of them. But the plan, whatever that plan there would have been from Anwar Hussain, seems to be working. They managed to restrict the Sri Lankan Lions to 131, which is probably about a par score. Now they're on the hunt for a victory. 68 in 32 balls.
It's 15 ECS matches so far for the Sri Lankan Lions team this year, and they've gone 15-0. Are they about to suffer their first defeat? A huge appeal here, probably going down the leg side. We'll take another look at this.
Oh, this one had to be pretty close, but yeah, it is going down the leg side. And the umpire straight away says, nah. It's a much better delivery though, isn't it? Much better delivery. Plays it away. Fielder's got some work to do, and he's not going to get there. That's going to be 4 more. So the halfway point, 68, the score moves to. So it's there or thereabout. They're only slightly ahead. And the Lions, they've got to find a way to get a breakthrough here. Join me, Rico Full and Nishay Butt. We're here in the commentary box, and I think we're starting to sense here that maybe the Lions are going to go down for the first time this year.
Absolutely. They played 15 ECS games this year, if you include the ECS we had back in January, and they've been undefeated. They've hardly been involved in a close game.
Yeah, they haven't. They're being tested here. They need to get a breakthrough. I don't know. I had Rajith in front of us here, just giving us a little signal. I don't know what that signal quite was. I think he was saying that, nah, we're going to come back into this. All right, let's wait and see. Slower delivery. It gets played pretty well. It's been watched well this time.
Yeah, this was really well watched there. Need to go just about 13-0 from here. The Nicosia Fighters well within their reach. That's about 2 boundaries and over they need from here on out, as well as running well between the wickets. Chamal Sadoun, they're not holding him back for the end. They brought him in right now. They know he needs to get rid of one of these 2 players. This one is played out towards the cow corner. Oh, they want to come back for a second run. And they will make it back comfortably in the end.
Yeah, it's nice to see that the Nicosia Fighters are pushing on to try and make these 2s. You see the fielder out there, boundary, makes a stop. But that's Suman Kumara, who's out on the boundary there. They've moved him away from the offside. The ball will follow him, you know it. It's going to be a wide. I think he sees the batter moving here and wants to try and sneak one past him, but he goes too wide. Look at the movement here. So he does try deliberately to go wider, but goes too wide. Good delivery, goes a lot quicker this time. So we've seen a couple of those quicker deliveries. He started off with a slower ball to the left-hander. Now, will he use another slow ball here to Rahman? Bearing in mind that he smashed one huge in the previous over. Into the pads, and no run. It's another dot ball. Looks like he's called a wide here. So wide has been called. So yeah, the umpire gave the pre-signal and then calls the wide. So, and I think that's the right call. Yeah, he does call a wide early and then clarifies that with the scorers. It's going to be another wide. So Jamal, maybe he's hiding it, but he might be able to hide these, but he has to bowl them again.
But you can see what the plan here is to Munir Rahman. They know Munir Rahman is so strong on that leg side, so they're trying to push it wide, trying to bowl to his Achilles heel, but Sadoun Just can't quite get it right. The execution isn't there. That's better. That's much better. That's where he needs to be. To Munir Rahman.
Yeah, that is a much better delivery. Short of a length, keeping it full and straight. All right, so can he finish the over well here? 2 balls to go. Can he prevent going to the boundary? Oh, he goes wide again. The problem with this is you can see clearly it's a little bit like some of the other bowlers have seen. When he's coming to bowl it, you know it's going to be wide. There's no way he's going to get that ball to come in. So he's trying to do something that's really difficult. He's had 4 goes to do it. He's not succeeded on 4 times, and he's having to bowl a very long over here. It's another one. So this plan is just not working, and you can see that there's a little bit of frustration now coming in from some of the other players. You can see the captain, Nalin Patirana, saying, hey, that's 5 wides now. All right, there's been no boundary, but you've given them a boundary in wides.
Yeah, there's just 3 runs off the bat so far. This over for the Nicosia Fighters. Change of angle for Sudoon.
Okay, that's up in the air. Guess who? And it's over him anyway. So 6 runs. So changing the angle. I don't think this is the answer, because when you change the angle, look what Rahman does. Just puts that foot down and hits it across the line. He knows that LBW is going to be out the equation. I think Jamal Sudan should have just continued with over the wicket, but he should have just gone with his, that quick, fast delivery at the stumps, which he's got through a couple of times.
But that's the point. I mean, he was trying to bowl over the wicket, bowl it wide, keep it out of Munir Rahman's wheelhouse, and then he gives him one right in the slot.
That's not a bad result, because Munir Rahman is the man who's on at the moment. He'll take the strike, and Jamal Sudan, you can see he's he's a bit despondent with himself with that over. He'll go for quite a few. 27 come off it, 83 for 1. The rate is below that 12.5 mark here now, so the Lions need 1 good over to get themselves back in it. But at the same time, the Nicosia Fighters, they get one big over here. They get a magical over. They get a 20. Then they really should go on and win this match.
You might want to have a look at the clock as well. They should be fine from here, the Sri Lankan Lions, but to get another over similar to that one, they'll be in trouble with the time as well.
Yeah, now, who are they going to go to here now? So once again, they're not chances. Kamal Reis, who would also be normally bowling around the wicket. So it looks like we're going to see Akila Kalugala, who's going to have a bowl. So the first time we're going to see Akila, well, the birthday boy, is he the one who's going to be surprising us all with his bowling here? Kalugala, can he make the difference here? He's checking his field. Hasn't bowled yet, so it could be interesting how the first one comes out. He's going to start with a wide. So they've still got that similar plan in mind, haven't they, to try and get the ball to go right across Rahman. They just haven't been able to find a way to bowl to Rahman. That one is another wide, so 2 out of 2 wides. See here, yeah. It's always a tough angle, that one again across the right-hander. It's an umpire score, I think you've got to go with there. And that's nicely played. It's a really clever shot. The little bit of the early movement there from the batter, Rahman. He makes the bowler think, all right, I better go at the stumps, but he goes down the leg side, and it just gets nicely nudged away to the boundary. Nice shot from Rahman. Rahman here holding the key. And what you have to remember here is the Fighters still have plenty of batters in the tank, i.e. Mohamed Tanvir still to come out. Rahman, though, at the moment doesn't seem to be a man who wants to leave the middle. He wants to see them home here.
Yeah, it's been terrific batting by Rahman. That one could easily have been a wide as well if he stepped inside, but instead he takes the boundary. Oh, this is huge. This is absolutely massive. It's right in the slot for Rahman, and he sent it all the way. It's back-to-back boundaries. What a nightmare start to the over.
Yeah, he gets it crunched down. And look at Kalugala. He knows he's bowled 2 legal deliveries, and he's given 12 runs away. So the runs they need in the over have already been achieved. This could be that big over. Rahman on 41. Kalugala just going to continue to do the same. Up in the air. Now this could be the one. Kalugala's after it. And he takes the catch. He gets the breakthrough. Rahman will go. So Kalugala, after taking the catch, he sort of, calm down everybody. Calm down everybody. He's the one who needs calming down. 2 wides, a 4, a 6, and now the catch, the wicket. All right, that makes a difference. 1 wicket can bring others. They get the dangerous man. Munir Rahman will go, and he goes for 41. A really good call and bowled.
This one was really interesting. Went for the wider delivery over there, Kalugala. And Munir Rahman gets underneath it, but he pops it up. And I just wonder if he left that alone. Was there a chance that one might have gone for wide? I don't know. Maybe it might have been a legal delivery. But this is really interesting. They send Sijan in at number 4. And Mohammad Tanvir, after making a 75, is still sitting in the dugout.
And that one sort of been miscued. Yeah, now that's a big surprise. And I wonder if they're just, I don't know. I can say I wonder if they're just thinking that Sijan go out, just throw the bat, and if it doesn't work, you got Tanvir to fall back on. But you got Anwar to fall back on. You got the likes of Sakir Hussain to fall back on. You got to go with your best batters early. Tanvir not going out there is a surprise, but yeah, they still are in my books ahead, and that's what the win predictor is saying as well. 74 to 26%. Plays this one away. The fielder doesn't see this early, makes the mistake, and that's Kamal Raiz. Well, he's not going to earn himself a ball by fielding like this, is he? He's got to stop this one. He doesn't really, I mean, look, he doesn't see it early enough. He's trying to use his hands rather than get his body behind it. It gets through him. That's not good fielding. You got to, they don't deserve to win this match because, not because of the batting, because of their fielding. 4 drop catches, misfields. This one's going to be a wide, and that's fortunate that Nalin Patharana, the captain, is in the way. So even though there's been a wicket here, it's gone for 18, but just have a look at the number of wides that have just been bowled in the last 2 overs. It's too many.
It's been so sloppy from the Sri Lankan Lions throughout this innings. I think that really describes how they've been. Tons of extras, loads of misfield. It's not the Sri Lankan Lions we saw lift an ECS trophy back in January.
All right, now that is the end of that over. It's 101, 2 wickets down. They're needing 31 off 18 balls. They just need to go 10 and over as we have a look at what's coming out next. I think you've got to go to Roshan Siriwardana here. He's taken 3 wickets. You could say that his first over wasn't his best, but if anyone's likely to get you wickets here, he's the man, and he's walking up to bowl this next one. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Of course, Nish, I won't be here tomorrow. You've got 3 or 4 days on your own. So you're going to see Mahor, Sherry Punjab. You're going to be there, the Cyprus Knight Riders, and then we're going to see the conclusion of Group A. British Forces Cyprus against Limassol Qalandars and the Qalandars against the Lions. That could be such a crucial match, the last one.
Yeah, these 2 matches to round out Group A are going to be really interesting. The Qalandars are probably watching this match as well with great interest. Just 1 point separating the Qalandars and the Nicosia Fighters. Victory here for the Fighters just makes the Qalandars' job that much harder tomorrow. As we mentioned previously, the top 2 teams go straight to the quarterfinals, and then 3 to 6 will battle it out in the elimination round. You'll obviously want to have the highest seed possible for the elimination round to just make your job that much easier to make it to the quarterfinals. So lots to play for. It's a big moving day here in Group A. So exactly as you called for it, looks like it will be Roshan Siriwardana. Wait a second. Oh, so Siriwardana has walked away now. So, well, we saw him take his cap off.
Yeah, now he's obviously been overruled here. This is I gotta say, this is a massive surprise. They're gonna go, I've already written him down. I'm crossing him off and putting Kumara on. So Kumara gets the ball. So Roshan comes, takes his cap off, gets ready to bowl. Then in the drinks break, they decide, no, Roshan, we're gonna try something different. Maybe they feel that if they can get a good over in here from Kumara, they get Roshan to bowl the next. They don't want him to bowl out straight away. All right, Kumara bowling to the new batter, though, so this could work well. He's going to get a wide here. That's been the issue. The number of wides from the Sri Lankan Lions, that is going to be 10 wides now. That's 11 extras. And for a team of this standard and this quality, not good enough.
Really, really shocking. Gotta say though, Sijan there, he's just not playing the right line. Is he looking to clear that front leg and try to be a hero? Just get bat on ball and get Hussein on the strike.
Yeah, but that's what I'm going to say. Why aren't they stopping the single? Why is there nobody in close on both sides? Because that's what you've got to be thinking here. They try and block the single. See, that one gets played away. Oh, that's so unlucky. So unlucky. That has happened just to the right of us. And I'm telling you now, this is just, I reckon this is unstoppable. It's hit the ground and it's just rolled. Look, how do you stop that? He's done everything possible. He's got down. He thinks he's taking it on the bounce in the chest area, and the ball goes at his ankles. Let's get poked away now on the leg side. There's going to be 4 more. And Sijan has come out, and well, it may have been a little bit fortunate with the first boundary, but nothing fortunate about this one. It's just not a good delivery. He's on the leg side. Kumara drifts. He gets played away. The fighters, they're up and about. They're on the verge of defeating the undefeated Sri Lankan Lions of Limassol. Clever shot. Now that's what I was calling for earlier. Just have somebody in there to not allow this single. So after getting a couple of boundaries, he takes a single, and now I suppose you're thinking, yeah, we don't want to, we now got to push back because you want to try and stop the boundary. So they've got the 10 off this over they need already if they want to take it to the last. So these are just valuable bonus runs. Kumara, full delivery. Fielder makes a stop. They are taking him on. And Roshan hasn't got an arm. And if they've seen that, then they know there's always 2 there to Roshan Siriwadana. They noticed. Maybe they know. So he just underarms it in. That means every time it goes to him, you're looking to go for 2. Miscue. It's going to get to no man's land. They might be thinking 2. Then they don't. Rajith charges in. He gets the, well, almost throws it over the wicketkeeper. Over, comes to an end. He goes for 13. They needed to go at 10s. That means that now they needed just around 9 and over here. 114 for 2. And they still don't look like they're going to Roshan here. The 2 batters talking. It looks like, yeah, it is going to be Srinath Rajith who takes his cap off. They need one very good over. This match can be done in 3 shots. Is there going to be a twist here? I remember as this first innings came to an end, I said to you folks, I don't know about you, but I feel a twist. I feel that the Nicosia fighters could pull something off here. I just had a feeling, and it looks like it may come into fruition here. If it doesn't, it's because they need a super over here. We often say it all happens in the 9th. Now, what's the batter? The batter here wants, I think he wants his lace done up. He goes to the wicketkeeper, and Nalin Patriwana says, well, I can't do it. He said, I got me gloves on.
Yeah, it's 15 matches this calendar year for the Sri Lankan Lions. They've been undefeated, hardly plays the close game. Grabbed the ECS trophy back in January. And they might be staring at their first defeat of this year. High pressure over here. Srinath Rajith coming in to bowl the penultimate. It all happens in the 9th.
Swing and miss to start with. As you can see that Sijan is in no hurry to try and scramble to the other end because he's probably thinking, well, why would I be taking Ramjan Hussain off strike? He's the set batter. So dot ball to start. All right, he's got plenty of this, and he's going to go all the way. Bolle, bolle, Kinna Zona, Shaka, Lagia Ramjan Hussain gets it out of the middle. And that's a beauty. That's sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. So 6 runs. They are on their way to a fantastic victory. The Lions will settle for a point. But they're going down here, you would feel. 12 of 10. 12 of 10.
That's just a great shot there by Ramjan Hussain. Rajiv going for his patented short ball, and then he just swivels on the spot. Hits a beautiful hook.
Goes for it again. Watch the bounce, and brilliantly done. Wow, this is cricket slam dunk style from Jamal Zadun. Have a look at this. You're not watching basketball, but you might as well be. Have a look at this. That would have been fitting on the international basketball stage. What a stop, what a save. It keeps his team in it. Only just 10 in 9. Oh, that is such a good shot. Such a good shot. He goes for the stumps, does Rajith, but he just waits for it, Ramjan Hussain, and he nails it out of the middle. You beauty. It's another banger from Ramjan. He moves to 42, and they're 4 runs short of what is going to be the biggest surprise of this European Cricket Series so far here in Cyprus, the Encore. The Lions, undefeated in January, and the reigning champions, playing in this series, undefeated so far. They're going down here. They're going down.
If only he could have captured Chamal Sadoon's reaction to that 6. He was livid.
Top ball. So, 7 balls, 4 runs. Will they take it in to the last over? And yeah, well bowled, good delivery. Sneaks it in. Can he take it into the last over? You take it into the last, anything can happen, but 1 hit, 1 boundary, and it's done. There's the hit, there's the boundary, there's the win. Look at the celebration. Look at the celebration. The fighters live up to the name. They are the fighters, and they pull off a victory that nobody saw coming. They have beaten the Sri Lankan Lions, and they do it the way good teams do it, with a whole over to go. What a victory. What an end to a day. What a story. What an upset. And there are a lot of people around the ground that quite can't believe what's happened here. They, like I thought, it was a huge gamble putting in the Sri Lankan Lions to bat first, but they knew what they were doing. That's the captain, Hussain. He had a plan. He stuck to his plan. And maybe that plan involved what we saw when they played that second match here, their second match when they took on Everest. We were surprised with the way that the batting lineup was used. We were surprised with the bowlers that we didn't see, i.e. Mahbir Tanvir. Maybe he just wanted to rest those players, wanted them sharp and fit for this final match, because when it came to the crunch, when it came to the big one, they won the big one. Not only did they beat Everest, a team that they had to beat to stay above them in the rankings, they then went on and they've beaten the reigning champions. They've beaten the Sri Lankan Lions, and that means that they're going to take themselves into 3rd space above the British forces of Cyprus.
Yeah, this just puts so much pressure on the Kalundars and the British forces tomorrow in their 2 games. Those matches will be absolutely massive in the afternoon tomorrow. Let's just relive this action-packed innings. Ali Raza and Ramjan Hussain did a terrific job opening the batting for the fighters. They put on a great 44-run partnership, had a terrific power play where they were batting at just about 15 and over. They were certainly helped by the Sri Lankan Lions, who were uncharacteristically sloppy throughout this game. They dropped a lot of chances. They had far too many misfields, and even with their extras, giving up 10 runs of wides, something that you don't typically see from this team. Munir Rahman as well, he continued his sensational form. His innings was cut short after Akila Kalugala came in and took a catch off his own bowling. But Rahman had already done the damage with his 41 of 17. They just needed the cherry on top, and that was delivered by Ramjan Hussain.
Yeah, and you know what? The moral here is it doesn't matter how good a side you are, i.e. it doesn't matter how many good batters that you have in your side and even the bowlers, but any team, no matter who you are, if you have a bad day in the field, if you don't hold onto your catches, so 4 catches dropped by the Sri Lankan Lions and the misfielding wasn't good, then you are going to be beaten. You are beatable, and that is what the Nicosia Fighters have done here. They exposed them, they exposed their weakness, and they went on and they pulled off a big upset, the biggest upset so far in this series.
Absolutely. The Sri Lankan Lions, 15 wins in 2024, and now 1 loss, their first loss of this calendar year. The defending champions were finally humbled. Here's a look at the scorecard of the second innings. Ali Raza batted well alongside Ramjan Hussain. The two of them had a 44-run partnership, but Hussain and Rahman, they're the 2-star performers of the Fighters.
Yeah, look, Ramjan Hussain, first time that I saw him, he didn't score a big score. He scored about 20, and I said, I like the look of this guy. He came in about mid-innings that time, and I said, I'd like to see him higher up the order. Ali Raza, we know what he can do, and he saved his best to last there. 24 or 14, it was a good knock, but Ramjan, yeah, I loved his batting. And don't forget that Munna Rahman, he's been sensational in the day. But the bowlers there, they had a hard and difficult time, and just nothing really going their way. Everybody, whoever it was that bowled, had a lot of punishment, but they were let down by their fielders. But too many extras as well. You touched on that. There was a period of those sort of 2 overs, wasn't it? Well, Chamal Sudan, he bowled something like 5 wide in 1 over, and then Gunasakara came on to bowl, and he was the same. Akila Kulagala, once again, he did take a wicket. It was a great caught bowl, but it gave away too many runs. So the last match was a bit of a surprise, as we leave you to very briefly look at that match summary, and you can come back and join us in the queue for me for the last time, because I'm gonna, of course, be away for about a week, just under a week, and I'll leave you on your Todd for a while. And of course, I know that you'll hold the fort very well, and I know Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, will be here in Cyprus again. I'm sure he's looking forward to coming back and seeing some of this action. There certainly has been plenty of Maximos. But an interesting day today, isn't it? We've seen some really close matches. The first match in the day, what a match that was. Everest, they kept their hopes alive, didn't they, finishing in the top 6 with that win against the British forces of Cyprus. And then they had a good opportunity to do the same thing again, but it wasn't to be, and losing to the Nicosia Fighters. That gave the Fighters, I think, the belief that they could pull off an upset like this, and they've done it. A good win for them. And really, you know what? Going into these the elimination stages and the final stages coming up, knowing that you have won a match like they did against Everest, when it didn't look like they got enough runs on the board, but they defended really well, and then to beat something like the Sri Lankan Lions, that really puts a lot of confidence and belief back in the side.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a team they could look at as a potential dark horse now. I mean, they've proven it. They've knocked off the very best in this country, and they'll
believe now that they also can beat the Sri Lankan Lions. They're not invincible, and I think that's important for all the teams left there. The reigning champions get beaten, and the style that they get beaten in the manner. Okay, you have to also turn around and say there was a couple of players missing for the Lions, but the Lions, do you think there's a little bit of confidence that's missing from them as well? Because don't forget, Kamal Rais, they didn't bowl him at all.
Yeah, that is a big bit of news, that Kamal Rais was not bowled at all. I mean, how many times over the years has he stepped up in these late stages in a match and won his team the game? This time around, they were hiding Kamal Rais somewhere out in the field.
Absolutely. Look, they don't want to bowl him because they don't have confidence in him. So he's in the team, but as what? And then in the field, let's face it, we let them down in the field as well. So some talking points definitely here today. We've got those matches coming up tomorrow. Remember, Portugal is coming up here later on. This is what we have happening at Portugal tonight in the Super 5s. Night 4, it will be the Fighters taking on the Lisbon Super Giants, and then Fighters playing their second match, taking on Punjab CC of Amadora. Phil G and Vinny Sandhu will be in the house. But once again, finishing off the day, I want to say a huge thank you on another difficult day to all the players involved. It's never easy to be out there playing cricket, 1 match, 2 or 3, and the Nicosia Fighters for them 3 matches here today. So well done to them. They really did fight hard, and what a win for them at the end. A big thank you to all the umpires that, remember, they're out there as long as the players as well. So very difficult and hard stick to them. To the ECN crew as well, very well done to all of our scorers, and also to the tournament referee, Ian Rummage. A big, big shout out to Spring Media, Martins, Ole and Martha Maria. You guys and girls have been fantastic. And of course, to all of you, wherever you've been watching around the world, you've been absolutely fantastic. You'll see me in about a week's time. I'll be back here in the 13th. Meanwhile, Nish will be here, Vinny Sandu will be coming in, and it's time for us to say goodbye. The highlights are coming up, and as I always say, be good, be kind, be safe, be happy. Shukriya, thank you for watching. Hasta mañana. I'll see you all soon.